Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakens the RPG Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya gained his quirk at the age of 10, but never knew what it did until he began his first year of junior high. Doctors tried their best to discover its power, but since it wasn't something like a mutation quirk that changes physical attributes, they were left stumped, asking him to report anything out of the ordinary that happens to him. The young boy had been excited, believing that he was quirkless due to the late bloom of his power. What was it though, he wondered? Something was amazing as his idol, All Might. Perhaps something as flashy as the number 2 hero, Devour? After 2 years of striving and trying everything he could, Izuku felt more and more determined to find out what his quirk could do. After all, how else could he attend the prestigious U.A High School and become as great as the number 1 hero? By age 14, all Izuku knew was he was really hungry. This started to become an issue, a deep-rooted hunger that would slowly twist his mind and lead him to the incident that would change his life forever. His days were numbered before it was time to apply to U.A. There wasn't much time for Izuku to pull himself together and prepare. What was his quirk? How the hell could he find out? It was the constant pressure from his classmates, all of whom had developed their quirks well by now, that led him to the school's rooftop after class one day. In particular, a line from his childhood friend, though often quite the bully, Bakugo Katsuki. Maybe if you take a dive out that window, you'll sprout some wings or something, you fucking nerd. Izuku smirked a bit as he looked over the edge, leaning onto the tall railing, his hair fluttering lightly in the breeze. Something inside of him was broiling, threatening to come to the surface. He could feel it. This is it. This is how I get it to come out, he thought, tensing slightly as he hefted himself up and over the railing, standing at the edge. The wind began to pick up slightly, causing him to shift a bit as he held onto the metal behind him, looking down at the several-story drop with a mix of thrill and dread. It has to happen now. It has to. He nudged himself forward, but stopped, tensing up harder, a normal knee-jerk reaction that anyone would have facing a potential fatal fall. Izuku scowled at himself, trying again and again, but never quite able to push off. Come on, he grumbled. This is the only way to know. Some sort of unconscious thought brought itself to the surface. A last fleeting attempt by his mind to stop him. How many others have killed themselves this way, trying to find their quirk? What if it doesn't work? Then it was gone. As Izuku felt a pang of strange hunger that spread through his stomach and enveloped his whole body, he completely let go. As his body started to fall forward, Izuku closed his eyes, trying to feel his entire body and find something that was different. He had to find something that would awaken within him, put to the test by the present danger he was facing. Awaken? Come on. Then it happened. What the F are you doing, you little sheet? The deep, growling voice echoed around in Izuku's mind, making him gasp out at the loudness of it as it racked his brain. His hand suddenly shot out without him doing so, grabbing hold of the railing once more, surprising him. Izuku was dangling there, looking down in horror, blinking in surprise that his fall had been stopped. What? He looked up, expecting to see someone holding him there, but he was tightly gripping the railing, unable to do anything. Come on, get up already, came the voice again, equally as hostile but not quite as loud, making Izuku wince a bit. He tried to pull himself up, but his scrawny arms weren't exactly used to such force. The voice audibly sighed, and Izuku's arms suddenly managed a burst of strength to pull him up and over the railing hard, sending him landing hard onto the rooftop with a gasp. Of course, I had to be inside the weakest guy around. Just my luck. Izuku sat up, rubbing his back and looking around, making sure nobody was speaking to him. Then he reached up slowly and rubbed his forehead. What's going on? Am I just hallucinating? It was then that he noticed something on his palm. He lowered his hand and looked at it, unsure of what to make of what he was seeing. Is that? The eyeball on his palm suddenly opened, and Izuku let out a scream of terror. He slammed his palm onto the ground, starting to scrape it along the ground. Ow ow otabu dash. The voice reacted to Izuku's sudden fearful attacks. Stop it! Izuku stopped, groaning at the loudness of the voice in his head, feeling like an intense headache. After a moment of silence, he slowly looked down at his shaky hand again, seeing that mysterious eyeball looking up at him with scorn. The iris of the mysterious eye was colored red, with a series of interwoven patterns of gold inside of it. Are you? Izuku gulped. The voice? Who the hell else would it be? It's about time you noticed me, the voice retorted with a scoff. You've always been there. Of course I have. I've been inside you for years now, you've just been too worthless to let me out. Psst. Not what I expected, Izuku thought. Am I just going crazy? Suddenly, his hand with the eye flew up and smacked himself in the face. He gasped, surprised as he saw the eye move side to side, as if the voice was shaking its head. You're not the one going crazy here, I am, the voice told him. After all, you've let me starve for literally years. Years? Starve. Izuku instinctively reached for his stomach with his other hand, feeling that strange pang of hunger once more. So that was because of my quirk? It's only been getting worse and worse, I was scared. The voice sighed. Well, if you had satiated my requirements, it wouldn't have taken me 4 years to come out. But I eat 3 square meals a day, Izuku retorted. How much am I supposed to dash? His right hand slapped himself again. Izuku grabbed the hand, trying to hold it away, but somehow his right arm became much stronger when being controlled by his quirk, easily breaking free and hitting him over the head again. Idiot! Obviously normal food isn't the answer, his quirk berated him. How have you not figured it out yet? Izuku groaned. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? He thought back to all the training he had done, physically and mentally, to prepare for a quirk. Nothing had prepared him for something like this. A split personality, perhaps? He couldn't be sure. Surely a quirk with a mind of its own would be impossible? The voice broke into his train of thought. If I didn't have a mind of my own, could I do this? Izuku braced himself to get smacked again, but nothing happened. He looked around, then down at the eye on his hand, which looked very pleased with itself. Ah shit, I guess you couldn't see that. See, the way I see things, I have a physical form, so here I was doing multi-backflips in your mindscape, and you couldn't see it. Bleh. Izuku chuckled at this, making the voice eye him. Sorry, it's just… What should I call you? You don't want to just call me something vague like, the voice, or something? It'd be inconvenient, yeah, Izuku said, trying to think. If you're really real, then maybe you have an idea what you'd like to be called. The voice closed its eye, making a soft hum as if thinking. Izuku could feel something in the back of his head, and somehow knew that it was searching through his memories. He closed his eyes, and could see hazy recollections of events from the past 4 years in his mind. As he watched, the memories finally stopped on one occasion, where Izuku had been testing to see if his quirk was water-based, via dunking his head into a tub of water. It didn't take him long to realize that wasn't it, as he pulled his head out, gasping for air. This is? The voice shushed Izuku, and the sound of the door opening could be heard. In the memory, Izuku turned to see his mother standing there, peeking in at him worriedly. Izuku? She raised an eyebrow at him. Are you okay? Why, I was just, His mother smiled and laughed softly. No luck yet, huh? I believe you can do it. After all, you're not one to give up so easily, just be careful, okay? I will, Mom, Izuku had replied. As his mother turned to leave, there was a word printed on the back of the shirt she was wearing, alongside a very happy-looking hamburger mascot. The memory seemed to focus on that. That's it. Yeah. That'll be sweet. The memory faded, and Izuku opened his eyes, blinking. He looked down at the eye on his hand, which moved in a way to appear as though it was nodding, satisfied. I remember thinking at that time that it would be a cool name, but it was too bad USCK and left me in darkness for so long. That's very specific, Izuku said, but he smiled down at his hand. Okay then, I'll call you that dash. Musabori. Note: Musabori, Devour, in English. Inko Midoriya had never seen her son so excited as when he returned home that day. He waved to her and headed towards his room, telling her that he's on track to finding out what his quirk is all about. She nearly dropped what she was doing, incredibly happy to hear that. In reality, however, Izuku was still very perplexed. As he sat down at his desk, he turned the lamp on and placed his hand out onto the table. It was still a bit chilling to see the eye that opened up there. Like a normal eye, it protruded slightly, but it was almost like he couldn't feel it, even when his hand was closed or grasping something. So, Musabori, what am I supposed to do? Musabori rolled his eye and sighed. Since you're an idiot as established, I'll make this real clear for you. My power is amazing. You can practically become a god of this world, if you do what I say, capiche? Izuku gulped. Hearing about becoming a god would normally sound absurd, but at this point, they were way past the point of absurdity. Okay, I get it. Just tell me what I need to do to, help your hunger. That's right, my hunger. Well, it's quite complicated, so listen up closely, Musabori began, before clearing his throat for some reason. You see that pen on the desk? Pick it up with your other hand. Izuku did so, taking the pen. Now hold me over it and say, Devour, all right? Izuku hesitantly brought his right hand over the pen. Devour? Musabori sighed. The word doesn't necessarily matter, but it sounds cool, don't it? Huh, all right, now watch this. There was a flash of light, and a dark, swirling mass slowly moved out from the palm of Izuku's hand. He froze up, watching the sight with both fascination and horror, as the darkness slowly enveloped the pen after a few seconds. Then, in the blink of an eye, the pen suddenly collapsed into a singularity that was as small as a thumbtack, before it got Izuku back up into his hand. The sensation was odd, and Izuku turned his hand over, watching as the small, dark blob got absorbed into the eye. Not really the tastiest thing possible, but hey, at least it's better than an empty stomach, Musabori spoke wryly. What was that? Where did it go? How to explain? I'm not exactly sure myself, all I know is that the more you let me eat, the better I feel, Musabori said. Izuku got the sensation that he was shrugging, which was odd. Since I've had a few years to prepare, I figured this was the best way to present the next part to ya. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw something suddenly get inscribed onto his palm above Musabori's eye. It looked like it was being carved in, but he didn't feel any pain, just that same strange sensation as when he had used his quirk's ability. This is? It read as 3 lines. 5 points, summon item. 10 points, create item. 20 points, reconstruct item. Like a game. Izuku blinked, thinking about all the possibilities of what it might mean. That's about the gist of it. That pen you had me eat was only worth 5 points, probably because it was cheap and worthless, sorta like you. My bad, look, just try out that first thing. Summon. Item. Izuku watched as the swirling mass appeared once more, creating the pen from seemingly out of nothing above his palm, before it clattered to the desk. Izuku poked it for a moment, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary with it. So this is the original? Musabori chuckled confidently. That's right. Pretty neat, ain't it? Imagine all the cool stuff you could do. This was like nothing Izuku had ever heard of. Not only was his quirk capable of literally naming itself, but it was able to manipulate part of his body without his consent, and had a strange power that the quirk itself tailor-made for him to comprehend. He gulped, a wide grin appearing on his face, which drew a confused look from Musabori. This is... Musabori squinted at Izuku, and he could feel that his quirk was also grinning. So cool. The U.A entrance exams were less than 6 months away. It was now or never for Izuku to train up his newfound quirk, though he knew there was only one way he could truly do so without anything getting in his way. He had to keep it a secret. Besides telling his mother that he was learning about his quirk, nobody else could know. He discovered that Musabori could hide himself, which made it a bit easier than explaining why there was a literal eyeball on his hand. Every day after school, Izuku learned. With Musabori's guidance, He was able to know that his quirk would get stronger as he devoured more and more items, his point total rising. His capacity at first was only 20 points, which Musabori scolded him for, saying it was because he was on an empty stomach for so long. Soon enough, however, Izuku was able to raise this total through trial and error. Devour. The book that Izuku had been holding his hand over was enveloped in darkness and absorbed within a couple of seconds. He smiled down at his hand. Wow, it's getting faster too. Demon right. And check it out, you got a new skill. Skill? Why, you really made it like a game, huh? Izuku looked at what was being inscribed onto his hand. He blinked at it. What? How is that? Just try it. Point me at something. It cost 100 points, which was his maximum point total at the moment. The book, which had been a whopping 80 points for some reason, was the only thing Izuku had devoured right now besides a 20-point piece of gum he had attempted it on moments ago. If I use these points, do all the items I have devoured go away forever? Izuku thought. Before Musabori could chime in and tell him, or rather yell at him, Izuku held his right hand out towards a nearby tree on the hillside and spoke, "Deprivation." Izuku felt his whole body exert some energy, nearly stumbling as what appeared to be a blast of dark mist exploded from his hand. It slammed into the tree before dispersing into nothing. After a moment, Izuku assumed nothing would happen, but sure enough, the spot that had hit suddenly began to lose its bark, and it spread a little ways up and down the trunk, the bark peeling and falling to reveal rotten wood underneath. Wow! Izuku shivered, feeling chills go up his spine. This is You're thinking it's kinda evil, huh? Well, it's all about how you use the power, right? Izuku was weirded out by something. As Musabori spoke, his eyes widened as he realized what it was. No longer was the voice speaking inside of his head. He slowly turned his hand over, looking down at his palm. There, just below the ever-present eye of Musabori, was a mouth. It grinned at him with sharp, pointed teeth. What's up? Yeah, I'll be able to develop more as ya increase your point total, Musabori said nonchalantly. What? Don't look at me like that. You fully form, eventually? That thought gave Izuku the creeps, imagining an entire person forming from him, or perhaps he'd even look like a conjoined twin at one point. I'm not exactly sure, to be frank. I don't think so, though, Musabori insisted. Like I said, I can feel my entire body and it ain't yours. It's like I'm using you as a medium to interact with the world. So I'm possessed? Not like that. Maybe actually dash. Izuku let out a fearful gasp, and Musabori laughed. It was strange seeing how much personality his quirk could manage with just a single eye and a small mouth. I really need to tell someone about this, Izuku thought, deciding then and there that, perhaps, keeping this a secret wasn't the greatest idea. After a long day of training his quirk, Izuku had managed to get his maximum points too. As he had feared, any items he had absorbed were lost when his point total had hit 0, he couldn't resummon them when he got enough points. He could, however, use Create Item to make a copy of any item he's ever devoured. Apparently though, the copies of items would get worse over time if the original was no longer stored, so it wasn't much of an option unless he was desperate. That night, Izuku returned home a bit late, sitting at dinner with his mom. He felt exhausted, realizing very quickly that using his quirk seemed to burn through his stamina pretty quickly. He also had noticed that, as his own stamina grew weaker, Musabori seemed to disappear and get quieter. We must be really connected then, he had decided. If I'm weak, he's weak. But it doesn't really work the other way around. Izuku. He looked up from his thoughts, seeing his mother's worried look. He had been poking his food with his fork for a while, and finally set it down. I have to tell you something, he began, gulping. It's about my quirk. Inko smiled, putting down her utensils and leaning in with a bit of excitement. Of course, Izuku. You can tell me anything. Izuku thought about his strange quirk, and all of the fears he had about it. The fact that Musabori could act on his own was a scary thought, but at least knowing he was bound by Izuku's own strength was a slight comfort. Still, How could he tell anyone everything without making it sound like he needed to be put in a straitjacket? It's really cool, Izuku began, smiling reassuringly to her. It's hard to explain, but I'll try one day. Just know that it's really coming along. Wow. That's amazing to hear, she said with a nod. Are you having any issues? Quirks can be hard on kids. He shook his head. And nothing that I can't handle. I'm so happy that I finally have a shot at being a hero. Like All Might. Inko thought about her young son being told he had no quirk, and how much that had devastated him. Later, when a routine doctor's visit had revealed he held the quirk genes after all, it had changed Izuku back into his wonderful, excitable self once more, and that had made her the happiest mother alive. Standing up, she walked around the table and hugged Izuku, who looked up at her, a bit confused. Izuku, I know you'll do great, she spoke, tearing up a bit. I love you so much. Izuku smiled, leaning into his mother a bit. He was happy to have such a reassuring parent there for him. She had always been supportive of his dreams and goals, even when all hope seemed lost for him. Wait, something was wrong. Izuku's eyes had trailed down at the table, and he noticed something was missing. The fork? No, he had set it down, right? For some reason, it was like he was having trouble remembering it touching the table. But Musabori was asleep. He felt his right hand start to move, his arms slowly going around his mother, embracing her. Izuku barely noticed that he wasn't the one doing it, looking and watching as his hand peeked up from over her shoulder, the eye of Musabori gazing at him. His mouth opened into a wide, toothy grin. Thanks for the meal. Izuku couldn't stop it, as his hand moved against his mother's neck, Musabori's teeth sinking into her skin and tearing at her flesh. Blood spurted out, and Izuku was left watching, too shocked to do anything in the moment. Izuku. His mother's eyes never left him, but her arms went limp around him, her body swaying. As she fell over, blood starting to pool from the large gash on her neck, Izuku finally felt himself moving. Mom. He knelt beside her, shaking her a bit and moving her head to see the wound, his hands covered in blood by now. He didn't know what to do, trying to think of any first aid he knew. Grabbing a nearby kitchen towel, he pressed it firmly against her wound, before looking around frantically for the nearest cell phone. Then he heard it. A soft slurping noise. Shakily, Izuku raised his right hand, watching as a tongue was emerging from Musabori's mouth, liking at the blood that was on his hand. After a moment, the eye looked at him, as if only noticing him watching for the first time. What? It's rude to stare at someone who's eating. Izuku could only stare in disbelief. Musabori gave him a toothy grin. Hey, this is what you wanted, ain't it? A quirk all your own? Well, here I am, baby. In the flesh. We're gonna have a fun time together. Izuku was questioned a lot by the authorities after the ambulance had finally arrived to take his mother away. She had lost a lot of blood, but she wasn't out of the fight for her life yet. Due to the nature of the wound, Izuku was taken in for questioning. As his file said he has a quirk, he was handcuffed just for safety. Midoriya, what happened in there? Izuku looked from his hands up at the officer, who held a stern but compromisingly soft look. It was my quirk. It was me, he corrected, shaking his head. It's still new, so I hurt her. The man nodded and sat across from him now. And what is your quirk, exactly? Nothing on file says what it is. Izuku had been awaiting this question the entire time since the incident had occurred a couple hours ago. He thought of the best way to describe it all, coming up with a way that wouldn't label him as dangerous. That meant leaving out Musabori's existence, of course. I'd describe it as a pocket dimension, I guess, Izuku said, looking down at his right hand. I feel like that's what it is. I can store and retrieve things from it. I see, the officer said, nodding. Does that include organic matter? I think so. The man was silent for a moment. He was quite burly and hairy, almost unnaturally so it was likely something to do with his quirk. He removed his hat and scratched his head, shrugging to Izuku. Well, kid, the weird thing is, there were clear indications of bite marks on your mother's neck, he stated. How do you store things exactly? Deciding that showing the man might be a bad idea, Izuku just did his best to explain. I can think about it, and it just happens, Izuku thought. I feel weird. If I haven't used it in a while. So when I was hungry from using my quirk all day, and maybe that triggered it. His voice got more nervous and excitable as he spoke. The officer raised an eyebrow at him. Do you store things with your mouth? No. Izuku shook his head. I don't know what that's about. I'm sorry. The man sighed and stood, to the door, then back at Izuku. We'll release you soon so you can go see your mom, the officer told him. But I hope you understand that quirk incidents, although quite common, are still to be carefully monitored. For the safety of everyone. Izuku nodded. After the man left, he clutched his right hand deathly tight, unable to feel anything there, but hoping that it would hurt Musabori somehow. But I thought I understood. Nobody answered him. Musabori had been silent since the incident, probably from Izuku smashing his hand on the ground several times while waiting for ambulances to arrive. Surprisingly, his hand wasn't too banged up. It seemed like Musabori's existence made at least his right hand much stronger than usual. A little bit of time passed before the door opened and Izuku was taken by a few officers to see his mother in the hospital. They watched him closely as he approached her, but he stopped halfway, gulping and remembering what had happened. I won't get too close to her, he had decided. She looked surprisingly peaceful, despite the large bandaging that likely covered many stitches. They had done good work to save her life, but Izuku still couldn't get the horrific images out of his head. You've always believed in me, so I won't let this quirk beat me. Oh, you think I'm trying to compete or something? What's wrong? I'm the one who's... Izuku opened his right palm before himself. Create item. He visualized the fork that he knows Musabori had eaten, and sure enough, it appeared in an instant. What do you think you're? Izuku took the fork in his left hand, jabbing it towards Musabori's eye. He could feel a physical reaction from his quirk, as the metal prongs were merely a centimeter away from the eye. This is my body, Izuku spoke softly through gritted teeth. You're my quirk. Let's get along. He retrieved the fork again and turned away from his unconscious mother. I've got a lot of work to do. I won't let you down, Mom. After finally being allowed to return home, Izuku felt the silence of the empty home more than he ever had before. He looked around his room at all of the All Might posters and other various merchandise of the #1 hero. How can I HRSS a rogue quirk? He tried to imagine All Might struggling with his quirk when he was younger, but found it difficult to think of. Even his childhood friend Bakugo had almost always done well with his quirk, despite his explosive temperament. Izuku thought of the incident that he saw happen a couple months back, with a slime villain. It had attacked a student from his middle school, on a route Izuku normally would have taken. Luckily, All Might had chased the villain there and captured him. If I was in that situation, could I even move? Would I have the guts? No, there's not enough time to overthink it, I gotta do what I can. Thus began Izuku's PRD of self-training, starting with a test to see what he could truly do. However, he was now being monitored wherever he went by agents specializing in quirk-related incidents. I need to be careful, he thought as he sat at the park, looking towards where the agent was sitting near a tree a ways away. I can't let them see me lose control or anything. Izuku took a deep breath and hopped up to his feet, approaching his target for his first test, a large rock that went up to about his waist. It probably weighed more than anyone with super strength could hope to lift. He placed his left hand on the rock's cold, rough surface. Devour! There was a small jolting sensation, but nothing appeared to happen. Tisk, that's way beyond your limit, came Musabori's voice in his head. Izuku hesitantly opened his right hand, looking down at Musabori's bored-looking expression on his palm. He looked around, making sure nobody could see. How do I increase the limit? Ain't that obvious? Geez, you unlocked new skills by sucking stuff up, right? It clicked in Izuku's mind. He nodded in understanding. So, I've probably got a 100-point limit right now. This rock is big and heavy, so it costs more than 100 points, thus I can't devour it. I'll need things I can devour to make my limit stronger. But how are the point totals decided? Hell if I know. Musabori made a sort of snorting laugh. Besides the basics, I'm learning along with ya. Izuku couldn't believe that, the memory of Musabori attacking his mother appearing in his mind. His quirk obviously knew more than it was letting on, but he wouldn't let that distract him too much. I'll trust you, Izuku decided to say, even if he couldn't believe it. Thata boy. Trust is important, Musabori commented, though it sounded very insincere. With that, Izuku jogged along a path in the park. It wasn't quite busy that day due to the summer heat, and he felt himself growing tired pretty quickly. After all, Izuku was quite scrawny, and had never really worked himself out, originally thinking his smarts would be enough to get him into UA. Once he reached a patch of trees, knowing nobody could see, he quickly devoured a bunch of smaller rocks, then continued on. As he passed by smaller objects like rocks and branches, he'd scoop them up, finding to his dismay that they aren't worth much at all. So complex stuff like books cost a lot, as well as big heavy things, he concluded. Simple stuff just isn't worth it. Izuku stopped, panting and wiping sweat from his brow as a thought suddenly came to him. That rock I got was 7 points? But it only costs 5 points to resummon it? He opened his left hand, thinking of the particular rock he had snagged a moment ago. Summon item. The rock appeared quickly. He tossed it in the air a bit, thinking about the possibilities. Since I lost the rock's points, it costs 12 points in total to resummon it, Izuku thought. But if I get something like that book worth 80 points, I can create a copy for only 10 points. So that means... Izuku looked around and saw that the agent tailing him was now on their phone. He sighed, wondering what they could be reporting. Then a thought crossed his mind. Something he normally would have never done. He made his way towards the agent, who was momentarily distracted. Moving around the tree to approach their blind spot, Izuku reached out and suddenly snagged their phone from their hand. Hey, what the... By the time the man looked at Izuku, he had already devoured the phone. Izuku smiled and gave a small wave to him. Hi sir, Izuku said politely. Not funny kid. Where's my... Izuku suddenly handed him his phone. The man took it, looking at it before shaking his head. I know this SCKS for you, but try to understand that we're here for your safety, the agent told him, before focusing on typing on his phone. Sir, I'm sorry. Izuku turned and walked away. He gulped, his hand a bit shaky as he looked down at the smug-looking expression of Musabori. How much was that phone worth? A whopping 100 points, and smooth job making a copy, Musabori commented with a snicker. He'll never know the difference. So it's really an exact replica, Izuku spoke, a bit wowed by that. Now he could test his hypothesis. He took a seat where the agent could see him still, but he faced away so his exact actions would be unknown. Create item, Izuku muttered. The phone appeared in his hand. He looked it over, then spoke, Devour. The device was enveloped in darkness and disappeared. Izuku looked down at Musabori, who seemed to be looking away in thought. Well? It seems like copies are only worth a small amount based on what the original item was worth. Izuku sighed. So, it's a bust? Nah, that replica of the phone gave you 20 points. I got a feelin' that if you did another one, it'd only be worth a fifth of that too. It's really like a game, Izuku said, slinking back, defeated. Like somebody balanced it out? Musabori sighed, and Izuku felt like he was pacing around in his mindscape. It is pretty weird, ain't it? Like, why do I exist? Why can I think? Musabori let out a noise of frustration. If only there was a book or something that'd conveniently tell us everything. That's how it'd work in a game, yeah. Books. Izuku shot up and started to jog off. The sun was descending towards the horizon when Izuku reached his destination, an old bookstore that he had occasionally visited with his mother. Once inside, he nodded politely to the old owner, who didn't pay him much mind. Don't think about what you're doing. It's fine. Izuku went to where he couldn't be seen, grabbing a very dusty book. He used his quirk, the book vanishing. Nice. That sucker was 60 points. So, not all books count as the same, because their contents are different, Izuku spoke softly, smiling a bit. I can do this. He created a copy of the book, putting it back. Then he moved to the next book on the shelf, repeating the process. He did this over and over, trying to move around the store and not look too suspicious. Eventually, he found a book that actually seemed interesting, involving the history of quirks, and checked out with it. "Thank you so much," Izuku told the shopkeep with a lot of enthusiasm. As he exited the store, he smiled down at Musabori, feeling a bit of exhilaration. "How much?" "Heh. Why don't you see for yourself? You got a skill to see now. It's status." Izuku nodded. "Status?" He gasped a bit, surprised as words and numbers began to fill his vision, a couple of meters in front of him. His eyes scanned it all, and he felt a bit dizzy from the intense possibilities of it all. Point total, 840. 5 points, summon item. 10 points, create item. 20 points, reconstruct item. 100 points, deprivation. 200 points, restoration. 500 points, permanent, vision of the void. 800 points, manipulation. Izuku looked up at the fading daylight, deciding to return home to think about it all. "So, I found a way to grind points," essentially he thought. "This quirk, it's so much more than I could have imagined." As he reached his home, he looked back and saw that the agent was getting into their car. The fact that he never approached him meant the phone must for sure be working fine. "Musabori." "HM? What is it? Why did you attack my mother?" There was silence for a moment. Izuku was still standing at his doorstep, hesitant to enter a place that held such negative memories now. Musabori sighed. "When I'm hungry, I kinda lose control, what can I say?" Izuku could feel the truth in his words, but it was missing something. Musabori knew more than he was letting on, and Izuku wanted to press him on that, but using his quirk so much had left him feeling a bit weak. "Hungry, in fact. Well, let's have dinner." Yeah, that might be a good idea." Summer came and went, and fall seemed to end in the blink of an eye. The U.A entrance exams were fast approaching, set to happen near the beginning of spring, exciting every hopeful middle schooler in town. Izuku had done well thus far to hide his newfound quirk from his classmates. He had accepted their constant mocking, deciding long ago that getting into U.A was all he really needed to do to show them what he's worth. However, fate unfortunately had other plans for him. One day, during a particularly rowdy day for Izuku's middle school class, everyone seemed riled up to talk about their future high school endeavors. "I can't wait to be as cool as Best Jeanist," someone had said. "Why wouldn't you want to be All Might or Endeavor? They're way cooler." Izuku smirked a bit at his classmates' comments as he jotted down some thoughts into his journals, which was one of many he kept to note different quirks and heroes' information inside. Now, his newest journals had mainly been about his quirk and ways to utilize his skills he had been slowly acquiring. "What's with that look, Deku?" someone snickered, popping an All Might Bnur again over his name being mentioned. There was resounding laughter, and as he ignored it, staring down at his journal, someone crumpled up some paper and threw it at him. But he suddenly caught it with his right hand without looking up, and in an instant, the paper shriveled up and vanished. The room got quiet. Izuku, surprised by the lack of noise, looked up and saw that the entire class was staring at him in shock. Then he realized why and gasped. "See crap. Deku." The boiling voice of none other than Katsuki Bakugo rumbles through the silence. Everyone parted, looking nervous as they watched the boy with the explosive temper approach Izuku's desk. "What the hell was that?" Izuku gulped, quickly closing his journal. "It's just..." Bakugo slammed his hands down onto his desk, looking down at him with a fierce look. "You have a quirk, don't you?" Bakugo scowled. "I thought your nerd butt face looked more smug these days." Their classmates began to mutter amongst themselves, which only seemed to make Bakugo's fierce look grow angrier. Izuku held up his hands defensively. "It's not much, it's just, not much. We could smoke this punk." Izuku mentally kicked Musabori. "Oh yeah." Bakugo gave a wicked grin. "Go on and show us your quirk, nerd." "That's during class time?" "Yes, you fucking dork." Bakugo, patience all gone, reached out towards Izuku, his hand sparking. A small explosion occurred from Bakugo's palm. As the smoke cleared, he was surprised to find that Izuku was no longer in his seat. Instead, he was now standing a few meters away, looking confidently at Bakugo. Their classmates were shocked. He dodged. Midoriya's got a scary look. Scarier than usual. Bakugo too. Izuku's confidence wavered a bit as he saw that Bakugo was overflowing with anger, his eyes offering a death sentence to Izuku. "Hey! Everyone have a seat already," came the voice of their teacher up front, having just arrived. He smacked a book on his lectern and looked over at Izuku and Bakugo. "Midoriya. Bakugo. Take your seats." Bakugo slowly turned away towards his desk, but as he began to walk, he looked back over his shoulder and muttered, "After class, you're dead, nerd." Needless to say, Izuku wasn't looking forward to the final bell like he usually was. As it chimed, Izuku was quick to escape the classroom before anyone else. He briskly made his way through the hallway, but looking back, he could see two of his classmates that were usually Bakugo's lackeys following him. Gotta get away, gotta get away. Izuku made his way towards the stairs, but found that Bakugo was coming up the stairs already. How? He continued down the hall instead, passing a stairwell leading to the. However, beyond the stairs, Bakugo also appeared, smirking wickedly. Izuku gasped and ran up the stairs towards the rooftop. The door was locked, but that didn't mean much to Izuku, as he used deprivation to dissolve the handle, deciding he'll fix it later. Once out onto the rooftop, he came to a sliding halt, as he saw that Bakugo was waiting for him there. "Hey there, nerd," he said, smirking as he cracked his knuckles. "Glad you showed." Izuku turned and saw their two classmates blocking the door. One of them used a quirk to lure me here, Izuku thought, realizing the Bakugos he kept seeing must have been faked somehow. "I can still get away though." As Izuku turned back to Bakugo, he saw the boy's outstretched hand reaching towards his face. He hadn't even heard him coming, and Izuku's unfamiliarity with any sort of physical confrontation left him unsure of what to do. Luckily, Izuku wasn't alone. "Get down, you idiot." Izuku quickly ducked, as Bakugo sent an explosion right over his head. "Sock it to him. Go on." Izuku clenched his right fist tightly. He had never done anything like this, nor had he ever really considered it. Wasn't this what heroes did? They stood their ground and fought. Throwing his fist up, Izuku connected with Bakugo's jaw hard. This made him stagger backwards, seemingly stunned by the blow. Behind him, Izuku could hear noises of surprise. "Don't let the goons distract ya, you gotta capitalize on this." But I don't even want to fight," Izuku muttered. "Welcome to the real world, idiot." Diamin, he's already back in it." Bakugo, recovering, spat some blood to the side, cracking his fingers as he stood up and grinned at Izuku. "So the fucking nerd throws punches now, Iwai?" Bakugo made tiny explosions pop at his palms. "Now I don't gotta hold back at all." "How can I get out of this?" Musabori sighed. "You aren't weak like you used to be," he told him. "You gonna waste this opportunity to take me for a spin?" Izuku gulped and raised his fists, realizing that Musabori was right, unfortunately. About becoming the greatest hero, Izuku told himself. "I have to take the steps towards becoming the hero I want to be, and that means not letting Kaken do whatever he wants." Bakugo held a hand behind himself, and it exploded, propelling him straight towards Izuku at a speed that, normally, would have been too much for Izuku to respond to. But not anymore. After all, Izuku had some upgrades. As soon as he saw the opening, Izuku took it, running forward and sliding right under Bakugo's oncoming fist. The spiky-haired boy was only surprised for a moment, before turning and throwing out an explosion, which Izuku avoided by rolling to the side. "Where you goin', Deku?" Bakugo growled. "You chicken now all of a sudden?" Before Izuku could say anything, Bakugo suddenly threw something at him. Izuku instinctively ducked the thrown object, which seemed to be a small piece of rubble, but that proved to be a mistake as Bakugo suddenly exploded towards him. "Crap." Izuku's eyes flashed with a slight blue haze, and he held his right hand out towards Bakugo's outstretched hand. "Die." Bakugo smirked as he made a big explosion that surely would have had the power to KO Izuku instantly. However, the smoke bellowed out and then began to converge, swirling around Izuku's hand before vanishing completely. Bakugo's eyes widened, and Izuku grit his teeth, worried about his next action. Energy release. Izuku muttered, and suddenly, the same explosion blasted out from his hand, sending Bakugo flying back across the rooftop. The force of the blast made Izuku stagger and fall back onto his butt. He winced, slowly getting up, feeling a bit exhausted already as he saw the dust and smoke settling a little ways off where Bakugo had landed. I wasn't sure I could absorb it, Izuku thought, sighing in relief. That was lucky. Izuku had picked up quite a few skills over the past few months. Notably, he had unlocked the Vision of the Void permanent skill, which, when activated, enhanced his perception many times over. That, along with energy absorption and energy release, were only a couple of the things he had garnered, and they were already enough to fight against the top student in their school. I don't have many points left, so I hope that this was all. He glanced at his status as he thought of the skill, bringing it up in his vision. Point total, 1330. 5 points, summon item. 10 points, create item. 20 points, reconstruct item. 100 points, deprivation. 200 points, restoration. 500 points, permanent, Vision of the Void, unlocked. 800 points, manipulation. 1000 points, force absorption. 1000 points, energy release. 4000 points, permanent, breath of the void. Izuku's point total growth had slowed a bit over time. The strategy he had used to increase his total just wasn't worth the strain, in the end, as using his quirk too much tended to physically drain him for a while. He needed to find a way to earn higher point amounts, but bigger objects tended to weaken him almost instantly, thus his current level of points seemed like a tough ceiling to break through. At least, to his relief, Musabori hadn't changed physically since growing his mouth. What the hell are you thinking about? You're in a fi. Izuku's vision went blurry as he was suddenly punched hard from the side. Then another punch landed in his gut, then another across his chin, which sent him falling back to the ground. As he fell, he saw Bakugo, his uniform scuffed, glaring at him. Don't get cocky, Bakugo managed through his clenched teeth. Crap. Can't focus. Izuku fell back onto his back, and felt too out of it to do anything as Bakugo stood over him. Grabbing Izuku by the collar, Bakugo lifted him up a bit, raising his other fist. Maybe if you'd stayed quirkless, you wouldn't get your butt kicked, Bakugo spat. Then, as his fist came down for a final strike, Izuku's vision faded to black. But he wasn't fully unconscious. There was a peculiar noise that rang out, one that terrified him. The sound of flesh ripping and blood being spilled. Mom? He remembered what had happened when he let Musabori have control, even for a moment. He thought about his childhood friend Bakugo, and wondered what might happen if he went unconscious and Musabori could do as he pleased. Never again. That was enough for Izuku to wake up again, having just taken a hard downwards punch from Bakugo. He let out a gasp as all of his pain caught up with him, and Bakugo seemed surprised that Izuku was still conscious. The hell? Summon item. Izuku lifted his right hand, thinking of several items, which he released all at once. The many books that spilled out made Bakugo back up to avoid them, confused, and that was the moment Izuku needed to do his next move. Manipulation. Sitting up, Izuku held his shaky hand at Bakugo, and suddenly, black tendrils sprang out from the rooftop, grasping onto his legs and arms. What the hell is this? Bakugo tried to pull away, scowling as he tried to fight against their strength, being held in place. I'm out of points. Psst. Izuku lunged forward, stumbling and struggling, nearly falling over as he ran at Bakugo, rearing his right fist back ready to strike him. Kaken! Bakugo growled, shouting in gargled anger as he struggled against the tendrils. Deku! Then, as Izuku threw what would be the last punch he could muster, something came in and pushed Izuku away, making him stumble and fall to the ground. Coughing from the exertion of the fight, Izuku looked over and saw one of their teachers standing not far off, shaking his head. His arm, which he had extended using his quirk, returned to normal. Two bright students. Reduced to this, the teacher spoke. And this close to the entrance exams? The tendrils released Bakugo, who fell to his knees, breathing a bit heavily as well. They both looked away from the teacher and each other, the ramifications catching up to them. Izuku hit the ground out of frustration, shaking his head, wondering where he's gotten the confidence to be doing things he normally wouldn't do. My Quirk, taking over? This who I'm gonna be? For once, Musabori was quiet, and that only added to Izuku's anguish. Izuku and Bakugo sat far apart from each other, both not looking up at the school's principal, who was quite the burly man, with thick-rimmed glasses and slicked-back white hair. His eyes peered disdainfully from one to the other from behind his desk. It's a big disappointment, you know, he began. There was a lot of hope that students from our humble school might be able to attend U.A. The principal spread his hands before himself. Bakugo, you in particular were very much favored for such a thing. Your athletics and your grades reflected as such. And Midoriya, while your grades have always been excellent, your quirklessness had put your future in question, yet. He leaned in a bit. It appears a quirk has manifested. Izuku nodded without looking at the man. Why yes sir, he responded softly. That's good, but not what you two have done here today. The man sighed before continuing, fighting at school, destroying school property, endangering other students. Blah blah blah, what's this big fatty's deal? Fighting is natural, Musabori's voice said in Izuku's mind. Shut up, Izuku hissed silently. What was that? Izuku looked up at the principal, gulping, seeing the ire in the man's expression. Nothing, sorry. The principal shook his head. I have only one option for you both, immediate expulsion. He held up a hand as the both of them sat up, ready to say something. However, because losing two students with potential excellent futures is against my own desires, I will offer you your only chance to get into UA. Izuku and Bakugo watched the man intensely as he opened a file on his desk and pushed it towards them. A select few students are allowed to participate in a special test, the principal began. To be accepted as special recommendation students. Oh, that sounds fancy. Izuku ignored Musabori as he took in this new information. Some students were allowed into U.A just because of being recommended for the school? Izuku figured those students must usually be the kids of great heroes, or their quirks proved to have incredible potential, or maybe both. Whatever, Bakugo said, looking away again. I can handle any test, I'm getting into U today, whether it's from this school or not. The principal smirked. I figured you would try, with your tenacity, Bakugo. And Midoriya, he looked to Izuku. This sort of recommendation doesn't come lightly. Yours isn't coming from me, but rather, someone I know who has been watching the progress of your quirk. Izuku blinked at the man, confused. Someone else? He nodded. Yes. Your quirk shows heavy potential, and with your smarts, it could take you far, as long as you don't repeat the incredibly reckless behavior you both have shown today. Bakugo was clearly struggling to not say anything, his arms crossed and his body literally shaking a bit as he gritted his teeth. Is there something you need to say, Bakugo? I shouldn't be in the same boat as this nerd, Bakugo said in a shakily calm voice, as if he could explode at any time. I'm the only one who'll make it into UA me. The principal surprisingly smiled at this. Then show us all during the test. Since you are both from the same school, you will be doing the test separately, of course. But let's see who can win in the end. Why? Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about everything that had occurred. He was able to fight Bakugo, and potentially even win. That was something he never would have imagined being possible, since the spiky-haired boy he had known from childhood had often overpowered him with his incredible quirk. Then there was their principal's demeanor about the whole thing. It was obvious he was pushing them to succeed. The fact that they were both to be suspended temporarily, pending investigation, was only to mask the fact that they were being allowed to take the special recommendation test. This wasn't what I wanted. It might be even harder than the normal entrance exams, Izuku thought as he reached his home, stopping at the door. My mom's been through a lot already, how will she take this? His mother had returned a month after the incident, all smiles for her son. He felt the disconnect between them, however, and kept away from her more than he ever had, afraid of how she might secretly hate him now. I'm such a bad son, he thought with a sigh. Izuku opened the door, stepping inside. He could smell the distinct aroma of coffee, and walked in to find his mother sitting at the table across from a stranger. He blinked at them both. Mom. Inko nodded to her son, smiling reassuringly at him and motioning to the table. Izuku, can you sit for a moment? Izuku put his bag down and sat at the table. He was glad that the principal had given them new uniforms before they left. After all, he didn't want to worry his mother with his scuffed and ruined outfit, but he knew he'd have to tell her eventually. Hello, Izuku said to the stranger, trying his best smile despite the stressful day. It was a woman wearing a black suit, with a purple tie. Her brown hair was tied back neatly, and she wore a peculiar sash on her arm that held an unfamiliar purple symbol on it. After taking a sip of the coffee before her, the woman smiled to Izuku. Hello Izuku, I've been talking to your mother about some important topics involving your quirk. Musabori scoffed. Here we go. Always about me, can't help being the center of attention, I guess. Izuku clenched his fist a bit. Oh? But what about it? The woman's smile dropped. Let me introduce myself first. You can call me Akemi, and I work for SQI, the Sentient Quirk Initiative. Izuku couldn't stop the shocked reaction at that name. Sentient? Quirks? Akemi smiled at his reaction. Izuku, I have a very important question for you. It is a difficult one, but does your quirk make you do things involuntarily? Feeling like his heart was going to explode out of his chest, Izuku had to take a moment to think. At first, he had decided not to tell anyone about Musabori, because doing so might create issues. But if this woman can help, then maybe. Inko leaned in a bit, reaching out and touching Izuku's clenched fist. He looked up at her reassuring smile. It's okay Izuku, she reassured him. You can tell us anything. He wavered, remembering that terrible night and what Musabori had done. Maybe he really was in over his head? Maybe if you'd stayed quirkless, you wouldn't get your butt kicked. Bakugo had told him that during their fight, and it was true. Maybe Izuku would have struggled trying to reach his dream, but he might have hit a ceiling eventually, before even getting a chance to truly prove himself. Running away now from all of this was the safe answer. I've proven I'm stronger, proven that I can beat Kaken. Izuku took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment. A memory recalled itself without any effort, likely from Musabori, as he saw his mother's sadness for her son when he was devastated by being labeled quirkless. How she had hugged him and cried with him. Thanks, Musabori. No, Izuku spoke calmly, looking towards Akemi. I've lost control before, but I've always been the one who's utilized my quirk. Izuku could see a flash of pain on his mother's face out of the corner of his eye. She instinctively rubbed her neck, where a scar still remained, but Izuku stayed confident as she looked at the woman. She eyed him for a moment, then sat back and took another sip of her coffee. I see, Akemi spoke after a moment. As the name implies, SQI investigates a very rare occurrence, in which quirks can manifest in a way that allows them to gain intelligence. Such a thing exists? Scary, Inko commented. Akemi nodded. It can be. Though I cannot disclose sensitive details, I can tell you that even one of the top heroes of Japan has such a quirk. Izuku was surprised to hear this. A top hero? The woman smiled a bit. That's right. Having one doesn't mean that you're crazy, you know. Her intense amber gaze fell on Izuku again, making him look away, worried that she would somehow be able to read his deception. I see. Well, I'm not one of those, Izuku insisted. Well, Akemi spoke, standing up and nodding to them both. If anything changes, do contact us please. It's for the safety of everyone. As she walked around the table, passing Izuku, she put a hand on his shoulder, whispering to him. Good luck on the special recommendation. As Izuku's mother scrambled up and went to let their guest out, Izuku could only sit there, staring down at his hands. Does that mean? Looks like our troubles only get deeper. Should we be worried? Musabori made a noise of contemplation, then responded, Nah, we just gotta get stronger, right? If we can do that, nothing else matters. Izuku nodded, not quite agreeing fully, but understanding that getting stronger now had to be his main goal. He stood and walked towards the front, where the front door had now closed. His mother turned, surprised to see him standing there. I have to tell you what happened today. Weeks later, with the test set to happen tomorrow, Izuku was sitting at his desk, the lamp illuminating his open journal, which was littered with notes and questions about his quirk. I've maxed out my current points and devoured some helpful items so that I'm ready for tomorrow, he thought, and I managed to get that other permanent skill, whatever it does. He then brought up his status screen, staring at it intensely. Point total, 5,800. 5 points, summon item. 10 points, create item. 20 points, reconstruct item. 100 points, deprivation. 200 points, restoration. 500 points, permanent, vision of the void, unlocked. 800 points, manipulation. 1,000 points, force absorption. 1,000 points, energy release. 4,000 points, permanent, breath of the void, unlocked. 5,000 points, execution. What the heck is that new skill? There wasn't time to test it, but there was no way he was going to even consider using a skill with the name, execution, without testing it first. Not to mention it was expensive, gathering all those points again was a tiring feat still, and Izuku wondered if it would ever get easier. Musabori, why do some of your skills have a sort of evil vibe to them? Musabori scoffed, and Izuku looked down at his eye, which rolled. I'm deeply offended by that. Are you accusing me of something? Izuku looked at the list. Just a lot of, I don't know, stuff that can kill people? Are you implying that a punch from All Might couldn't kill a man? That's dish, Izuku thought for a moment. I guess. Musabori stared at Izuku. It's about how you use the power, ain't it? The responsibility of it. Now you aren't the brightest, but I'm sure you can get behind that concept. Izuku sighed. I feel like you told me this already. Also, you don't have to insult me all the time, you know. If I don't, you'll stay a little weakling. Ha! Deciding to change the subject, Izuku smiled a bit as he thought about what Akemi had told him. A top hero has a sentient quirk? I wonder what it's like. He wondered aloud. Nothing like me, I'd bet. Izuku chuckled. I'm sure that's true. Maybe I'm just crazy, but I hope that we have a long friendship. We're friends? Izuku could have sworn he felt his hand feel hotter for a moment. Idiot. This is 100% a business partnership. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, closing his journal and turning off the lamp. All right. Well, partner, we have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Are you ready? Always. The special recommendation exam was being held a week before the normal exam, and began with an interview with 2 of the faculty members. Needless to say, Izuku was having trouble keeping his cool. Being a huge fan of heroes his entire life, it was tough when he ended up being interviewed by Ectoplasm and the blood hero, Vlad. Both were very formidable heroes whose quirks always resulted in great moments, all of which Izuku had watched on video several times. So, your quirk is new, huh? Izuku was barely able to snap out of his trance, nodding to Vlad after the man had spoke. The hero was well built and wore his signature costume of red and white, with a tube running from his back to his left glove. He eyed Izuku seriously, then shook his head. There's no way a newbie with a quirk can make it into you, Vlad said, his voice getting louder and more stern. This is a place for the top of the top. How can we know you won't just get yourself killed? Under normal circumstances, Izuku might have cracked under such pressure, but he'd been through a lot over the past year, and he wasn't actually alone, even if nobody else could ever know about Musabori's existence. The voice he had once considered to be annoying had sort of become his closest companion, another mind to bounce ideas off of. So noisy. Don't let them get to you, brat. Izuku took a deep breath and nodded. I know that I'm new to my quirk, but... Izuku clenched a fist at the thought of his struggles. My quirk is strong, really strong. And even though I've got it under control more than ever, I can see that it really has limitless potential. Ectoplasm seemed intrigued by this, looking down at the files spread out on the table before them. It says here that you describe your quirk as being many different things, the pro-hero questioned. Please elaborate further. While not as large and intimidating as Vlad, Ectoplasm's costume certainly intimidated anyone who looked upon it up close for the first time. Musabori had come up with a decent cover story to use for now, something to get people off of their back when they asked about his incredibly complex quirk. Izuku lifted his hand in the air, opening it with his palm facing up. I can store objects as well as energy and like the force from blasts, Izuku began. It all goes to a sort of pocket dimension. That's the base explanation. What's this from your sponsor, something about tentacles? Sponsor? I guess that's what the SQI could be called. But I'm afraid it's more like a witch hunt than anything else, Izuku thought nervously, thinking that the mysterious organization must be out to contain such abilities. And they saw the fight against Kaken. What's up with those guys? That's just it. I can turn objects I've absorbed into, well, tendrils. Is that a question? Or are you still unsure about your quirk dash? Izuku waved with his hands to interrupt Ectoplasm's words. No, just that, it's hard to explain how I feel exactly. Isn't that why a lot want to come to U.A? To HRSS their skills. Izuku patted his chest and looked down at the table. I just want the chance I thought I'd never have. To be like All Might one day, or at least as close as I can possibly manage. The two pro-heroes exchanged a look, then jotted down some notes before nodding to Izuku. That'll be all then, Ectoplasm stated neutrally. While the interview is analyzed, you'll be attending the written portion of the exam. That's it? The dark-suited hero nodded. That is all. With that, Izuku exited the room, feeling incredibly awful about how it went. Luckily, the written portion of the exam proved to be something more familiar to him. Well, that would have been the case had the test proctor not been an incredibly scary-looking hero that only Izuku figured he knew due to his very modest record. Izuku glanced up at the man, who looked very unkempt and exhausted, and seemed like he was sleeping. However, Izuku could occasionally feel a tingle, like a sense of danger, and figured that he was definitely watching them. When I looked into what pro-heroes might have sentient quirks, I saw some things about him. Almost as if sensing Izuku's thoughts, Eraserhead's eyes opened a bit, and Izuku felt like something was ripped away from him. He tried his best not to gasp, looking down at his right hand shakily, where Musabori usually was. There was nothing there. Musabori? After a few moments, his eye and mouth appeared once more. He blinked and looked around, then squinted suspiciously at Izuku. What the hell was that? I felt the power drain from me. Like I couldn't speak to ya anymore. Izuku looked down at his test, trying to stay calm. That's Eraserhead's quirk. So it can contain Musabori? He had realized over time that Musabori's eye wasn't visible to everyone around them. It seemed unnoticeable to any onlookers, yet his mouth certainly had worked against his mother. Thus, Izuku decided that Musabori must be purposefully keeping himself hidden from others when he wishes to. Don't be getting any crazy ideas now. If I'm gone, your power's gone? No. Izuku wasn't sure if that was actually the truth, but decided to drop it, finishing off the test, feeling fairly confident after that. However, that confidence began to waver greatly as he and the others gathered around at one of U.A.'s many track fields. Not only was everyone else very calm and collected, very sure of their abilities and their pasts, but ahead of them was a crazy-looking amusement park-like obstacle course. Hey everybody! Are you ready? The voice hero, present Mike, was the proctor for this portion. He attempted to hype up the large group of students who didn't oblige to his shenanigans. Well, with the written test over, now it's a show of your physical skills. That's right. Present Mike exclaimed loudly. Use your quirks to your full potential to reach the finish line. What seemed like a straightforward explanation was surely counteracted by the huge obstacle course behind the pro-hero. As the groups were separated into bundles of 10, Izuku was with the first group to go. Get a load of these guys, Musabori said with a small chuckle. Izuku glanced over at the others. Check out the guy with the half-colored hair. What's up with that? To Izuku's left was, indeed, a very peculiar boy with half red, half white hair. He had a distinct scarring over his left eye, and the distant look in his icy blue eyes showed that he had a lot on his mind. Then, entirely flipping the somber attitude on its head, was a tall, broad boy, with a determined smile, seemingly having a lot of fun with the event. Present Mike had called them Inasa Yurashi and Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki? On Izuku's other side was a boy with pale skin, beige hair, and what appeared to be his teeth outside of his mouth. Present Mike had called him Juzo Hananuki, and he didn't seem to be bothered by any of this, something Izuku could definitely respect. Start! Before Izuku had any more time to think, they set off. The boy with the dual-colored hair shot ahead by propelling himself forward with ice that formed near his feet, while the very enthusiastic guy, Inasa, seemed to propel himself forward using wind, flying after him. Defisa Todoroki? Why the ice? Izuku couldn't help but wonder as he watched those two take off ahead of the competition. Does that really matter right now, kid? Izuku gritted his teeth as he came up to the first obstacle. The path went up, and eventually hit a sharp incline, going straight up into the air. He hesitated for a moment, watching as Juzo seemed to create pockets of quicksand or something when he touched the wall, moving up it. The other applicants seemed to also hesitate, so Izuku knew he had to think fast. But, do you think it's possible? Izuku wondered to Muzabori, thinking of his plan. Worth a shot, shrimp? Izuku nodded and jumped, slamming his hand against the wall. At the same moment, he thought about using his deprivation skill. As his hand reached the wall, that spot became very crumbled and worn. However, this made it impossible to get a grip, making Izuku fall right back down, stumbling as he tried to make sure he didn't sprain an ankle or something. Any other ideas? He muttered to himself, seeing that both Todoroki and Yurashi had cleared the steep cliff and were moving on. Muzabori let out a sneer. Geez, I thought you wanted me to stop making fun of you, yet here you are, overthinking an easy solution. What do you dash? Izuku stopped as thoughts popped up in his mind, sent from Muzabori. He nodded in understanding. Got it. Taking a breath, Izuku readied himself, pointing a hand up towards the wall. Manipulation. In his mind, he imagined what he wanted, several small tendrils to emerge up along the wall to act as support for him. Small pools of darkness appeared in intervals up the entirety of the wall, surprising Juzo, who was near the top now. Izuku quickly grabbed the first one, and began to pull himself up, climbing as fast as he could. It's pretty tall. Did that use more than the 800 points required? Seems like it, but not too much. As Izuku reached the top, he saw that he wasn't too far behind Juzo, but the other two were making good headway across what could only be described as a waterslide with a raging, rocky river flowing down the obstacle course. How can I catch up? Izuku brought up his status screen as he ran, looking at all of his options. Breath of the Void. If I activate it, I think it enhances my stamina, but I've never tested how much. Muzabori scoffed. Better late than never. It really was no or never, and after all, it wasn't that strange, execution skill at least. The only person who might get hurt was Izuku. Thus, he activated it. Breath of the Void. There was a strange sensation that filled Izuku's body, like the blood in his veins was starting to rush like a raging river through him. He started to take longer strides in his run, practically bouncing forward and feeling all his weariness and exhaustion fading from him in an instant. As he passed up Juzo in a matter of seconds and rounded the corner, heading towards the raging river, Izuku was smiling. Amazing! Reaching the end of the river, he leaped confidently, easily clearing several times what he could have done normally. He landed on top of a tall rock, then, without letting up, jumped again to another, and then another. Muzabori whistled, impressed. You've got hops, kid. Let's get those OPBS up there. As Izuku got to the halfway point of the river, he gazed up ahead on the obstacle course, which seemed to get higher and higher as they went. While Vision of the Void naturally made his vision and senses better, he could activate it by using points over time, and with it, he could see clearly how far Todoroki and Yurashi were, seeing them entering an area that was full of some sort of turret that was firing a mud-like substance at them. Gotta close the distance. Gotta go further. Musabori, how much is the uptake on using Breath of the Void? Well, I'm no math wizard, but it seems like you're purging at least 5 points a second right now. That's gonna add up, but I need to push it. I need to go even further beyond. Thinking of his favorite hero, All Might, going above and beyond with overwhelming power, Izuku let out a battle cry, the raging river in his veins turning into an all-out, constant flow that broke beyond his body's limits. He could feel pain in his limbs echoing through him, and felt his heart pulsating wildly and pounding in his ears. He exploded forward from the rock he was occupying, clearing the rest of the river in an instant, easily a 40-meter leap. Manipulation. Izuku was prepared, his burst of speed and power too much to handle as he nearly went flying off the course. As he slid across the ground, he leaned down, grabbing hold of the tendril he had summoned there. Using it as an anchor, he managed to swing himself around and towards the path that was lined with turrets. There was a loud mechanical whir as they all turned and bore down at him. The first few fired, then the others followed suit, sending volleys of a strange mucky substance his way. Izuku wasn't perturbed, activating his vision of the void, not sure if using all of these skills would mess with him or not. As the first blast came in, his hands flew up quickly. Devour! 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 He absorbed the muck, his arms trembling from all of the effort he was exerting. Devour! 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 The turrets kept firing volleys at him, and the constant use of his quirk was starting to make him stumble as he ran quickly, faster than he could have ever thought possible. Sure enough, Todoroki and Urashi were up ahead of him, and he was closing in quickly. The turrets all fired at once this time, surrounding him with what could have been a devastating attack. Izuku spread his hands out, feeling his body go numb, only acting on his senses and willpower at this point. Musabori knew what he was thinking, and let out a laugh. Yes, kid, you're all good. Hit him. Execution. At his call, Musabori moved Izuku's arms for him, knowing that the boy couldn't do it himself anymore. Izuku's arms swept around him, and several pitch-black waves of energy shot out in every direction, slashing through the oncoming muck, and completely disintegrating them afterwards. The after-effect was similar to what his deprivation skill could do, though seemingly much more potent. Even in his state of exhaustion, Izuku had made sure not to send any blades ahead or behind him, just in case someone else got hit, but of course, this proved to be a fatal mistake. A shot of muck hit his leg from behind, immediately hardening. The sudden added weight made him stumble, and he quickly deactivated his 2 permanent skills. As he stumbled forward, he looked at Todoroki and Urashi ahead of him with hazy vision. Past them. At this point, Izuku was only managing a sort of jog born of his momentum and adrenaline, but it was wearing thin quickly. You should hang back, kid. I got this now, Musabori told him. But do it, Izuku insisted in his mind. This is my buddy. Yeah. Look, kid, you've got no points left really, Musabori pointed out, bringing up Izuku's sheet, showing that he currently only had 150 points. Trust me, I can take us to the end here. There was no way Izuku would do such a thing, not yet. Even if he could trust Musabori fully one day, he could only think of the damage his quirk had done. He was thankful for his power, but he couldn't forget that he should fear it as well. Then we're using those points to go plus ultra. Mimicking his hero, he mentally activated his breath of the void once more, his body rushing forward. Almost as soon as the wind hit him from his increased speed, Izuku lost consciousness. Then he came to as he passed the finish line, his eyes wide. He deactivated his skill and went tumbling, then falling forward, until he lay on his back, breathing intense, gasping breaths. Good work, entrant number 63. You got third, the voice hero exclaimed from nearby with intense enthusiasm. Izuku couldn't bring himself to even register present mix exclamation as he lay there, focusing mainly on not dying, the after-effects of his exertion making him feel as though his blood was boiling. The sun above became blocked out as a figure leaned over him, smiling down at him. Wow. Good work, Midoriya, came the voice of Urashi, the broad guy offering him a hand. Izuku wasn't sure how he managed, but he lifted a hand and took it, being pulled up to his feet, standing woozily. Urashi, seemingly not noticing his condition, gave him a hard smack on the back of encouragement. You almost caught up to the #1 prospect, you know. And that Todoroki guy. You're not joke, he said with a laugh. Then, seeing Todoroki off nearby, he ran over to him. Hey, Todoroki. Good race dash. Izuku tuned out the rest of whatever Urashi said to Todoroki, succumbing to unconsciousness once more, feeling someone catching him as he fell into a deep slumber. In the realm of Izuku's mind, the boy awakened, opening his eyes to a strange pool of silver liquid. He looked around and then down, seeing that he was knee-deep in the liquid. All around him were piles and piles of skulls and bones rising out from the pool. Then he noticed them. Up atop one of the pillars of death sat a mysterious woman. She wore formal wear that seemed to be ripped straight from history, a very old, traditional black kimono, with her hair pulled back into a very long pink ponytail. Her face was a mask of swirling darkness that Izuku couldn't quite make out, but somehow he could tell that she was sad. The woman looked his way, and Izuku felt like his heart had stopped. Musabori, she spoke in a voice that sounded choked with sorrow. Musabori, why did you leave me here? As she lifted a hand and reached towards Izuku, the distance between them began to disappear in seconds. She got closer without even moving, and Izuku was terrified, gasping and taking a few steps back. As she was about to touch him, he felt himself enter a free fall. Then, Izuku woke up once more, seeing an unfamiliar white-tiled ceiling above him, and as the horrible nightmare dissipated slowly in his mind, he felt a tear roll down his cheek, and a single thought entered his mind, but it wasn't his own. As it turned out, Izuku had been taken to Urare's nurse after his collapse. The old woman, a former pro hero named Recovery Girl, had been on the scene, but decided his condition was too dire to treat right there on the spot. I don't know what you did, she chimed after Izuku had awoken again, but my quirk couldn't treat you properly. It uses your own stamina to heal your body, and you were well beyond your limit. After eating some food and getting healing from her, felt good to go after a couple of hours. He apologized for the inconvenience, but Recovery Girl had seen plenty of reckless kids through her years, shaking her head at him disapprovingly. Words mean nothing, it's about your actions from now on, the small old woman told him. Whatever you've done here, I won't always be there to help you out. Izuku nodded in understanding. I know, I'm sorry. I'll do better. I'm sure you will. After that, Izuku was discharged and allowed to return home while awaiting the exam's results. Once home, his mother embraced him tightly, a surprising gesture that left him a bit hesitant, bad memories entering his mind. Oh Izuku, I'm glad you're all right, Inko said, moving back and smiling at him. How did you do? He couldn't help but smile back. It took everything I had, but I think I did good. I know you did. His mother's encouragement had never ceased to help cheer him up. Inside, Izuku felt anything but confident. It wasn't about the exam, which he also had a bit of worry about, but it was something about the way his quirk had functioned with multiple skills going off at once, and what it did to him. There was a throbbing pain that still pinged at certain parts of his body sometimes. Recovery Girl had insisted his body will be sore for a while, but it felt. Musabori, Izuku began after he had entered his room after dinner, where did all that power come from? Izuku got the impression that Musabori had been busy with something and was looking up at the boy who had disturbed him with disinterest. Your skill, remember? I know, but that couldn't be me. Was it the points? Did they turn into energy or into blood? Or something? Musabori sighed. Look kid, I don't got all the answers. If you ask me, I'd bet that it just uses your body at its full potential. You know, no hesitation or limitations. Izuku sat down, rubbing his arm as a throbbing pain echoed through it. I don't know. It just felt wrong. Are you holding out on me? Pfft, in case you haven't realized, we're kinda linked here. Surely you'd be able to tell. I doubt that, Izuku muttered. I've never once heard your thoughts. He realized that wasn't true, remembering a vague dream he had while unconscious, the memories of it hazy, except for an unfamiliar thought that had crossed his mind. Anytime I try, it's like you're somewhere unreachable. Musabori let out a bellowing laugh. Nothing philosophical about it, kid. I just don't sit around thinking about every little thing like you do. Ha. Realizing it was pointless to push the subject, Izuku decided to drop it, summoning a pen without thinking about it and jotting down some notes about his questions in his journal. As he closed it, he brought up his status screen, studying it for a moment. Point total, 35. 5 points, summon item. 10 points, create item. 20 points, reconstruct item. 100 points, deprivation. 200 points, restoration. 500 points, permanent, vision of the void, unlocked. 800 points, manipulation. 1000 points, force absorption. 1000 points, energy release. 4000 points, permanent, breath of the void, unlocked. 5000 points, execution. 6000 points, class up. At some point, Izuku had managed to exceed his previous ceiling. He assumed that those hardening globs of muck that were shot at him had sent him over before he had utilized his execution ability. Class up. And the letters are bold and yellow, he thought as he gazed at them. There's no way. Even the basics of his quirk were astounding, being able to store and summon and even copy objects perfectly. And then came a wide variety of skills that seemed mainly focused on his combat capabilities. There was nothing out there in public record that even came close to these sort of capabilities. There's no way the SQI won't find out, Izuku thought, running a hand through his hair and sighing. What are they thinking right now? I'm sure they saw everything that happened. What could they be plotting? Izuku got his answer within moments. Before he knew it, he could feel there was something off about the room, and the hair stood up on the back of his neck as a chill ran through his spine. Setting his pen down on the table slowly, Izuku braced himself, then turned around in a quick instant. An invisible hand grasped his face, and he went unconscious immediately. Amber eyes pierced through the blackness, gazing at Izuku intensely as he awoke. After a few moments, he quickly tried to move his arms and legs, only to find that he was shackled to something, feeling metal restraints holding him in place. Wadash, Izuku's words were cut off as spotlights turned on, illuminating him in the darkness, the light flooding in and burning his eyes, causing him to turn away. Midoriya, came a familiar voice. Just try to relax. Please. Footsteps could be heard slowly approaching, and Izuku slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the bright lights as he saw Akemi of SQI coming closer. She stopped a few meters away, her arms crossed, wearing the same sort of uniform she had before with the purple armband on the sleeve of her dark suit. This isn't anything bad, but we've had to bring you in for questioning, Akemi insisted. Izuku gritted his teeth, feeling a strange surge of anger. Why can't just kidnap someone? What do you mean this isn't bad? She shook her head calmly. It's for your protection, mainly. We won't hurt you at all. My protection? From what? He struggled against the restraints, which seemed completely useless. Akemi's eyes narrowed. Yourself. Izuku stopped his squirming, gulping, looking down towards the floor. Myself? But it's just like I thought. They must know. The brunette lifted a hand in the air, and after a moment, the restraints holding onto Izuku suddenly opened up, freeing him. He fell to his feet, stumbling for a moment, before managing to stand up. He looked back, seeing the metal wall he had been latched to, before looking at Akemi once again, confused. Is that better? Izuku felt his face turn to a smirk. But that wasn't what he wanted. Then, a strange cackle emerged, and he realized it was coming from his own mouth. Much better. Horrified, Izuku turned his right hand upwards, but didn't see any sign of Musabori there. He then felt something on his right cheek shifting around, and Izuku's eyes widened in terror. Yeah, brat, I'm up here. Something wrong with that? Musabori's eye was now protruding from Izuku's cheek. He reached up and felt it there, his hands starting to tremble. Why are you there? Izuku let out a snort of laughter, which wasn't his doing, then spoke with Musabori's voice, saying, If you haven't figured anything out yet, then you're dumber than a rock. Just let the adults talk, how about it? Akemi looked distressed now, showing her teeth as she was nearly snarling at Izuku now. I'm sorry that we let him get this far. We shouldn't have been so cautious, she said through gritted teeth. What do you mean? Why you know dash. Musabori, came a man's voice from the darkness. The person came forward into the light, recognizable in an instant. We've dealt with him before. Many times. Best Jeanist, the current number 4 hero in Japan, was as regal and elegant as ever in his hero costume that had him in full denim from his legs up to a tall collar that concealed most of his face from view, his blonde hair combed neatly to one side. He pointed towards Izuku as he spoke again. Finding him usually takes a lot longer, you've lucked out. Tis as if, Musabori said through Izuku. Know how this goes, right? You can't get me because this kid is part of me now. Akemi looked over to Best Jeanist, as if ignoring Musabori's words. Did you bring the documents, Jeanist? Nodding, Best Jeanist made the threads of his costume disperse for a moment, revealing a folder within, which he produced and sent to Akemi via the threads, before they returned and reformed his costume once more. Opening the file, Akemi approached Izuku calmly, holding it out to him. He cautiously grabbed it, looking down, the eye of Musabori also reading. Both of them were stunned. What the hell is this? A new tactic? A trick? It's no trick, Akemi said bitterly, crossing her arms once more after moving a little ways away from them again. This is what we've decided is the best course of action. Izuku, caught in the crossfire of all of this, had no idea what to make of it. The document explained that Musabori, who was labeled as a sentient and dangerous quirk, classification demon, was to be allowed to exist within his current host, as long as the host accepted him for a new program. The Betterment program? It seemed like they were offering Izuku's quirk the opportunity for rehabilitation, as if he was just a person who had done some wrong deeds and needed guidance. Yet the way they were treating him right now made it feel like he probably did way more than just a few misgivings. Midoriya, correct? Best Jeanist looked at Izuku with a cool gaze. Musabori has existed for a long, long time. Hundreds of years, in fact. Hundreds? Izuku blinked, thinking about that. But quirks haven't been around that long dash. You are correct. Musabori exceeds the first ever quirk that we know of, Best Jeanist continued to explain. It is likely that he was not what we know as a quirk, but something else. As quirk cells began to appear in humans, he likely integrated with that sort of system, and thus gained a quirk of his own. A quirk of his own? Best Jeanist nodded. Any abilities you think you have are merely Musabori's. That hit Izuku like a truck. He shook his head. Oh, this is my quirk. The doctor's dash. You are quirkless, but Musabori has chosen you as his host, Best Jeanist insisted. Any signs of quirk genes? They are all his. Clenching his fists tightly, Izuku felt like falling to his knees and crying, frustration and sorrow filling him to the brim, but those feelings seemed to get forcefully stamped down, as he felt something inside of him beating them away and replacing them with anger. Yada yada. What the hell is the deal with this offer? Have you lot given up on chasing me? Akemi shrugged in a sort of helpless gesture. If it were up to me, we'd just keep trying to destroy you, she told him, but in this age where heroes rise to the occasion, a new opportunity has presented itself. Musabori scowled, baring Izuku's teeth for him, glaring at the two ahead of them. New opportunity? You hunt me like an animal for centuries, and I should take some sort of bargain? As soon as Izuku's body started to move, he suddenly felt restrained. He looked down, seeing that his clothes were tightly holding his body in place. Best Jeanist had one of his hands raised, his quirk being utilized to manipulate the threads in Izuku's clothes. Musabori, the difference this time is that I am here. Izuku's eyes widened a bit, and he looked up at Beast Jeanist. The words, I am here, were synonymous with All Might's words when he showed up to save the day, loudly proclaiming that to help reassure all the citizens around him. Unlike those with the SQI, I can see that your legacy, while drenched with blood, doesn't need to follow that path any longer, the pro-hero began. Your life can be different. You can become somebody once more. The anger in Izuku began to falter, but only a bit. You have no idea what you're talking about, Musabori spat. You humans, you're pathetic. I'll just break out of here, and if you want to kill this kid to get to me, be my guest. This isn't feudal Japan. This world has changed, Best Jeanist told him calmly. You can also change. Izuku felt a familiar sensation, looking down and realizing that Musabori was using the deprivation skill to start to decay his clothing. He panicked, thinking for it to stop, and managing to make it cease. "Diminic kid, this is my ability." Izuku's right hand managed to break out from the weakened clothes, reaching up and grabbing his own throat hard, making him gasp. Akemi and Jeanist took a step forward, ready to intervene, but they were surprised as Izuku gritted his teeth and managed to slowly pull his hand away, before holding it outstretched before him, obviously struggling with an invisible force. "And this is my body," Izuku spat in a strained voice. "Midoriya." Best Jeanist's sudden exclamation made the boy look up at him. "It isn't only Musabori. You must accept a harsh reality that will come from this arrangement." Confused, Izuku gasped in relief as Musabori stopped trying to use his arm. He felt the boiling rage inside of himself going strong, but his quirk, or whatever exactly he could call the voice now, seemed to be sulking. "This kid's just my current host. He's got nothing to do with it." "I told you he doesn't listen," Akemi told Best Jeanist. "All he does is kill, swap bodies, kill some more. This is pointless." "Saving lives is never pointless," Best Jeanist insisted. "Midoriya, you must give up your hopes for the future, in light of a better path, for you, Musabori, and the rest of the world." Izuku didn't know what to say, feeling shell-shocked. What do you mean?" "The only way for this to work is if you allow Musabori to share your body completely." Izuku felt Musabori shift inside of him, feeling a sort of questioning aura about him, the anger slowly fading. "That's right," Best Jeanist continued, "if you both live harmoniously in the same body and better each other, then it is the belief of I, and those at the highest parts of the Hero Public Safety Commission, have. Because heroes must think of how to save future lives as well." "What? The threads of Izuku's clothes lightened up, freeing him. He looked down at his hands, seeing his fingers twitching, knowing that Musabori was going through hundreds of thoughts at that moment. Then it settled on one thing, and Izuku's eyes widened. "Run dash." Suddenly, his body shot forward, straight towards Best Jeanist. He threw a right punch at the pro-hero, who moved to the side effortlessly. Then he sent a thread from his costume that latched onto Izuku's shirt, before throwing him up into the air. "Jeanist, don't hurt him." "I will not unless necessary," he insisted. Up above, Izuku grabbed hold of an iron support near the ceiling of the building, which seemed to be a large warehouse of sorts from what he could gather. Izuku wasn't in full control of his body anymore. He couldn't help it as Musabori used Devour on the support beam, taking it in whole, making him fall. As he descended, he resummoned the beam, sending it straight at Best Jeanist. Catching Cradle. The pro-hero moved his hands, making the threads of his clothes create a web-like barrier that managed to stop the large iron beam. However, his threads began to disintegrate as Musabori utilized his deprivation skill, falling through them and coming in towards the hero quickly. "Heroes don't exist. You're just a fantasy." Musabori used Izuku's body to throw out a strong punch, and Best Jeanist surprisingly took the blow without even trying to move, being struck and sliding backwards a little ways. As Izuku landed on the ground, half of his face smirked up at Best Jeanist, while the other looked horrified. Best Jeanist remained cool, standing tall and combing through his hair, a red mark on his cheek from the attack. "Heroes are your last chance." Musabori was stricken by this. The cool gaze of Best Jeanist, and the words that held immense truth within them, were starting to get to him. "Shut up, human. Can't you see?" Best Jeanist spread his hands out before himself. "There has never been a truth for you to pursue. Now here we are, we will accept you." Izuku felt himself regaining control, the anger within him starting to vanish completely. Then something cool touched his cheek, and he reached up to feel it. Tears? Crying? No, it was Musabori, but why? He decided to try, as he always had before, to see if he could peek into Musabori's thoughts. And this time, he succeeded. Izuku could see a vision of himself a few years ago, watching All Might on television, cheering when the incredible #1 hero defeated yet another villain. Izuku realized that he was watching himself from the outside, which meant that this was a memory from Musabori's perspective. You disgusted me. So full of hope, looking towards a shitty human idol. The memory shifted, as Izuku saw a rainy street, where a lanky man was pulling a knife from the gut of an older man, letting the man fall over. The knife-wielding man snickered and began to search the man. The scene got closer and closer, before vanishing. I'd always choose someone from the streets, someone who had the tenacity and killing nature that I needed. Then why'd you choose me? Izuku thought. He saw All Might on TV again, holding up a fist towards the sky. I really want to kill that guy. Izuku felt taken aback by this. Sure, plenty of villains probably wished to do the same thing, but hearing it firsthand was pretty scary. Being so attached to Musabori as well, he could truly feel the resentment. He signals a false hope that will lead more like me to go astray, to abandon their loved ones. Taking his #1 fan and making him do it. Wouldn't that truly be great? Imagine. You strive so hard to become a hero, only to end up killing the one you respect the most. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't that be? Musabori went quiet. Izuku could feel his own anger growing as he had been going on, knowing it was truly his own feelings at those words. But part of me also wanted to believe. Izuku's anger vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Within his mind, the visions began to fade to darkness, leaving only a single silhouetted figure standing there all alone. Heroes may be the answer. But I can't walk such a path alone, and being alone is my entire being. Izuku started to lift his hand, then pulled it back instinctively, feeling himself trembling. I need to kill, I must ensure chaos and death everywhere I go. Because it is what I deserve. He lifted his hand again, pushing through his mental boundaries and managing to touch the silhouette's shoulder. They looked at him, surprised, their only visible feature being their eyes, which were red with golden patterns weaved in the whites of them. This greedy world needs to come to an end. I have to destroy it. Worshipping false gods. It's disgusting. No, Izuku insisted. There's other ways. Best Genist is right. This is a new world from the one before. A new world? There's so much death, so much evil within it. The world has changed none. You're wrong. Izuku pointed to the side, and the silhouette looked over that way. An image began to appear, a golden apparition. All Might. Hope is there. It lies in being good, in saving others, in standing up tall against all threats. Izuku put his hand on his chest, bracing himself to speak about what he had decided on. Musabori, I'm weak. I need you. I'm ready to give you whatever you need. The figure looked back at Izuku, eyes wide in surprise. You give up your body? To me? Izuku managed to smile. I'm not giving it up, I'll still be here, you know. The silhouette managed to smile as well, the darkness around their bodies starting to disperse to reveal the person beneath. You know what, kid? You aren't half bad. They hesitantly outstretched a hand towards Izuku, as the body of Musabori began to manifest itself completely. His tanned body was toned and scarred, and he wore a loose blue kimono with a sword at his side. His flowing black hair and scraggly stubble of facial hair on his chin gave Izuku the impression of a wandering, lone samurai, perhaps one that had taken to drinking after hardships, though that assumption was born of movie clichés he had seen before. But if this new path ain't as good as you say it is, you won't hear the end of it, you know. Izuku looked at the outstretched hand, closing his eyes for a moment to take it all in. There really was no going back from this point. Izuku was quirkless, he was weak and helpless, and he hated that. His life from this point would be hell if he chose any other option than the one laid out before him. Now was the time for Izuku to stand up and make his fate his own. No more being bullied, no more being talked down to. It was time to be strong. He took Musabori's hand, smiling as they clasped. I look forward to it. Thank you for your help, Musabori. Musabori grinned. Don't let me down, Izuku. Otherwise I will burn the world to the ground. Izuku felt lighter than ever at that moment. It was as if the burdens of the recent events all lifted from him. Then, as he stood holding Musabori's hand firmly, the darkness around them slowly closed in, enveloping them in an oddly comforting warmth. Then, Izuku woke up in his bed. Sitting up slowly, he looked around, wondering for only a moment whether it was just a dream. But he knew it wasn't. He could feel that something was different inside of him, that there was a sort of peace within him where turmoil once was. He was a whole new person. A little ways off, in an office that SQI had rented out to be close to the Midoriya household, Akemi awoke in the chair she was sitting in. Standing up, the woman stretched and sighed, feeling a bit mentally exhausted. "That went well, I think," she said, turning to see Best Jeanist in a chair nearby opening his eyes as well. "I believe so," he stated, rubbing his eyes for a moment. "I had heard your interrogation and manipulation skills were good, but seeing your quirk in action makes it easy to see why." Akemi smirked a bit, crossing her arms and leaning up against a nearby desk in the dimly lit room. "Let's just hope that it all works out with those two," she said, gazing towards the nearby window where moonlight was fluttering in. "Heroes can only do what they must," Best Jeanist insisted. "But good intentions don't always mean a successful job." "Right," Akemi sighed. "We'll have to watch them. I'm very thankful that you helped us out." Best Jeanist stood and nodded politely, adjusting his collar. "Don't worry. If Midoriya is accepted into U.A, there will be plenty of eyes on him, and plenty of ways for him and Musabori to excel." "I hope so." With the plan enacted to help Izuku, everything seemed to be going in the right direction, but there were many doubts amongst those who knew about Musabori's existence as a being that preceded the first quirk. After all, Midoriya was just a quirkless kid who almost had no hopes for the future. What could he do to change a being that had plagued society for centuries? The answer was simple. The day that Izuku had jumped from the school rooftop in a desperate plea to awaken his quirk said it all, that this boy was willing to strive and struggle beyond a reasonable measure to get what he desired. That moment had impressed Musabori, whose vengeful soul usually harbored within heinous criminals, giving him the strength to take a step towards a new path. And now, the fate of the world was going to rest upon these two desperate souls. A week later, the Midoriya household received a letter from U.A. Inko was delighted, but her son had slipped off that morning to go out for some training and hadn't yet returned home. Izuku was sitting on top of his middle school's rooftop, gazing out at the scenery beyond. As the wind gently tugged at him, he thought about the time where he most certainly would have died from jumping off, how he felt so lost and cornered. Now here he was, more awake and more powerful than ever. But it wasn't his power, in the end. "You sulking again?" Musabori's voice was clearer than ever, sounding like he was speaking just behind Izuku. He smiled and shook his head, effortlessly summoning a juice box and taking a sip from it. Just thinking." "You often do that, it seems," Musabori commented. "You know, if you don't take action, you'll get nowhere." I know. Izuku stood, devouring the empty juice box and stretching, before stepping towards the edge of the roof. "I'm ready when you are." Musabori smirked. Izuku could see this clearly in his mind. "Then let's get this show on the road. I'm starving." Izuku closed his eyes, letting the chilly breeze roll over him as he stood up on the railing, arms outstretched. Then he slowly began to fall forwards, releasing himself into the air, and as he descended from the rooftop, he opened his eyes once more, and they had changed. His green eyes were glowing with a soft golden hue. This was the result of him and Musabori working in tandem, both enacting control of his body at the same moment. Power flooded through them as Musabori activated multiple skills at once, while Izuku put their hands forwards towards the ground below that was rushing towards them. As they spoke, their voices echoed out at the same time. "Warp! Warp!" Beneath them, a swirling mass of purple appeared, glowing at its center. As they passed through it, Izuku thought about a certain place, and sure enough, once through it, they were now falling next to a tall building at the center of Muzutafu that he had often seen on his way to school. "You nailed it this time." "We aren't done yet," Izuku thought as they fell, gazing at the windows that were passing by from their descent, seeing what was once just his body in those reflections. "I'm gonna activate a scan." "Go for it," Musabori replied, preparing something of his own. "Scan," Izuku spoke, watching as his vision began to warp, seeing a line of light spreading out from him as the light in the area changed to darkness, physical objects merely represented by vague outlines. The sensation of falling began to clear from his mind as he searched with their eyes, looking. Izuku saw what they were looking for. Muzabori lifted their hands and slammed them together. At that command, a portal opened up and enveloped Izuku now. Within a moment, they were now across town, descending rapidly towards the ground below where their target was standing and waiting. Bracing. Izuku prepared himself for the landing. They were falling fast enough to probably make a normal person explode, but with Izuku's abilities now, it wasn't too much to handle, especially when you had two minds who could process all of it. Down below on the sidewalk, a man was humming happily as he sat next to his food cart, enjoying the gentle breeze as it washed over him, daydreaming about the restaurant he would one day own. Boom. Crack. There was a loud noise that made the man nearly jump out of his skin, looking a little ways off to see a boy hunched over on the street. The pavement beneath him showing some cracks, and a slight indentation, as if the boy had just landed there. Izuku stood up with a sigh, looking around. We might be okay, but we can't just destroy stuff like that. Surely Japan has an infrastructure plan for hero damages, right? They can't complain, Muzabori scoffed. Izuku didn't really know how to respond to that, so he just tried to block it from his mind. They approached the stunned man, smiling up to him and putting up 2 fingers. 2 takoyaki, please. Name, Muzabori Midoriya. Path, dimensional. Point total, 75,000. 5 points, summon item. 10 points, create item. 20 points, reconstruct item. 100 points, deprivation. 200 points, restoration. 500 points, permanent, vision of the void, unlocked. 800 points, manipulation. 1,000 points, force absorption. 1,000 points, energy release. 4,000 points, permanent, breath of the void, unlocked. 5,000 points, execution. 6,000 points, class up, unlocked. Dimension. Innate ability, dimensional power. 50 points, skin. 100 plus points, warp. 1,000 points, tier. 5,000 points, permanent, dimensional shift, unlocked. 10,000 points, snitch. 50,000 points, expansion. Now, for a little bit of an explanation of what's happened over the past week. Ever since using the class up feature of Muzabori's quirk, there were some impressive results to say the least. First off, it had produced 2 choices for them to take, dimension and destruction. Muzabori told Izuku that, in the past, the rare hosts who made it that far would always choose destruction. This gave them immense physical gains as well as powerful skills useful for killing others. Of course, Izuku wasn't really into that sort of thing, and Muzabori admitted that he had no clue what dimension would be beyond a guess. Thus, they took the dimension path, and found that the innate skill that came with it, dimensional power, was something to behold. From their testing, they could pull in points from energy around them, whether it was from electrical devices or even kinetic energy. Until they got used to how it functioned, they were mainly limited to things they were close enough to touch, but it was nice to have an alternative source to gather quick points to use skills. As for their other new abilities, warp, as the name implies, allows them to create a portal to go to wherever they can envision properly. It took a bit of trial and error, but if they could accurately imagine the place, it was easy. The points required went up the farther that location was from them, but they hadn't tried to go anywhere too far yet, afraid of messing it up. Tier allowed them to literally create a tear into another dimension. Izuku had offered plenty of suggestions as to how it could be used defensively, but of course, Muzabori had already imagined ways that it could be used to harm and maim any opponents. Next was a new permanent skill, dimensional shift. This allowed them to enter an entire new dimension while it was active. Unfortunately, this also made them lose their lunch more than once, the feeling of entering in and out of their reality incredibly strange and upsetting. Still, it seemed very useful to basically become intangible and then suddenly be able to reappear, but they really wanted to test it more. After all, who knows what side effects could come from dimension hopping? Snatch was an interesting one, which they had used for at least one nefarious purpose already. It allowed them to warp something from far away to themselves, even if that object isn't in view, as long as they can pinpoint its location and imagine it fully. Izuku had the thought that, if he had this skill during times of bullying from Bakugo, he would have surely lost less notebooks after they were tossed out the window. That left expansion, which they only used once, and were worried about using ever again. That skill sent the entire area into another dimension, essentially creating a space where nobody can get in or out. This other dimension placed a sort of hazy, gray filter over everything else, and you could move through any objects within as if they weren't there. Izuku had at least had the sense to test the ability somewhere nobody was, and was glad that nothing bad had occurred from it. Muzabori was enjoying his new existence already. The prospect of becoming a hero was looking more and more real by the day, as he and Izuku trained and got stronger with his quirk. Kid, I gotta say, you're more devoted to this hero stuff than any of the crooks I've known were devoted to crime, Muzabori said. Izuku popped one of the takoyaki ball into his mouth, chewing and thinking about that. Is that a bad thing? No way, because I'd be totally out of here if you slacked off. Swallowing, Izuku chuckled a bit. You seem like more of a slacker than me. Muzabori scoffed. Who's the one with the quirk here? Is it you? That doesn't even mean anything, Izuku retorted. Why, you were just lucky. Are you just upset that a spirit like me could get a quirk and you couldn't? Izuku put down one of the takoyaki he was about to eat. He looked around them, the street fairly empty besides a few students who were walking along. It was an odd time for them to be out, school wasn't out yet, it was barely past lunchtime. Izuku had been given the week off by the principal after he had heard the good news of his and Bakugo's exams going well, which had helped a lot with his time training his quirk. It's the U.A entrance exam day, isn't it? Izuku's eyes widened and he nodded. That's right. Today's the normal entrance exam. So all the peons get tested today? Muzabori said with a laugh. Ain't there like hundreds of them? We might have actually lucked out. Maybe. Izuku smiled a bit. I don't really like all the special treatment, but it was nice to at least have the chance. Muzabori crossed his arms in their mindscape. What, you think we didn't pass? Sighing, Izuku shrugged. I don't know. We should be hearing soon. How about this? Muzabori popped the rest of the takoyaki into their mouth, standing up and pointing towards some students who were walking away from them. Let's go scout out the competition. See competition? Izuku pulled their hand away so they weren't rudely pointing. They aren't our problem. They're just trying to get in like us. Might as well see what we're up against, right? Maybe they're all a bunch of weaklings. I doubt that, Izuku thought. Ooh. He sighed and devoured the leftover takoyaki dish. Okay. We'll scope things out a bit. See? We're an effective team for sure. Itsuka Kendo had, unfortunately, taken a wrong turn on her way to the U.A entrance exams. Not that it was unfortunate for her, but the scumbags who had stepped in her way were going to have a very bad day. The orange-haired girl gazed up at the three ruffians that were approaching her, no sense of fear crossing her expression in the slightest, gazing at them in the shaded alleyway with her cool, teal eyes. A gentle breeze rolled through between the buildings, ruffling her hair that was pulled into a ponytail to the left side of her head. Hey, are you one of the kids heading to U.A? It was a large man with a mohawk, probably the most obvious thug of all time, who spoke, smirking at her. I am. Can you please get out of the way? Itsuka definitely had no confidence that they would do as she asked. They simply exchanged a look and laughed. Her initial assessment seemed to be correct, that the fat one who had spoken was their leader, because he took a step towards her and offered a clearly insincere handshake gesture. I'm just always happy to meet a lovely gal like you who's gonna join the elites at U, the man insisted, giving a wide, toothy grin. She looked down at the hand, sighing as she took her book bag and dropped it to the ground beside her, cracking her knuckles. Can you please get out of the way? She insisted. The two goons behind the bigger man laughed, but he dropped his smile, shaking his head. U.A brats are always so high and mighty. Just because you're all rich and privileged dash. In an instant, a pocket knife flew up from the man's pocket into his hand, his quirk magnetically drawing it to himself quickly. He grabbed it and flipped the blade out, taking a step towards Izuku, pushing the knife towards her in an obviously hesitant movement meant to scare her. Izuku wasn't having it. Her martial arts training kicked in quickly, as she took a step forward, swaying her body to the right to clear the reach of the knife easily. Then, with one simple motion, she brought her right hand up and expanded it. As her hand grew larger than her entire body, the force of that was enough to send the man into the nearby wall. As he smacked into it, he lost consciousness instantly and fell over, the knife clattering to the ground beside him. Theo. The two goons went to his side, and one glared at Izuku. You stupid bit dash. The man was shocked as he saw her pick up her bag and calmly walk past them now. His mouth was agape as he watched how sure she seemed to be, and how little their words affected her. That's it. The other goon had reached into his jacket and produced a gun, a small snub-nosed revolver. His hand was shaky as he turned and pointed it at Izuku as she walked away. But as he brought the gun up, it was suddenly gone. The man blinked, looking at his now empty hands, confused. A grunt from the side made him look over to see a boy with green hair, standing on top of his other friend, who had a red mark on his face from being struck. Beyond that, the boy had somehow gotten hold of his revolver. That's pretty dangerous. The boy did something that made the revolver dissolve, disintegrating the weapon till it looked like just a rusted piece of junk. Dropping it to the ground, he looked towards the man who he had taken it from, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry, sir? Can you watch over your friends here? And try not to do bad things. Dumbfounded, the man merely watched as the boy walked past him, deciding then and there that messing with kids just wasn't worth the momentary joy anymore. Hey! Izuku turned, sighing. She had heard a commotion behind her, but didn't really care to look, knowing she'd be late if she stopped for too long. What is it, oh? She turned, seeing a green-haired boy who seemed to be about her age standing there. Are you? She looked him up and down, seeing he was in just normal clothes. I guess you're not going to the U.A exams. And no, I already took my test, he said nervously. I was just passing and, that guy. He had. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the stammering boy. He was getting flustered, which was wasting more time. Still, she wasn't really one to be rude to somebody, especially if they might be a future classmate. I really have to go, she insisted. Sorry. The boy seemed to talk to himself for a moment, then he spoke up, Izuku Midoriya. Like I said, I took my exam last week. Now a bit more interested, Izuku turned and looked at Izuku. Wasn't that for special recommendation? Students? Izuku nodded, feeling himself burning up with embarrassment. It was really nothing, just luck. Nodding, the ginger girl looked at her phone and groaned a bit. She might regret this, but hearing more about U.A's system and meeting a potential future classmate, one who was important enough to go through the special recommendation exam, would probably give some sort of advantage in the long run. Wanna walk with me? I can't really stop for much longer, she said with a small smile. Yes, I mean sure. She gave him a quizzical look, then set off. As Izuku followed suit, he had an internal conversation with Muzabori, who was practically laughing his head off at Izuku's expense. Oh my god. You're terrible with women, Muzabori taunted him through his laughter. I guess you were a scrawny little kid when I first met you. Izuku scowled a bit under his breath. Shut up. You're not making it any easier. Don't worry, kid, you're looking sharper than ever. You've got some muscles now and aren't a little pipsqueak. That's not the point, Izuku insisted. Why are we even interacting with this girl? Like I told you earlier, Muzabori began, speaking slowly to hammer in his point, we're scouting it out. This girl seems tough, so she's perfect to make friends with and get in the know. Friends? Yeah. You have friends, right? It took Izuku a moment to realize that he had been silent for a few minutes now, and was trailing behind the girl a bit. To him, the tension was rising by the moment, and he felt increasingly nervous, while to Izuku, she was merely thinking about her future at U.A, and only minorly about what the strange boy was about. Your name? She took a look back at Izuku, who turned his gaze away, feeling like he'd melt if he met her eyes. Izuku. Izuku Kendo, she said with a small smile. Something about the way the boy was so obviously shy was charming, since something about him seemed very self-assured and strong in general. So, why did you come after me? Izuku gulped, and staggered for a moment as Musabori made them walk faster to catch up with the girl. I was passing by, and I saw the commotion, he admitted. When you walked away, the guy with the silver hair, he pulled a gun out dash. Itsuka seemed surprised by this. A gun? Izuku nodded. Yeah. Well, he seemed to have it handled, but I thought maybe it would be good to step in at that point. You were right, she said. I had no idea. I should have just ran. Well, you seemed impressive at least, Izuku told her with a small smile, Musabori mentally slapping him on the back encouragingly for managing to give a compliment. Thanks, my family's into martial arts. Who knew it'd come in handy? Itsuka said sarcastically. Literally named me after it. But what for? I'm terrible at Kendo. The name Kendo was certainly the same name as the sword-based martial art. Based on what they had seen of her quirk moments ago, it made sense that she probably didn't excel at using weapons or that sort of thing. Suddenly, the girl stopped, making Izuku stagger a bit, looking back at her. What is it? What did you do with the gun? Oh, I destroyed it, Izuku told her. Ah, well, that's good, Itsuka said, continuing on. Izuku, a bit confused, began to walk with her again. Geez, she seems like she's a goody two-shoes, Musabori commented. Don't say anything sus around here, or she might remember it forever. How do you even know all of these strange things you say? Aren't you really old? Izuku shot at him. I'm deeply offended, first off. Second off, I've been around, I've heard and seen some things, what of it? The pair had reached a bridge going over a small river. A few other students ran around them, teasing each other loudly and telling them that they'd make it into U.A before them. Itsuka watched them and felt a small pang of annoyance. You'd think people trying to get into U.A would be more, I don't know, elegant, she commented. Izuku shrugged. Isn't that the good part about it? People from all over attend U.A. He smiled up towards the sky as he spoke. All might even attended you today, so there's no way that anyone who goes there won't end up great. Itsuka let out a small laugh, which she tried to hide, looking away from him. Sorry, that's just super over the top. He could feel his face warming, but this time not from embarrassment. For the first time, Izuku really took in the girl's appearance, realizing that she was very pretty. The confidence she exuded as she walked, her fair skin, slender build, her bouncy BU. Musabori. What the hell do you want? Stuff. Wrong. Alright, let me just go sit in a corner and F off then. Izuku could literally feel Musabori move somewhere else in their mind, grumbling something and sitting and facing the corner, whatever the corner was in their mindscape. A bit irritated by Musabori's antics, Izuku looked out at the water below. Warping would be so much faster than this. Itsuka perked up at this, looking over at Izuku. Warping? He froze up a bit, realizing he shouldn't have said anything. It's nothing, just my quirk dash. The girl got closer, looking at him with a small grin. Your quirk? You can do something like that? I should have just stayed quiet. Or ran away. Gulping, Izuku nodded. Why? That does sound faster. Is there any way I could go with you? The straight answer should have been no, since they hadn't tested taking another person with them. It could be incredibly dangerous, not to mention this girl would most likely have to hold on to him the entire time while he did it. There was absolutely no way Izuku could do that and survive the embarrassment, thus he decided that. Okay, Izuku said, smiling at the girl. And what's wrong with me? Did you do this, Musabori? He searched his mind, but found that his companion was truly not intervening in anything. Izuku had always had surges in confidence ever since Musabori came around, but he had assumed it was because of him that they happened. Here he was. Cool. So how does it work? Itsuka seemed delighted by the fact, so there was no way Izuku could back out now with his dignity. Well, I just make a portal, essentially, he fumbled to explain. I can move through it, and the place I imagined, well, I'll be there. It's not perfect though. He waved his hands before himself. It's probably not safe, so… Playing it safe was what Izuku had always done. Following rules and disciplines of her family and teachers was one thing, but surely obliging this one boy who might be able to get her to U.A faster wouldn't hurt, would it? She nodded. That's fine, what do we do? Practically having a meltdown, Izuku looked around to see if anybody was watching. Then he extended a hand outwards, closing his eyes. He thought about the U.A gates, large and intimidating, and how he had felt wowed by the campus when he went there for his entrance exam. No, I can't just go there, he realized. There's lots of students going there. I might hurt someone. So, he thought about the exterior of the campus. There weren't many close-by buildings, because U.A was very serious about the security of their students, but just down the road was a coffee shop he had noticed, likely one that mostly served students before and after school was out. That'll work. Just remember the sight and the smell. Thinking about the place and the smell of coffee, he used his warp, creating a swirling dark mass a bit taller than he was. Itsuka's eyes widened and she moved a bit closer. Why, you'll have to hold on to me and stay close, Izuku said, holding an arm back. Itsuka was a bit suspect of that, but knowing she could probably flatten this boy in an instant, she obliged, putting an arm around his, feeling him jump a bit at her touch. She then moved a bit closer, not quite letting her body touch his. Izuku moved forward into the void, probably going a bit too fast, but he felt like he needed to get out of this situation as fast as he could. Sure enough, when they stepped out, they were now on the sidewalk outside of that small coffee shop. A few students seemed surprised by their sudden appearance, the vortex vanishing as soon as Itsuka stepped out right behind Izuku. Itsuka had to take a moment to get her bearings. Something about that experience made her a little woozy. Not quite sick, but her legs felt shaky. That was pretty cool. Izuku sighed, glad it all went smoothly. He turned to tell her thanks, but found that she was still very close, his face inches from hers, which made him panic and take a few steps back, his face reddening. Thanks, he stammered. Itsuka watched the strange green-haired boy for a moment, then laughed, not hiding it at all this time. Midoriya, you're really interesting, she said through her laughter. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle a bit as well, unable to look at the girl right now, but he felt like he definitely had taken a liking to her already. Little did that easily embarrassed, goofy boy know that the girl before him also felt pretty fond of him too. After saying a goodbye, Izuku watched Itsuka enter the U.A campus. He stayed there for a bit too long, realizing that he stood out in his casual clothing, whereas everyone else was wearing their middle school uniforms. Getting out of there probably a bit too quickly, Izuku finally stopped when he was a few streets down from the school, letting out a sigh of relief. So, that went well. I don't want to hear it, Izuku muttered. I didn't say anything. I think you did good, kid. Izuku chuckled. Nice. Muzabori didn't respond to that, but Izuku could feel that his body's co-host was suppressing laughter. He scowled and walked on, putting his hands in his pockets. I guess we'll skip that ice cream shop that's on the way back, Izuku said. Hey, what the hell's that all about? I'm not some kid. Are you serious about that? Once they reached home, Izuku greeted his mother, who beamed brightly at her son, showing off a letter to him. Izuku, this letter from U.A came in, she said excitedly. You didn't answer your phone when I called to tell you. Sorry, Mom, he told her, mentally kicking himself for keeping his phone on silent. He did this just to make sure nothing distracted him when using their warp ability, in case it threw him off. But, a letter from U.A? Is it? Inko shrugged. I don't know, but maybe. Izuku took the letter, his hands shaking a bit. He looked it over for a moment, moving over to the dining room table with his mother watching on eagerly. He opened the letter and pulled out a strange, ring-shaped device. What is that? Inko leaned in, looking at the strange object. I'm not sure. Izuku fiddled with it before putting it on the table to examine it from a different angle. Suddenly, lights flashed on the device, and an image was projected up above the table. This made Inko and Izuku both jump in surprise, watching as a person appeared on the projected screen. This is the report for Izuku Midoriya's scoring on the U.A entrance exam, spoke a familiar figure, which made Izuku stand up in surprise. If you are not Izuku Midoriya, you must end this message now. Best Jeanist was standing tall in some sort of office-like room. As far as Izuku knew, he was not one of the many pro-heroes who worked as teachers at U.A, but based on the strange dreamlike meeting they had before, Izuku figured he must have something to do with the Musabori situation. Maybe that's why he's telling me this? Because he knows about my situation? Due to certain circumstances and a need to develop the upcoming hero youth, changes have been made at U.A, Best Jeanist explained. I am going to be filling a new role at the school, overseeing a special class to be labeled 1. Inko was visibly floored at seeing such a big hero as Best Jeanist talking to her son about a special class, while Izuku felt growing confusion and worry. Your scores for the exam were as followed. As they both listened, it became more and more clear to Izuku that his life was about to change. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling tears welling up in his eyes. As Best Jeanist finished with the score results, the pro-hero lifted a hand to brush along his hair. Midoriya, you will be one of the first 8 students of 1S, he stated. Your path is going to be long and difficult, but I will guarantee that you will succeed and that you will become a true, proper hero. Izuku let out a cry of joy, and his mother followed suit. The dream of entering U.A was finally here and realized. Even if it was just the beginning. Best Jeanist sat in one of the faculty meeting rooms of U.A, along with several other pro-heroes acting as teachers at the school, all around a large table with the facility's principal, Nizu, at the end. The short bear mouse-like principal lifted a paw in the air. All right everyone. We're here to discuss the curriculum changes coming to U.A this year. There was silence for a few moments. The principal looked around, judging the expressions of everyone present. He was hyper-intelligent, so it wasn't too hard for him to see that there were many unanswered questions that weren't being asked. Amongst the group were the following heroes: Eraserhead, Vlad, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, Cementos, Midnight, 13, and All Might at the opposite end of the table from the principal. I know we're all very busy with many things, Nizu continued, still smiling as he usually did. But if there are concerns, we should be addressing them now. It was 13 who stood and spoke up first, the pro-hero not wearing her usual hero costume that most were accustomed to. She was a bit short and thin, with dark hair and light eyes, and wore gloves on her hands that helped contain her quirk. Did I still need to know where classes 1A and 1B will stand, she stated, because these changes might be too much of a burden on them. I agree, chimed in Cementos. As a modern literature teacher, he was often very stoic in his speech patterns, despite his intimidating appearance as a person made entirely of cement. These are already dire times. More stress is not necessarily the answer. Nizu held up a finger. Yet, due to these dire times, we must prepare our students more than ever, correct? There are other ways, 13 objected. More rescue training, more combat training. Those things have always been a part of the schedule, piped up Vlad, his deep commanding voice much louder than the rest, making him easily grab the attention of everyone. We pitched the students of both hero classes against each other for a reason. An additional goal of reaching 1S may drive our students harder than ever. 13 sat down finally, but didn't seem satisfied by this, crossing her arms and looking down at the table. If I may, came a voice that, albeit being not as loud as Vlad, made everyone look towards him. All Might, in his true, scrawny form that was a secret from the general populace, looked around at everyone with his dark eyes. Allowing a select number of students to excel benefits both them and those of the other classes. But if it is done incorrectly, we may discourage the others. We have to be careful. A few of them nodded at this, but Eraserhead spoke up, which surprised everyone, since he was usually fairly quiet. If they get discouraged, isn't it our job to get them back on track anyways? He looked around at everyone. And if they can't, then they aren't fit to be here. Nizu smiled a bit wider at this, motioning towards Best Jeanist, who was sitting to All Might's right, and to Eraserhead's left. Best Jeanist has kindly taken the offer to join us here at U.A, In order to teach the new 1S class, the principal began. Surely we should listen to his opinion on the matter? All eyes turned to Genist, who wasn't unused to the attention, being the number 4 hero in Japan and all. This class was proposed as an active measure to counter those we know are lying in wait in the darkness, he explained. While they haven't moved yet, we are only risking the students' and civilians' lives by not increasing our hero output. Hey, you're talking like they're robots or something? Present Mike pointed out, wagging a finger. We've got plenty of those around campus. Quality over quantity is better, ain't it? You misunderstand, Best Genist retorted calmly, running a hand along the brim of his denim collar. Think of Class 1S as a goal that those students must maintain. Grade-wise and ability-wise, they can be sent back to 1A or 1B at any time. While in 1S, they will undergo more rigorous training, but in the end, the true goal is this dash. Best Genist stood up for emphasis, his hands on the table. All first-year hero students this year will at least get their provisional hero licenses, which is usually reserved for their second year. This is the bare minimum they will achieve. A couple of the faculty who hadn't heard of this seemed surprised, but Nizu chuckled, drawing everyone's attention back to him. And it isn't just Hakamata here, it's up to all of you, he said, looking at all of the heroes gathered there. Aizawa, you both are the driving forces behind 1A and 1B respectively. It is up to you to inherit these new responsibilities as your students move in and out of your class. Eraserhead and Vlad nodded to the principal, who then turned his attention to 13, who still seemed to be thinking things over. 13, we all understand that this undertaking will be new and difficult for everyone. However, it is the belief of I, as well as many other heroes out there, that an accelerated program will only do our students good. 13 sighed and shook her head. I'll do what I have to. I'll make sure that the students are ready for search and rescue, but they need to have their heads straight. Nizu nodded, motioning to the room. Of course, everyone here is responsible for that. I believe in every single one of you. All Might chuckled lightly. I think this year will be more exciting than any other before. Others couldn't help but smile as well. The mood had started to lighten, but there was an unspoken truth about this new school year that only a few people present at the meeting knew about. One of the major reasons that an accelerated program was necessary for the students' growth. The truth about a certain boy and his living quirk. The last of Izuku's middle school career came to an end very unceremoniously. Bakugo hadn't messed with him at all the remainder of the year, and Izuku's classmates also seemed to respect him much more, likely hearing about the scuffle that had happened before. Izuku? Is it true you got into U.A? The green-haired boy sped up his walk, gulping. He wanted to leave school as fast as possible and never look back, but a few of his classmates were following him. How the heck could they know that? I don't know what you're talking about, he insisted with a nervous smile. A girl from his class got really close to him, making him blush intensely as she suddenly groped his arm, then let out a giggle. Wow, you really did get some muscle midoriya. You're totally becoming a man dash. Izuku came to a sudden stop, the others around him confused. Wanting to get out of there as soon as possible, he used his warp. Wow. Was that his quirk? What dash? Their voices vanished after he slipped through the vortex and it closed behind him. He sighed, taking a seat on the park bench he had gone to. He noticed a couple walking around him, keeping their distance, obviously disturbed by seeing a boy suddenly step out from a portal. You think they'd be used to that sort of thing, you know? It's not like this quirk is very common, Izuku muttered. He sat back on the bench and gazed up at the blue sky that was showing through the trees. I finally got through middle school. And I'm going to be in U.A soon. But why does it feel like this is just the start? TSH, did you think U.A was your ticket to becoming a great hero instantly? Musabori let out a hearty laugh. I've been around for centuries, kid, and I'm still learning things. These things take time. I know, Izuku said, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. It just doesn't seem real still. There's something wrong, I can feel it. Well, kid, I think whatever you're thinking of is staring at us right now. Izuku looked down, surprised to see Bakugo standing ahead of him, looking his way. The spiky-haired boy had his hands in his pocket, and was staring him down with an intense look. Gulping, Izuku slowly rose to his feet, a million thoughts going through his head about what he should do. "We aren't running for FS sake," Musabori grumbled. Izuku could feel Musabori standing with him in their mind as they gazed at Bakugo. "We wait and see, and whatever happens, happens, you got it?" He really didn't feel that way. Confronting Bakugo had been at the back of his mind ever since their fight on the school rooftop, but now here it was, roaring back to life. "Just think about what he feels about you. Remember?" Izuku nodded to himself, remembering Bakugo's words. "Maybe if you'd stayed quirkless, you wouldn't get your butt kicked." He walked forward, approaching Bakugo. The boy stood firm, staring him down as Izuku got closer, now only a few meters ahead of him before stopping. "What is it, Kaken?" Bakugo's eyes narrowed, and he looked Izuku over, showing a hint of surprise. "The hell happened to you, nerd? You got a quirk, so now you're hot sheet?" Izuku shrugged. "I've never said anything like that." "You think you can step up to me, so you must think you can beat me," Bakugo growled, his body tensing up as he clenched his fists in his pockets. "Why not take a swing? We can see if you can even touch me this time." Shaking his head, Izuku stood his ground. I won't give in this time, Kaken dash. Can it with the Kaken sheet." Bakugo moved his hand through the air before him angrily. "You're a shitty nerd who barely got his quirk. We've never been equals, ever, not now, not ever. So if you want to fight, then you should fight me right now." "I never said I wanted to fight." "Then why the hell did you pop up out of nowhere, then?" Izuku took a second, realizing that Bakugo happened to be in the park already when Izuku teleported in. This was all just a misunderstanding, so maybe he could. "Deku!" He snapped out of it and looked at Bakugo again, who had a cool, deathly stare trained on him. "I know that fucking face, you're contemplating stuff. If you do that again, I'll knock you flat," the boy spat. "You just gonna take that, Izuku? What's the alternative? I'm not going to fight someone just because they provoke me." "Then what about those guys in the alleyway?" Musabori questioned. "You acted to save that girl, Kendo. What drove you to do that?" "Someone was in danger." "That's different. Look at him, Izuku." Izuku took in Bakugo's deathly gaze, seeing that the boy was cracking his hands, small sparks starting to fly up from them. Is he not another person who needs saving? If he acts like this forever, who knows what might happen? Kaken isn't a bad person. Confident. He's strong. "This ain't all might we're talking about," Musabori interrupted. "This is just some a-hole kid who bullies people around. You want to know how I found my old hosts? These kinds of actions right here." Izuku gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, shaking his head. I won't." Bakugo readied himself, his hands sparking up more. "You think you're too good to throw down, is that it? I swear, that you're such a dash. Dimensional shift." Izuku vanished from sight. Bakugo blinked, seeing absolutely no trace of Izuku anymore. Some kind of nerd trick? He looked all around, trying to see if an invisible Izuku was leaving footprints in the grass, or disturbing particles in the air, anything. But there was nothing. Then, before Bakugo realized it, Izuku had reappeared behind him, facing away from him. Izuku had a calm, collected expression that hid the sadness he was feeling inside about his childhood companion. "It's time we move on from this, Kaken," Izuku spoke softly. "We're not kids anymore." Bakugo's eyes widened. He began to tremble, feeling rage boiling inside of himself. As he spun around to confront Izuku, however, the boy was gone once more. "What the hell?" Bakugo fell to one knee, looking down at his shaky hands. What's up with that nerd? Why? After being the number one in his school, being the highlight of his classmates, being the absolute strongest, now, he felt something he never had before and was finally knocked down a peg. Why is he so strong? Bakugo thought, angrily punching the ground, creating a small explosion that burnt away the grass around him. Dim in it. As the boy stood up, a few worried onlookers scattered after he flicked a look towards them. He picked up his nearby school bag and slung it over his shoulder, slowly walking away, his free hand shaking the entire way with small explosions sparking up from it. Bakugo had never really been challenged, never had a goal to pursue. But now, this kid who had always been weak and easy to pick on, seemed unreachable to him. How could this have happened? Was he too complacent, too sure of himself? If I see you at Udara, I swear, I'll kill you. On almost the total opposite spectrum from Bakugo, Izuku Kendo was ecstatic to have received her U.A acceptance letter. The girl had trained her whole life to be able to excel, and now had her chance to harness all of that learning into trying to become a great hero. But that boy, Midoriya, he seemed really strong. While his personality was very introverted, Izuku could tell that he was harnessing some serious power, more than it appeared on the surface. She often found him popping up in her mind, but not in any sort of crush way, just pure intrigue. So she told herself, at least. I wonder what he's gone through, the girl thought as she walked the streets of Mizudafu. It was late evening, so the area was fairly empty. Izuku was going to be staying with a family friend since her immediate family was from the Chiba prefecture, and the commute was just a little much despite it not being too terribly far from Shizuoka, so it was good to get used to the area around U.A. An explosion caught her attention. The girl perked up, looking around for the source, before hearing yet another one. Up above her? Looking up, she finally caught sight of someone soaring through the sky. Another explosion occurred, and from what she could see, they were using those explosions to propel themselves forwards. Whoa, someone's Quirk, Izuku thought, shading her eyes to watch. She noticed that they came to a landing not far away, another explosion probably sounding to slow their descent. I wonder, since coming to Mizudafu, she already found it to be quite the wild place. There were a lot of villains, despite U.A.'s existence making it one of the safest cities in the area, so hero versus villain encounters were quite the spectacle to behold every day. Not to mention there was that encounter with the green-haired boy, Midoriya, and now whatever the heck this explodey person was doing. Izuku came to a small empty lot of grass between some office buildings, and peered through a chain-link fence towards where a boy with spiky hair, who was sitting on the grass angrily, some of the grass charred around him, likely from his explosions. Is this guy a villain? He seems kind of unstable. He was wearing what appeared to be the scraps of a middle school uniform, the long-sleeved black outfit now mostly tattered. If he was from around here, she wondered if he knew that green-haired boy. Damn it, the boy muttered, his breathing heavy. Fucking Deku. I'll show you. The wind rustled the chain-link fence, which alarmed Izuku a bit, making her slink down to hide. The boy looked her way, but didn't seem to notice her as he stood and looked up towards the darkening sky above. His hands were twitching, as if his nerves were going crazy. Expecting him to blast off again, Izuku watched as a mysterious vortex opened up nearby. For a moment, she thought it must be Midoriya, however, something about it was clearly different, the void appearing more like a dark mist. An unfamiliar person stepped through the darkness. This person was clearly bad news, based on his appearance. He was scrawny and pale-skinned, wearing a dark outfit with some sort of hand attached to his face. Something about him sent alerts sparking in Itsuka's mind, so she made extra care to stay hidden, wondering if she should go for help or not. Katsuki Bakugo noticed the newcomer, sizing him up with his eyes. What the hell do you want, freak? The man stopped a little ways from him, outstretching his hands a bit. From around here, right? His voice was very raspy and cracked. I have a question for you. Scowling, Bakugo turned away. I don't got time for whatever the hell you want. Izuku, feeling increasingly worried, pulled out her cell phone, ready to call for help. However, she was surprised a dark void suddenly enveloped her. As she let out a yell, she suddenly found herself being tossed out of the portal that the man had come out of. Falling to the ground, she groaned and got up, glaring at the man. What? Looking towards the dark vortex, she could see now that there were yellow eyes within it, peering at her. Tietz. The pale man turned his head towards Izuku, scratching his neck. An onlooker. Why is there always some sort of trouble? Bakugo looked at Izuku, raising an eyebrow. I don't even know who this is. What the hell do you people want? I represent a powerful force, the revolution of sorts, the man spoke. I apologize for this inconvenience though. It's pretty rude. Before she knew it, Itsuka was being lifted into the air, gasping. The man had moved swiftly and grabbed her throat, and she could feel something happening. Bakugo's eyes widened, seeing that her skin was starting to crack where the man was touching. Hey Dash. You don't know this girl, right? This isn't an issue then. Bakugo gritted his teeth, exploding. Forwards. He went for a punch to the man's face, but he was easily able to move back, releasing Itsuka, who fell to her knees, gasping. The explosive boy slid to a stop, facing down the stranger. Piss off already, you creepy Bisudi. The man sighed. This isn't how I wanted it to go, but I just have to ask you. Where is Musabori? The F you on about? Itsuka coughed, some blood coming up. She could feel that the skin at her neck was strangely cracked feeling, and there was a foul odor that was filling her nostrils. What was that? Violet. I was gonna die. Apparently he's with a green-haired boy. Both Bakugo and Itsuka were alarmed by this. This made the strange man smile with his cracked lips, and he chuckled, the sound certainly not from someone who was sane in any way. Great. So you know him? Since our time here is low, just pass on a message for me for now, the man said, leaning in close, his red eyes piercing through the darkness. The League is coming for him. Our master will be waiting. At this point, even Bakugo was feeling frightened, though he'd never show it, standing his ground firmly. But, to his surprise, the man turned around and began to walk towards the void once more. Hey, Bakugo spat. Who the hell are you? As the man sunk into the vortex, he turned an eye their way. His gaze alone was enough to make the blood in the two teens go cold. This man, who they would eventually know to be Tamura Shigaraki, leader of the League of Villains, had no intentions of playing around with children. Everyone will know of us soon enough. The yellow eyes that were staring them down from the void shifted as the vortex swirled in on itself, eventually dispersing into a purplish mist that then disappeared without a trace, leaving the two there, taking it all in. Bakugo clenched his fists. This was just another time where he felt powerless, and he absolutely hated that feeling. Not to mention, that guy had something to say about Deku, and wanted him to even pass on a message to him. As if, I'm not some messenger for that fucking nerd. A cough made Bakugo look over, seeing that the orange-haired girl didn't seem like she was in the best shape. What the hell were you doing here? Are you... Bakugo struggled to bring forth any sort of concern, his anger teetering at unreasonable levels. Is it bad? Oh, fine. Another cough. Bakugo groaned, wanting to just blow something up at that moment, but he managed to keep himself reserved. Come on, let's go. I ain't taking no for an answer either. All Might raised his fist triumphantly into the air, as the crowd that had gathered around him began to cheer, the tall, powerful hero sporting his signature large, shining smile. Izuku was watching on TV, the reporter going on about how All Might had stopped a villain who had attempted to rob a bank, only to be taken out by one single punch. After only a few words, the number one hero waved a salute before jumping away, leaving a small gust in his wake, everyone looking on in awe. That guy never stops, Musabori commented. Do the other heroes even do anything? Of course they do. Don't disrespect them. Whatever. Say, I have a sort of bad feeling. Izuku tensed up a bit. Any time that Musabori felt something was off, it usually was an indication of something. He looked around, seeing that his mother was walking over to the bathroom, closing the door. Bad news? Maybe. Let's scout it out. Nodding, Izuku stood and waved his hand before himself. In an instant, he used their warp skill, appearing on their home's rooftop. Perched at the edge, Izuku peered around, activating his vision of the void to enhance his perception, which had the added benefit of improving his night vision as well. Nothing. Scan. Upon using the skill, a pulse went out from their location, moving over everything within a few kilometers. It was something only they could see, but Izuku did wonder if anyone who was sensitive to energy spikes, maybe due to their quirk, could feel it. That's... Izuku was a bit confused, seeing that two people were walking together, one with their arms slinged over the other. Usually, everyone would appear about the same, with only maybe some size differences being apparent. But something was up. Instead of a blue sort of glow he would usually see, he could see that one had a fiery orangish glow, and the other a fainter orange glow. What does that mean? Muzabori thought for a moment before answering. Feels like we know them. Really? Yeah. Especially the one who's glowing brightly. If I had to guess, it's that a-hole again. Kaken? Izuku stood, becoming worried. If he was dragging a person along, something must have happened, because there was no way that he could help someone like that under normal circumstances. Izuku brought up their status, seeing that their current point total was 15, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't a lot. Just in case, let's stock up, Izuku said, reaching down towards the house and imagining his hoodie, which he obtained instantly using his snatch skill, the clothing appearing in his hand in a swirl of darkness. He put the jacket on, putting the hood up to obscure himself a bit, and jumped from the roof. Warp! Itsuka stumbled a bit, and Bakugo growled, struggling to keep holding her up, the girl's arm around his neck. Hey, you gotta walk, you fucking idiot, he exclaimed angrily. I'm not carrying your butt there. He took note of her throat, which only seemed to have gotten worse, the strange cracking moving across her skin and making it peel away, blood starting to ooze from the opening wounds. Their trouble wasn't over yet, however. Even though that man had left them, that did not mean they were safe. The street light above them flickered, and in a moment, several people suddenly appeared around them, goons from the League of Villains. What the? Bakugo looked around, seeing that they were surrounded by a variety of people, all sporting various mutation quirks and/or weapons. You uglies got a problem? Sorry kids, we've got orders, spoke a strange bear-like man who cockily approached them, patting a spiked baseball bat on his hand. It's nothing personal, but we're the villains, you know. Bakugo moved Itsuka, letting her down as he readied himself. The girl slunk to her knees, coughing, before slowly trying to get up. I'll fight. Hell no. If you die, then I'll be pretty fucking, said I did this for nothing, Bakugo spat, running forward towards the burly man. He threw a hand forward, letting out one of the most powerful explosions he could manage. As the dust settled, he found that the man didn't even budge. His very furry chest seemed a little singed, but beyond that, he was still all smiles. That's a pretty cool quirk. Kid, they never approached you about joining the League? The League again? I don't know what the F that is. Bakugo, angered, rushed in and delivered a flurry of explosions, but eventually faltered, gasping as he felt pain surge through his hands from overusing his quirk that day. A minute. The man's fist flew through the smoke, and Bakugo barely managed to dodge it, jumping back a bit. He heard footsteps behind, and turned to see a few others approaching the down girl, who lifted a hand, expanding it several times larger to suddenly blast them backwards. The others, surprised, decided to take her seriously now, rushing in to attack her. I fucking told you to dash. While he was distracted, Bakugo was grabbed from behind, put into a headlock by the larger man. He gasped, struggling against the man's superior strength. Just go to sleep, kid, the bear man said with a laugh. If you survive, then maybe I'll take you back to HQ for initiation. How about that? Bakugo was kicking and trying to elbow the man behind him, but it proved to be no use. As his vision began to get hazy, he could see that Itsuka had gotten up to her feet, smacking away an oncoming attacker, before another managed to hit her shoulder hard with a bat, making her gasp out and fall over, the others starting to surround and mob her. Then there was darkness. But it wasn't from unconsciousness. Some sort of swirling mass of blackness. Does that? Again. Bakugo assumed it must be whatever brought that other villain, but he didn't expect the green-haired boy who came flying out from the void, straight towards the group that was attacking Itsuka. Izuku and Muzabori connected their minds fully. Together, they had twice the computing power, and could manage a one-on-many fight much more easily, their eyes melding into a mix of green and gold. Breath of the void. Vision of the void. Blood started to surge through Izuku. As he slid in, he delivered a powerful punch straight to the side of one of the villains, sending the man tumbling away in a yell of agony. The others, surprised, weren't ready as Izuku continued his assault, sending a flurry of punches at several of them before spinning and bringing his left around to kick two of them hard in the jaw, sending them away. Be sturdy, One of the attackers brought up what looked like razor-sharp claws on his arms, trying to strike Izuku while he was in mid-kick. Try again, Scissor Boy. Izuku's body moved forwards, somersaulting forwards and rolling, before spinning around to face the remaining attackers that were standing near Itsuka. Dimensional shift. He vanished, leaving the villains confused. Before they could think of what happened, Izuku suddenly appeared, striking the man with the blades across the face. Then he vanished again, and reappeared below him, delivering a strong uppercut that sent the man stumbling backwards. He was gone yet again, the man slashing around wildly at the air, expecting to hit an invisible target. But Izuku reappeared behind him, grabbing the back of his head and jumping up to knee him right on the back of the head, the enhanced force of using his breath of the void enough to crack the man's skull, sending him straight to the ground, foaming at the mouth. As Izuku looked down at the man, a small pang of worry filling him, two more attacked him with switchblades. He easily sidestepped one, then grabbed the wrist of the other, throwing him at the other attacker, sending them into a confused pile on the ground. Bakugo didn't even realize that his attacker had let up on his grip. The bearish man was watching Izuku with an astonished look, his grip on Bakugo having let up as he gawked. Now, with a moment to breathe, Bakugo let out a growl and reached up, grabbing the man's head. F***. Letting out a powerful explosion, the man yelled and took a few steps back, smoke billowing from his head. Bakugo fell forward, coughing, staring down at his hands that were shaking incredibly badly. Kaken! Izuku turned at the sound of the explosion. He then saw that the man had recovered quickly and was coming to attack Bakugo once again. You should have just taken our offer to J-. The man's words were cut off, his powerful hand in mid-motion to strike Bakugo from behind, his arm shaking with effort. Confused, the man looked back to see Izuku standing behind him now, holding onto his arm with seemingly little effort. Who the hell are you? Izuku kept a calm expression, even if the adrenaline mixed with his permanent skill was making his blood rush hard through his body. As he looked at the man with his golden green eyes, the man became frightened. It's you. Musabori dash. Before Izuku knew it, they had grabbed a hold of the man's face and slammed him back down into the ground. As he popped back up in the air from the force, Musabori sent a strong kick into his side, sending him tumbling hard into the pile of other goons they had defeated before, those that were still conscious letting out yells of pain. Izuku took a deep breath, releasing his skills, feeling his blood starting to settle. He hadn't quite overexerted himself, so the aftereffects weren't too bad, aside from maybe some feelings of dull pain in his muscles. Musabori? There was no answer. Musabori was keeping silent, facing away from Izuku in their mindscape. A cough made Izuku snap back to reality, and he quickly rushed over to the other two. Kendo. Izuku was surprised to see the girl there, her presence finally registering to him. Midoriya? Itsuka looked up at him. His eyes widened as he saw the wound on her neck, and he watched as she fell over unconscious. Kendo! Kneeling beside the girl, Izuku lifted her up a bit carefully. The wound was cracking along her skin, and blood was starting to come out faster. No. Kaken, what happened? Bakugo didn't want to respond, angered with himself, angered with everything that was happening recently. Izuku. Musabori. Musabori, what can we do for her? Do I warp to a hospital? Remember our skills, Musabori told him calmly. Restoration. It can restore what's been damaged by our deprivation. But it didn't do this. Musabori seemed thoughtful, as if considering his words carefully. I've seen this damage before, I know what it can do. Trust me. Izuku looked down at the unconscious girl in his arms. It was all too familiar. It brought back memories of when he held his mother on that day when Musabori had attacked her. That memory also seemed to make Musabori flinch a bit, but he didn't try to defend himself. Shakily, Izuku's hand moved down near Itsuka's throat. You'll have to touch it. I know it's gross, but it has to be done. Gulping, his hand touched her wound. He was trembling more and more, trying to speak to use the skill, but his upset was getting the better of him. Restoration. Musabori spoke for the shaken Izuku. A strangely calming sensation moved through his arm. Whereas most skills they used made him feel a bit uncomfortable, this one was certainly very soothing and gentle. The usual dark purple or black energy was more of a lavender color as it moved over the affected area of Itsuka's throat. Bakugo finally looked up, watching the scene. For a moment, he felt like he couldn't recognize the boy who was somehow healing someone before his very eyes. That scrawny little kid he had picked on for years. That was really gone. After only a few moments of using the skill, the damage that had been done to Itsuka's throat had reverted itself, leaving it almost like new, besides the blood that stained it. Izuku lifted his shaky hand, looking at the blood that was on it. "It isn't easy, but you'll get used to this sort of stuff eventually," Muzabori told him. Though Itsuka was still unconscious, her breathing seemed to return to normal now. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, then looked back towards Bakugo, who was staring at him intently. "Kaken." Izuku had to search for the words for a moment. "Psst. My power. I really don't want to compete with you." Bakugo stayed silent. Everything the boy had believed in was crumbling beneath him. "I want you to know that I'm strong. I can handle myself now, I can. Save others. I want us to get along eye-to-eye." Izuku gulped, feeling himself trembling again. Words failed Izuku and emptied from his mind. There really was nothing left to say now. The world was a dire place, as they had all just learned, and their fates were more tightly bound than what they might have originally thought. Actions were all that could be done for now, and even then, Bakugo felt like he couldn't do anything. He was truly powerless. U.A High School had once looked very intimidating to Izuku, but now, as he stood at the steps leading to the front entrance, something about it all didn't seem as terrifying anymore. "You've been through a lot, that much is true," Muzabori commented. Sensing that Izuku had more on his mind, he continued, "I know, I'll tell you more soon, I just need to think about what all happened." He was referring to that night a couple of weeks ago, when Izuku had discovered Bakugo and the girl he met recently, Itsuka Kendo, being attacked by a group of ruffians. One of them had even somehow known about Muzabori, but due to the intense feelings amongst the group for the time, Izuku didn't ask any more questions, instead taking the girl to the nearest hospital. Bakugo as well hadn't reached out to Izuku since then. Knowing him, there was no way he'd want to talk things through, but there's also no way he'd give up on excelling at UA. "I hope you're here. Midoriya?" Izuku broke away from his thoughts and looked back, seeing that Itsuka was approaching him, the girl wearing U.A's uniform, which consisted of a long-sleeve, button-up white shirt, a gray jacket with blue-green stripes, and a red tie along with a dark green skirt. The orange-haired girl smiled at him. "You look good in the uniform." For a moment, Izuku almost thought that he had thought that, and his face became incredibly red, turning away. It was true that Itsuka was very attractive, but he had been trying to push that far back in his mind. Now that it came through again, all of the embarrassment flooded through with it. "TT thanks," Izuku responded. Itsuka let out a laugh at his reaction. "I'm still amazed at your social skills," she commented. "You have every reason to be confident and cocky, you know." Rubbing the back of his head, Izuku shrugged. "Not one to boast or anything." Itsuka eyed him seriously, fighting back the urge to mention that night. From all she remembered, she had been fighting off the villains as best she could before passing out, and when she had come to, Izuku was carrying her in his arms heading to the hospital. When she had looked up to him at that time, he had looked really, really cool, but also deeply troubled. The explanation she has given was that some street thugs had assaulted her, but a hero had saved her. Since her memory truly was fuzzy, she gave only vague details, deciding that what Izuku had done could very well be akin to vigilantism. After a quick recovery, the authorities had escorted her home and searched the area she had described, which, unfortunately, had turned out fruitless. "Well, that's good." She put a smile back on again. "Did your message tell you? We're supposed to all meet at the gymnasium first thing." Izuku nodded, remembering Best Jeanist mentioning this. "All of us from each hero class, right? I wonder what that's about." He had a hunch after the number 4 hero had explained a bit about Class 1s. From the sounds of it, it was almost like a special placement. More pressure for him, of course. The two continued into U.A, following the direction of some older students who directed them towards the gym area. Looking around, Izuku managed to spot both Shoto Todoroki and Inasa Yurashi amongst the students, both standing out in their own ways. Another one as well, Juzo, was very distinguished in the crowd, but Izuku was trying to find one face in particular. All right. The booming voice of Present Mic made Izuku, and several others, jump in surprise. They quickly made their way inside, seeing that the voice hero was standing in front of the students who were already gathering. Class A, over there. Class B, over there. Class up front. Izuku could hear confusion among some of the students, hearing questions of, "What's Class S?" He gulped, not wanting to be the center of attention at all, but his fears of that being the case were coming true. "Well, I'll see you later, Midoriya," Itsuka said, putting a hand on his arm. He pulled away shyly, making the girl laugh. "You gotta work on that." As she left, giving him a small wave, he saw she was heading towards the 1B group. Then she stopped for a moment and gave a wave to someone else. It was Bakugo. He gave the girl a look, but didn't respond to her wave. She didn't seem perturbed by this as the boy walked past her and headed towards the front near Present Mic, but instead looked back to Izuku and shrugged with a smile before continuing on. "Kaken looks pretty. We'll see how long that lasts for." Approaching the front, Izuku stood amongst 7 others of his peers, facing down those who were apparently going to be in classes 1A and 1B. He felt his nervousness growing under their face, as it was like they were being put upon display. "Okay, now listen up. These are the teachers who will be representing your classes. Everybody, give a big hand for Dash." Suddenly, Present Mic's collar moved up and covered his mouth. He stood there, finger pointed to the sky, his voice muffled. That's when Best Jeanist stepped out to reveal himself. "Thank you, Present Mic," the hero spoke coolly, releasing his quirk. "That will be good for now." Glumly, the loud hero took a step back as Best Jeanist, Eraserhead, and Vlad all went towards their respective classes. There was a lot of commotion amongst the 1A and 1B students at seeing Best Jeanist there, but those up front with 1S had all apparently seen him already, as Izuku had. "This year at UA is set to be very unique," Best Jeanist began. "Everybody here is your classmate, your teammate, but also your rival. They're really playing this up." Next it was Eraserhead who spoke. Class ahead of you is what you must strive for." Then Vlad. "Class 1 is, that's right. They're the top of the class right now, at this very second, but that means nothing. You can knock them down a peg if you try hard." Best Jeanist raised a hand towards the 1S students and continued. "Those standing here can exit 1S at any time after this assembly," he explained, "if any from 1A or 1B are deemed to be more fitting. Look at them now, and realize that they are just like all of you. I want you to think about how you can beat them, but also how you can work with them to further yourselves." The hero opened his arms wide for effect. "We are going to turn you all into proper heroes. This group of first years will become the standard for new hero training to come." Everyone was wowed into silence, taking it all in. Izuku took a breath of relief, the ire that was directed at 1S dissipating a bit. Then it got worse. "Let us sound off, Class 1S. Best Jeanist ran a thumb along the brim of his collar. "You'll be the targets of your classmates. You should be ready to stand at the top if you wish to remain here. Katsuki Bakugo. Momo Yayorozu. Shoto Todoroki. Izuku Midoriya. Setsuna Tokage. Juzo Hananuki. Inasa Yorashi. Nito Minoma." At the final call, there was silence for a moment. Izuku felt like he wanted to go warp away and hide from all the looks they were receiving now. Even Itsuka seemed to be very thoughtful as she watched them, a serious expression on her face, albeit not hostile like some of the students had. "What did you expect? This school sheet is going to be fun after all, why?" Musabori laughed heartily in their mind. Class 1S had a classroom situated right next to A and B. It had apparently been added on to the school when the curriculum change was put in place, though judging from the hallway door, which was very tall and matched the others, you couldn't really tell that. Izuku had heard things pass through the grapevine of students already. Something about Aizawa and Vlad being very strict teachers, possibly even failing entire classes before. That left a lot of questions about Best Jeanist, who had never taught at U.A before, and how strict someone as great as the number 4 hero would probably be. He took a deep breath as he and the others followed Best Jeanist to the door. Once there, he slid it open and stepped inside. When Izuku stepped to the doorway, he let out an audible gasp. The 1S classroom was anything but ordinary. The room was much larger than one might have thought, based on how close the classroom doors were. It actually spanned much farther back and much farther along the hallway than the single door would have implied. This is like a courtroom? The comment came from the boy Izuku recognized was Juzo. Truly, the room was very regal in design. At the center were 8 desks that faced each other in a circular pattern. Then there was a much taller platform by the wall with a seat behind it, where Best Jeanist went and sat. He motioned with a wave of his hand to the desks below. Much like your peers in Class A and Class B, he began, you will be watching each other, helping each other grow through experience as you strive to better yourselves. Twisting his fingers, strands suddenly appeared from small velvet markings on each desk, moving up to attach to his hand. With a simple waggle of his fingers, he was able to make the desks move and rearrange themselves to face towards him now, the seats of each desk seemingly attached as well. You're under my scrutinizing eye at all times as well, much like you will be under the watchful view of the public as heroes. He let the strands return and leaned into his large podium, hands clasped together as he stared down at his students. Everyone, take a seat. It's time we begin. After everyone found a seat, they all watched as Best Jeanist held up 2 fingers. There are 2 things you must take into account for this class immediately, he spoke firmly. 1. You must keep your head, for that is a sign of a proper hero. Listen and analyze. 2. You must always be aware of your surroundings. The seats had been rearranged by Jeanist's Quirk to be in 2 rows of 4. Izuku, who was sitting in the back row left center, felt something on his arms and looked down in surprise. Threads. He watched as threads attached to his uniform and held him there. Looking around, he saw the others were also equally as stuck now. The desks all rearranged themselves from Jeanist's threads back into a circle, so everyone was facing towards each other. To his left was the girl named Tokage, and to his right, the wind user Yurashi from the exam. Both seemed equally as confused. 2 of you have been tasked with taking down the others in your class, to swiftly exit them from the course, Best Jeanist explained. This has been done in secret between the time of your arrival today to now. Something like that happened? Best Jeanist leaned in, gazing down at the students with a foreboding look. Well, who can tell me who they are? Silence ensued, but the tension in the class was certainly present as everyone looked around. Izuku took the time to really take everyone in at that point, his mind going a million miles an hour. Shoto Todoroki seemed to be keeping his cool, appearing much more contemplative than the rest. Setsuna Tokage and Nito Monoma both had smiles, which was a little off-putting, both almost seeming to enjoy the tension. Inasa Yurashi's big smile was a bit of a different case, the broad-shouldered boy seemingly always happy anyways. Momo Yaoyorozu seemed to be analyzing everybody closely, much like Izuku was. As their gaze met for a moment, he couldn't help but look away from embarrassment. You really SCK, Musabori teased. Ignoring him, Izuku saw that Bakugo was too distracted by being held in place. His teeth clenched as he angrily tried to break free. Juzo Hananuki seemed to be keeping it cool, just using his eyes to look around. He always seemed subtle, even during the exam, but if he's made it this far, there was obviously more to him than met the eye. Snap. It was Yaoyoroshi who suddenly stood, seemingly breaking free from the strands without much issue. Sensei, I have an answer, he exclaimed, throwing up a salute. And that is? Nobody. This is just a test. Izuku was surprised by this, the thought never even crossing his mind. A test, so like, just a way to get into our heads? Wrong. With the movement of his hand, strands enveloped Yaoyoroshi in a cocoon. Izuku felt himself sweating as he saw the boy get swallowed up. What the? Musabori? Already asking for me to cheat for you? You're quite the rebel. Now it was Juzo who suddenly piped up. I think it's that green-haired kid. He's got some pretty crazy powers. Wrong. Poof. Juzo was encased in threads. Next it was Yaoyorozu who spoke up, albeit much more calmly. If some of us were truly given instructions to sabotage, then they should come forward right now, since this is a hero class, the girl spoke confidently. If only it worked that way, Todoroki muttered. This is so obvious, Monoma said with a laugh, the blonde squirming around in his seat. Why can't you guys see it? This is why I... cocooned. Bakugo growled. This is just stupid, what the hell are you? Cocooned. Now it was just Izuku, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Tokage left. Nobody spoke up at this point, and the tension continued to grow, until Best Jeanist began to clap lightly. But keeping your head is the first thing I mentioned. He spoke, lifting a finger up. You were given a statement, then asked a question you had no reasonable way of answering. It was true that there were no saboteurs, but to assume as such is reckless, just as reckless as answering with no evidence. With some hand movements, all of the cocoon students were suddenly freed, and Izuku felt the threads holding him down let up. You four have passed the first test, but Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Tokage, you three showed the most level of attitudes, Best Jeanist said. Midoriya, you seemed about ready to lose yourself. Overthinking things is a critical mistake. Though I cannot deny that analysis is key to dissolving situations. But what the hell's the point? Bakugo spat. Just making half of us look stupid? Best Jeanist shook his head. I'm showing you what it feels like when one single action turns on you. The public's watchful eye, Yaoyorozu repeated Jeanist's earlier words. Nodding at this, their teacher stood and outstretched his arms as if encompassing all of his students. Listen, watch, and do not assume. These are key factors of becoming proper heroes, he spoke. And now that you know these key factors, let's do some introductions. Everyone began to introduce themselves. Todoroki kept it short and simple, while Yaoyorozu and Juzo gave very polite introductions. I plan on becoming a top hero for sure, Yorashi exclaimed proudly. I was the #1 recommended student after all. Next was Tokage, the dark green, unkempt hair swaying and her surprisingly sharp teeth highlighted by her enthusiastic speaking. I really hope we can all get along and get stronger together. When Monoma stood, the boy held a cocky grin as he held a hand over his face, before throwing his arm out in a dramatic flourish. I'm glad to meet you all. After all, I am gracing the students of you today with my presence, and you'll all make me look better in the long run. Is that something you just say to people? The comment came from Juzo. Monoma chuckled. Even my confidence is superior, it seems. Oh my. After Monoma's incredible display of arrogance, Izuku stood up, feeling his nerves hitting him once more at being stared at. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm, glad to be here. Very smooth. My goals. Well, he cleared his throat, mentally pushing Musabori away to focus. I want to be like All Might. A scowl came from Bakugo, whose eyes were averted the whole time. Todoroki, as well, seemed to not have any interest in looking at his peers. Who doesn't? Tokage grinned after her response, to which Izuku chuckled nervously. Copying a pro hero isn't a path to becoming great, Best Jeanist commented. The next generation must learn and evolve. I know, I'll make sure to find my own path. I can't become All Might, but I'll do great things like he does. I'm sure you will. Izuku sat down, remembering the strange dream where Best Jeanist and Akemi had been present. He had thought since then that it wasn't just a dream, that they had done something with his mind. But he couldn't be sure until he asked their teacher in private, since he had never been contacted by either of those two since then. Lastly, Bakugo stood, glaring down at his desk, hands stuffed into his pockets. I don't really care what the rest of you think, he said. Being #1 is my thing. Nobody can challenge me on that. Yorashi let out a hearty laugh. It's good to think that way, Bakugo. Bakugo flashed an angry look at that. Unlike some of you freaks, I've got the power to back it up. Oh. Yorashi's grin only grew wider. I'd love to see that power. Oh yeah? Then how about? Bakugo stopped as he was suddenly pulled back into his seat by a thread. He scowled up towards Best Jeanist, who was shaking his head. There will be plenty of time for proving your strength, Best Jeanist said. For now, we will go over the basic orientation, but after that, the gloves come off. When lunchtime came, Izuku was on the lookout for one person in particular, and found him sitting alone at a table, looking pretty worn out. Hey Midoriya. As she sat, she saw just how wrecked he seemed. Are you alright? Izuku nodded, his eyes downcast on his tray of food. Yeah. Is Jeanist really that tough? Izuku wondered. During Vlad's first homeroom with Class B, he had yelled something about not losing to Aizawa and Class A, and proceeded to give them a series of physical tests to check their quirks. It was strenuous, but nothing too terrible. I just wanted to tell you thanks. She decided to stay. This got Izuku's attention, the boy looking towards her. You know why, but can we talk about it sometime? That was pretty crazy, you know. Sure, it's just. Obviously, it's nothing I can talk about publicly, Izuku said with a sigh, a flash of the villain's attack popping into his mind. The aftermath when Bakugo had stumbled away refusing help, and Izuku had taken Itsuka to the hospital, only to return and find no sign of the defeated villains. Sorry you got involved. Well, here, Itsuka said with a smile, putting a folded paper on the table. This is my number. Izuku's tiredness seemed to vanish as he blushed. And a number? Itsuka raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Phone number. Muzabori would normally make a smug comment here, so Izuku instinctively snatched the paper and nodded to her, smiling with wavering confidence. No such comment was made. Okay. I'll message you later then, Izuku said with just a bit too much enthusiasm. Itsuka laughed and leaned in. Well, I'm here now, so tell me what happened. What's Best Jeanist like? Izuku's eyes looked away as he remembered the events from earlier. Well, the students of 1S had changed into their gym clothes, which were dark blue with thick white lines across it that created the letters U, and were standing at one of U.A.'s many large, oversized training facilities. This one in particular seemed to simulate an industrial area, with many pipes running along everywhere between smokestacks and factory buildings. One at a time, you'll head off into this facility, with the goal of reaching the other side, Best Jeanist explained. Along the way are choices which will guide your path. Incorrect choices lead to more difficult paths. If you get stuck, you fail. Fail? We get a bad grade? Tokage questioned, tilting her head a bit. Fail, as in you will promptly be replaced in Class 1S, Best Jeanist replied. Yurashi laughed and cracked his knuckles. Nice. Big stakes already. This is the best kind of stuff. Izuku thought for a moment before raising a hand and speaking when Best Jeanist acknowledged him. Is there a time limit? Good question. The next person will be staggered by 2 minutes, but if anyone who starts after you reaches the goal before you, you fail. This definitely made it more dire for everyone, making even the ones who were usually all smiles get a bit more serious. Another thing, you must use your quirks inquisitively. Destruction will not be tolerated. With that, let's begin, Midoriya, you'll be first. Izuku gasped, all eyes turning to him. Of course. Stepping up to the entrance to the facility, Izuku took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves at being the center of attention. Lighting a fire under your butt. I bet that teacher of yours knows everything after all. We have to assume that's the case, Izuku thought. If he wants us to be pushed further, then we'll just show him what we've got, right? Hell yeah. Let's give him hell. Your time started 45 seconds ago, Best Jeanist stated suddenly. Izuku gasped and looked over at the pro hero. What? The man looked down at his watch. Time's ticking. Gritting his teeth, Izuku muttered, Breath of the Void. And with that he was off, sprinting at an impressive speed into the facility. After only a few strides, he was covered in darkness as he went below a row of thick pipelines. No matter what the obstacles are, we can get through it with dimensional shift, I'm sure, he thought as he ran. Since I don't know anything about this place, I can't warp, except maybe back to the start. Musabori seemed to be lost in thought about something. What is it? Izuku slid to a stop, his breathing deep and heavy as his blood flooded through his veins hotly. Ahead of them was a sign with 2 arrows, one pointing left and the other pointing right. You must save one person from a falling building. An elderly woman or a businessman. On each arrow was a cartoonish depiction of the victim in question, either a sweet old lady or a very stern-looking man dressed in a suit. There's not really an answer, is there? Izuku ran it over in his mind, realizing that it was impossible. Izuku darted off to the right, taking the businessman route. Time was ticking, there wasn't any time to waste. Scan. Through the darkness, Izuku could now see threads that were spread across the path, forming thick barriers that could have hurt if he'd ran into them unknowingly. Dimensional shift. Phasing out of reality, Izuku easily moved straight through the threads. So was this the harder path? The incorrect one? An explosion. It must be Bakugo, the boy using his quirk to make his way quickly into the fray of the facility. Gotta keep moving. Nothing can stop us. Izuku released the skill as he saw they had come to yet another sign, this one asking a similar question. What is more important? Saving lives or stopping villains? Once again, the answers pointed in different directions. Izuku took a step towards the stopping villain's path, determined to see if what he assumed was the incorrect answer would prove to be a difficult one. Could stop for F's sake. Stopping, Izuku glared inwardly at Musabori, who equally seemed ticked off. We don't have time to... It's a trick, Musabori growled, the man shaking his head in disappointment. There's no answer. What do you... Boom. Bush. Bakugo came flying in past Izuku. For a split second, their eyes met, but the boy flew by so fast that there wasn't any other contact. Bakugo didn't even look at the options, taking a path and blasting away. DMN. See? We gotta. Musabori sighed heavily. I get that you're a teen, but geez kid, you should listen to your elders sometime. Izuku took a step forward, but felt his body stop. He clenched his fists, shaking his head. What if you're wrong though? I can't just stand here, that's not what Best Genius said. That's fair, but consider this. Musabori spoke with Izuku. Another whoosh accompanied the excited Yorozu as he flew by with his wind. Izuku nodded, and by the time Yorozu reached him, she saw him vanish. Best Genius stood by the entrance, now alone after the last student had entered. Then Izuku arrived, walking out of the darkness of the facility. It took a shorter time than expected, Best Genius. I assume Musabori figured it out. Izuku didn't look at his teacher, nodding solemnly. That shows promising progress, Genius said, crossing his arms. What made you come back to the beginning? What you said in class. Rushing into things without answers. And? Izuku sighed. The rule that if someone behind you beats you, you're out. That'd mean the last person to go had no challenge. Best Genius nodded. This is true. When things don't align, and answers aren't able to be found, what must you do? Izuku finally looked up at his teacher, who could see something strangely hollow in his gaze, as if it was devoid of any feeling or recognition of his surroundings. Return to the beginning and reanalyze. Nodding, Best Genius looked towards the facility where noises were echoing around. There was no exit, just a loop of questions leading to more questions. They'll probably tire themselves out shortly and end up here. For now, you should rest, he said, eyeing Izuku closely. You look exhausted. Izuku's fork suddenly broke in half. He looked down at it, a bit confused. Itsuka blinked, staring at him worriedly. And Midoriya? He looked up at her, shaking the haze from his mind. Huh. You were explaining how you got to the second question, then. You kinda stopped, the girl said. Everything all right? Yeah, it's fine, Izuku said, managing a small, fake smile. It wasn't fine. Musabori had taken full control to rip Izuku away from what he thought was the correct way to pursue the test. For nearly 20 minutes, Izuku was locked away in a dark place deep within his mind, unable to see or hear anything that was happening outside. And it was awful. When Musabori had released him, Izuku had felt betrayed. They hadn't spoken since then, and he felt the barrier in their mind that they had previously broken come back stronger than ever. This was only the first half of the first day, and everything's falling apart. While Izuku drowned in his own sorrow, Itsuka absolutely wasn't having it. The girl expanded her hand and bopped him softly on the head, the small impact enough to make him snap back to reality. Look, whatever you're going over in your head on repeat, you're not alone, Itsuka told him with a smile. I'm always open to hearing about it. That didn't seem to do much, so Itsuka sighed, crossing her arms. Okay, how about this? If I get into Class S, you've got to spill whatever it is that you're so troubled with. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. That's not really fair for you. I plan on getting in soon, so don't worry, she said with a grin. I know the perfect person from your class to take out of the running. Unsure of whether he should oblige the girl, Izuku just shrugged and forced his best smile. I'm sure you can do it. Sorry, I'm just thinking a lot. Itsuka grinned. You do that a lot, huh? Oh. Another tray was set down, a little ways down the table. Izuku looked over and blinked at the person who was there. KK Kaken. Bakugo's eyes went from Itsuka, then to Izuku as he sat down at their table. Deku. He seemed to have trouble saying what he wanted, gritting his teeth. Kendo. It's time we had a chat. I ain't ignorant that shit that happened anymore. Itsuka looked around and shook her head. This really isn't the best place. Then you tell me, Bakugo retorted, thumbing to Izuku. This guy knows something and he has to tell us. Izuku gulped as both of them looked his way. They were right in the end, but he wasn't prepared for an assault on his knowledge this soon. After class, will go somewhere, Izuku said. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, then he turned to his lunch, starting to eat. To Izuku, him not responding or yelling something was a big surprise, and signaled to him a silent agreement. Itsuka nodded to his suggestion. Okay. But I hope you won't hold back too much if it's something dangerous. Izuku searched his mind for Musabori, his other half still sulking somewhere in the darkness there. He shook his head. No. I'll tell you both everything. The rest of their first day was meeting their core class teachers, like Ectoplasm for math and Present Mic for English. Before the final bell chimed, Best Jeanist spoke to his students one last time. As this is not a traditional class, a class representative doesn't quite make sense, Best Jeanist stated. Instead, I wish for all of you to prepare yourselves for tomorrow, where we will decide the role assignments for the class. So more like a student council? It was Yaoyorozu who asked. Best Jeanist nodded. An equal discussion of matters between people fulfilling different roles, instead of one or two individual leaders. This will strengthen the resolve and bonds of Class S. Nobody had any arguments with that. If anything, Izuku was glad that there was no chance he'd be put in the spotlight by being a class rep or vice rep. As Izuku walked out of the class after the final bell, he saw Bakugo waiting for him in the hall. Where's the redhead? Izuku blinked, then realized that Bakugo must not really know the girl at all. Oh, Kendo? There she is. He waved a bit to the girl as she was exiting the Class 1B door. Hey guys. Bakugo, right? She smiled at the spiky-haired boy. Bakugo gave her a glance but just gave a grunt in response. What were you thinking? It'd be best to go somewhere private enough that nobody can listen or watch us, Izuku told her. Anyway, you can just do that portal thing and take us someplace like that? Itsuka wondered. Izuku shook his head. And not right now. Just follow me, Bakugo said impatiently, walking past them without waiting up. Exchanging a glance, Izuku and Itsuka shrugged. Before following after him, Izuku just glad to brush past the internal feud with Musabori, not sure how to explain right now why he couldn't warp them anywhere. Izuku could utilize Musabori's quirk on his own, but that felt a bit awkward for the time being. As they were leaving, they heard some sort of commotion. Looking over, they could see that Monoma was having an encounter with a tall, broad boy wearing spectacles. The guy. Izuku sighed. Not sure why, but something makes me want to hit that guy, Itsuka commented on the Monoma situation before they moved on. The two followed Bakugo off campus, where he headed down the road along the wall of UA, which was pretty massive and seemed to go on forever, which made sense with how huge the campus was. Eventually, they came to what seemed to be an industrial area. Part of it was seemingly connected to UA, but there was one particularly abandoned-looking facility across the street that was blocked off by lots of tape and warning signs. This is... Izuku hesitantly entered after Bakugo as the boy casually pushed some of the tape aside and went inside. The building was very worn out, with rust and scuff markings all over the stone walls. Machines of unknown function laid strewn about, some of them looking like they had been destroyed in a demolition or damaged in a fire. It clicked for Izuku pretty quickly. "Kaken, don't call me that," the boy growled, sitting on a hunk of what was once a crane of some sorts. "This is a place I found to let loose." "What of it, nerd?" Izuku shook his head. "And nothing." "So, spit it out, I ain't sitting here all day," Bakugo said, crossing his arms. Itsuka stayed standing nearby, probably not as trusting of the hunks of metal and possibly sharp edges of things in the factory. Izuku felt the same, so he also stayed standing. Izuku had considered what to say, but it was still difficult. "This power, it's not yours." A woman's voice entered his mind, making him stop. The others looked at him in confusion. "Midoriya?" Izuku could feel a sweat bead move down his face, and his breathing was getting heavier. That voice had sounded familiar, but how? "It's not mine. I'm quirkless." Bakugo shot up. "Like hell. You trying to pull a fast one?" Izuku waved his hands defensively. "No. It's true. Someone else's. Musabori. Why did you leave me?" That's what it was. As the voice came again, Izuku remembered that strange dream he had a while back. A pool of a strange substance, skulls rising from it, and a woman who was sitting on top of the skulls. Who is that? He felt something rustling inside of himself. Musabori finally came forth into his mind once more. "The remnants? That's why that BSTRD wants me," he said. "Who?" "All for one." Confused, Izuku looked to Bakugo and Itsuka, both of whom were unaware of his internal struggle. He clenched at his chest, feeling his nerves getting the better of him. "Have them touch you." "Icha? If we make contact, they can see for themselves." Izuku thought about Musabori attacking his mother. Musabori scoffed. "You'll never let me live that down, huh? We're one now, Izuku, no matter what." Taking a step forward, Izuku hesitantly put out a hand, the others looking at it, confused. Take my hand," Izuku said nervously. "He'll be able to talk to you." "He?" Itsuka looked skeptical, while Bakugo seemed to get angrier. "Yeah," Izuku said with a nod. "The one responsible for my power. Musabori." That name clicked in both of their minds, as they remembered the strange villain who had injured Itsuka, mentioning Musabori, and how he was involved with a green-haired kid. Be mind-controlled, or something? Bakugo looked him up and down. Izuku shook his head. "No, it's like a mutual partnership. Two minds, one body. I don't know how exactly to put it." Itsuka had a hand to her chin, but after a moment, she stepped forward and gently touched Izuku's hand. He had to fight back his nerves from a girl touching him, but thankfully it was overshadowed by the reaction Itsuka had. In the girl's eyes, she could see Musabori standing behind Izuku. It shocked her, making her let go and step back. You saw him?" Izuku chuckled nervously. Sorry, I don't know how you'd see him really." Itsuka hesitantly reached out again, making contact. Musabori appeared again, giving her a small smirk. She gulped. "Hi. Any way you could get the angry guy over there to come over?" Itsuka looked back at Bakugo, who hadn't budged. "I assume nobody could make him," she commented with a nervous grin. Bakugo growled and came trudging forward. "The hell? This better not just be some bullsh." As he smacked his hand down to join theirs, he stopped, gazing at Musabori, the man giving him a serious gaze rather than a friendly, welcoming look he'd given to Itsuka. "Bakugo. It's about time we met. The hell are you?" "As if you know me," Bakugo spat. Musabori laughed heartily. "I've been with Izuku for years." but I was finally able to manifest within the past year. What? Are you? Are you just a quirk? Itsuka questioned. Not even sure about much, Izuku admitted. Something about the other two in this moment made his burdens lift a bit, and it felt like his power and emotions weighed less on him. But his quirk is where my power comes from. Yep, that's me, the brawn and looks of this relationship, Muzabori said, flexing his arms. Itsuka and Bakugo gave him a flat look. Muzabori stopped and sighed, crossing his arms. You kids these days SCK? Well, anyways, I think I'll give you a brief rundown. Muzabori told them, in abridged fashion, how he had chosen Izuku as his new vessel, and due to certain circumstances that he didn't give details on, they decided to help. But what the hell does that creepy beast want with you? Bakugo questioned. Creepy BSTRD? Yeah, Bakugo said, scowling at the memory. He was pale and ugly as hell, wore a hand on his face, probably too afraid to show his mug. Muzabori put a hand to his chin, thinking. It could be another one of his toys. All for One has always enjoyed his little projects. You mentioned him before, but who is All for One? One of the most dangerous people in the world. The power to give and take quirks, and a resolve to recreate the world in his vision, Muzabori explained, obviously recalling some intense memories. I was something he was very interested in. As Itsuka listened, she suddenly noticed someone sitting far behind Izuku and Muzabori, a woman in a black kimono, with pink hair pulled back into a long ponytail. Hey! Who's? As they looked, the woman was gone. Itsuka blinked, surprised by her disappearance. But I'm surprised you could see it. My quirk is one thing, but All for One. That man wanted my entire being under his control. That means all of the remnants inside of me, which would surely give him an edge against the heroes of this time he needs. Remnants? What are they? Is it about that woman? Izuku asked. Muzabori sighed. She was one of two people I could trust in the world. When I died and became like this, I took her life, as well as many others. I had no control. Just like that time, Izuku thought. Muzabori nodded to him, acknowledging when he had attacked Inko Midoriya. The remnants of their spirits lie within me, and they're incredibly vengeful, Muzabori continued. It's hard to keep them at bay. But if they could be harnessed by someone as crafty as All for One, he sighed. We'd be looking at a force the heroes couldn't hope to ever overcome. Silence followed that statement. It was a lot to take in, and Izuku was hearing it for the first time as well. Before he could say anything to break the tension, Bakugo ripped his hand away and turned away. So, you got lucky, got some power, and now you want what? He clenched his fists. Some help? Fix your own DMN problems, nerd. Kaken. It's not about. Some of us are born for greatness. You weren't, Bakugo retorted. Now that you've got some crazy bullshit going on, you gotta get yourself out of it. Itsuka shook her head. That's not fair, Bakugo. No, he's right. Izuku looked down towards the floor. I can't face it all alone. Whatever's happening, these villains, these remnants inside of me, they're too much. Itsuka looked from Izuku to Muzabori, who had a distant look in his eyes. She pulled her hand away, watching the image of the man dissolve. But why keep it all secret? Can't the heroes help? Itsuka questioned. Izuku shook his head. Muzabori is known to be a dangerous entity, and they already know. But I'm a new approach. If I can become a great hero with Muzabori at my side, then it'll change everything. He looked towards Bakugo. The boy turned away, his hands in his pockets. It was impossible to read what he might be thinking. Izuku took a step towards him. I need people I can trust. Friends, Izuku said with wavering confidence. Kaken. We've known each other for so long, that While Izuku tried to find the words, Bakugo knew what the green-haired boy should have said. He thought back to their fight on the rooftop of their middle school, and then the villain attack that had crushed Bakugo's spirits. Nerd, we aren't friends, Bakugo said in a soft but sharp voice. I hate your guts. You were fun to pick on, that's all. Izuku looked down, feeling some pain at those words. But then Bakugo continued. Now you've apparently gotten way stronger. What kind of bullshit is that? Bakugo shook his head, still keeping his face averted. You expect me to accept that? But I have nowhere else to go. Bakugo looked up towards the ceiling, seemingly taking a deep, heavy breath, before turning to look at Izuku with a serious gaze. Can I get stronger if I help your butt out? Surprised by that question, Izuku had to think for a moment. I don't see why not, Izuku said unsurely. Tease, what kinda answer is that? Bakugo spat, shaking his head. For now, people like that pale creep are way beyond me. U.A is too slow. If some shit like that happens again, do we gotta rely on some nerd to save us? Itsuka took that moment to finally chime in, as the air was starting to clear a little bit. I hated that feeling, she admitted. My strength did nothing. I'm all for following disciplines to learn slowly over time, but what if we don't have time? She looked away, holding herself. This all seems super dangerous. But we're already caught in it. Izuku nodded in understanding. It probably is. If the villains want me, they'll attack again. I wouldn't blame you if you just went to the heroes or just never talk to me again. He rubbed the back of his head, looking at the two of them after a moment, seeing their determined expression. Midoriya, I want to get stronger, and I want to help, Itsuka said with a small smile. Really? She nodded. My first goal is getting into Class S, obviously, so I can join you guys. But I've got a plan for that. Izuku smiled a bit, then looked to Bakugo. Kaken? The boy seemed to bite back some sort of comment, shaking his head. If I'ma be involved, you gotta follow me, got it? And F your friendship sheet. This is just to get stronger. Izuku couldn't help but grin at this, even if it was the most insulting way to tell someone, okay. He held out a hand to them. Then, from now on, if I need help, I can count on you both. Itsuka smiled and put her hand on his. Yep. They looked at Bakugo expectantly, as he looked down at their hands with disdain. If I gotta do this sort of sheet, I'm out, he growled, reluctantly putting his hand on theirs. Then he noticed that Musabori appeared behind him, an arm around his neck. Wow, Bakugo really cares, who would have thought? Musabori said with mock smugness. Angrily, Bakugo let go and exploded over his shoulder where the Musabori apparition was. F off, Ghost Byasudi. Izuku and Itsuka both chuckled nervously. On this day, Izuku had finally gained something he desperately needed, reliable friends. Still, afterwards, he couldn't help but remember what Musabori had said about the remnant of the woman. The only two people he could trust. Their second day at U.A proved to be quite the exciting one, with promises of All Might stepping in to initiate a heroes and villains hands-on training scenario. Izuku was floored, to put it lightly, which embarrassed Musabori heavily, the obsessed fan side of Izuku something he wished he could erase. However, first up were the decisions for the Class 1S Student Council. Best Jeanist stood in the middle of the circle of desks. We will hold votes, with volunteering allowed, their teacher explained. If you believe you or someone else is fit for the role, you must speak up. The world won't wait for you. First up was one that Izuku was immediately interested in. First position, Research and Intelligence. Izuku threw up a hand and saw that nobody else did. He got nervous, nearly dropping his hand, but Best Jeanist turned and pointed to him. Midoriya then unopposed. This role concerns researching and developing information that is pertinent to the class and the school at large. He explained. You will all see how your roles truly function and why they are important soon enough. Next, he moved through the list. There was a few that came down to 2 or 3 of the students having to debate over who would be more fitting. These included, of course, the council president position, as well as the battle analyst position. Eventually everything was settled. Izuku noticed everyone except for Yaoyorozu seemed at least confident in their role. Getting to be the council president should warrant a lil confidence, Musabori commented. Miss Yaoyorozu, as the student council president, all matters brought to you regarding first-year students are your duty, Best Jeanist stated. It is a heavy burden, but everyone here must help to alleviate society's burdens from each other's shoulders. Best Jeanist moved his hands in a flourish, clutching his fists near his face as if grasping something. You are not alone. Even in the most dire moments, do not forget. As that began to sink in, the doorway suddenly slammed open, making everyone look over in surprise. A largely built man with a huge grin stepped inside, instantly shifting the mood of the room. Here. All Might, wearing his classic costume of blue, red, and gold, stood determined, and received some cheers from a couple of the students. Best Jeanist, however, seemed mildly annoyed. All Might. The number 1 hero looked at Jeanist, and suddenly frowned. Oh, was I too early? I guess I'm rusty these days. Haha. The students were amazed. Seeing All Might in person, acting even remotely normal, was a sight to see. Izuku felt his fist clench and looked down at it. What is it, Musabori? Musabori smirked in their mind. All Might. The number 1 hero. I really want to fight him. Izuku wasn't sure how to take that. At least Musabori hadn't said kill, which was surely an improvement. Since you're here, you can go ahead, Best Jeanist said coolly, combing his hair once. But do try to act proper next time. Ah. Sorry. All Might gave a salute to Best Jeanist, then pointed to the students. Today, you'll be able to take your hero costumes for a spin. Oh, our costumes? Izuku gulped, remembering that they had submitted designs before school began. Oh god, kid, don't tell me you sent that ugly one in, Musabori sneered. The one with the cowl and the… Yes, your costumes. They've been modified based on your submitted designs, with a few practical fixes, All Might said, before touching a part of the wall near the door. Suddenly, 8 slots opened up in the wall, and briefcases labeled 1 to 8 with a gold letter on the end appeared. Everyone, come grab your costume, and we'll begin. Izuku had a hero costume idea for quite a while, but anything from before he met Musabori seemed like a long-forgotten memory. Ever since they conjoined their minds more, he has considered, based on his abilities, what kind of hero costume would suit him best. After all, he wasn't very flashy like All Might, and as Musabori had put it, their power was a little bit evil-looking. Thus, after some deliberation, he had come up with something that helped bridge the gap between his younger fantasies of being All Might with the practicality of his powers. Musabori, of course, thought it was pretty funny. As Izuku stepped out of the entrance to the city-like facility, All Might stood tall, watching them with his usual large grin. Amazing! Your hero costumes are a reflection of yourself, and it's how the public will come to know you early on, the number 1 hero exclaimed. From now on, make sure you carry yourselves strongly. As heroes. As Class 1S stepped out, they gazed confidently at the hero before them. Izuku glanced around at the others, noting some surprising and some very fitting designs. Bakugo wore an outfit that was mostly black, with a red X across it. His gloves were enveloped in what looked like grenades, which made a lot of sense for his quirk and how flashy he tended to be with it. Yaoyorozu's costume left little to the imagination, so Izuku quickly looked away. He saw that Todoroki's costume had half of his body look like it was enveloped in ice, with a red eye, making him look almost like a cyborg or something. It was interesting to Izuku, knowing that Todoroki had an ice-based quirk, from seeing him use it at the exam. Yet, that name, Todoroki, brought to mind the number 2 hero, Devour, whose literal burning pride made his name very easily recognizable. Next up was Juzo, the boy sporting what looked very similar to an orange and black bicyclist's outfit, with a helmet that encompassed the sides of his head but left his face exposed. Then there was Yurashi, standing tall and confident in a dark blue, flowing, button-up uniform that was complete with a cape. It seemed very free, perhaps so his movement wouldn't be impeded when using his wind quirk. Monoma's costume looked more like he was attending a ball in a nice suit, complete with a rose in the pocket. This was pretty much what Izuku could have expected, from what little time he'd been around the very loud and arrogant boy, but he wondered how practical such an outfit really was. Lastly was Tokage, the girl wearing a very form-fitting dark outfit with an eye mask over her eyes. While not as revealing as Yaoyorozu's, Izuku felt like he should just look away as soon as possible. Of course, there was also Izuku. He noticed some surprised looks from the others, but he had expected that, since it wasn't really flashy nor was it bright and happy. Originally, his idea involved using the tracksuit his mother had gotten for him for the exam. It seemed fitting and would have been accompanied by a mask that had a visible grin on it and 2 spiked points at the top. Yes, it was clearly in homage to All Might, and while he liked that idea, he decided to take a slightly different approach. The light cloth of his suit was like a tracksuit, but more firm and was colored a dark green. Along the sides were lines of black and gold, and his knees and elbows held gold-colored attachments that acted as knee and elbow padding. His gloves were black, and the belt at his hips conjoined with the patterns on his clothing to seamlessly weave the black and gold lines together. His mask was a full covering like his original plan, but was also dark green, with the grin-like pattern not there. Instead of 2 points at the head that resembled All Might's signature hairstyle, there was a cowl, almost like a hood from a hoodie, which was attached to the neck and could cover his head. The cowl was black, and added a sort of more mysterious element to the costume that Izuku thought would be pretty cool. "You look ridiculous," says you, Izuku retorted. He saw Urashi smirking at him. "Demon Midoriya. You've impressed me again," the broad-shouldered boy said. "That's pretty cool." "It's so mysterious," Tokage commented, the girl moving around him to look from all angles. "Really cool." Izuku blushed, thankful that the mask stopped them from seeing. It's just a prototype." Tokage laughed. "So? It's like All Might said, this is our first impression." She grinned. Clearing his throat, All Might got their attention again, everyone looking to him again. He raised one finger. "Today is a simulation test. We are simulating a classic heroes versus villains scenario." "Already? We haven't done much at all yet," Yaoyorozu commented. All Might nodded. "This is the best way I know to teach, by letting you go all out." Haha. At his hearty laugh, Izuku couldn't help but smile, while Musabori groaned. "Allow me to explain." The scenario was simple, but as All Might explained it, Izuku got a bad feeling in his stomach. The 8 of them were going to be the villains of the scenario, and would be given different posts throughout a city block. The heroes would be coming to stop their plan, and it was up to Class S. This, of course, left a dire question. Who are the heroes? Izuku had wondered this aloud, and it made All Might grin. "Good question. Here they are now." With a wave of his hand, they looked behind them and saw that others were coming out the way they had come. Everyone watched with growing anticipation as 6 students emerged. There seemed to be 3 from Class A and 3 from Class B. Izuku's eyes widened a bit at the girl in Class B's group, as she gave him a small grin. Itsuka stood in what Izuku assumed must be her hero costume. It was called a chipao, from what he could remember, which was a form-fitting dress with the sides split near the legs, allowing for more free movement. The outfit was turquoise, aside from a black corset around her abdomen and the black sports pants she was wearing underneath. She also wore long, loose sleeves, which gave more of an impression of a martial artist, which Izuku couldn't help but smile as he thought of how much it fit her. Then he realized he was staring. He looked away, with Tokage nearby noticing and chuckling at his expense. With Itsuka was a boy with silver hair and a fierce expression on his face, as well as a tall, beast-like boy with long brown hair along most of his body, his hero costume seemingly just a pair of shorts and boots. From Class A, a boy clad in almost knight-like armor from head to toe led the way. Behind him was a girl with pink skin wearing a peculiar blue and purple outfit with furry boots, and a girl with green hair and large, rounded eyes, her costume looking like a green and black wetsuit. These volunteers from Class A and Class B will be acting in 2 teams that will attempt to locate and eliminate the villain threat, All Might exclaimed. Izuku gulped, noting that everyone from the other classes present, besides maybe the pink girl who seemed pretty laid back, was looking serious towards the students of 1S. Already pitting them against us? Izuku thought. Or maybe it's to help Class A and B more. While he thought about it, All Might continued his explanation. Team villains. When given your post, you will do your best to evade capture in the time limit, while Team A and Team B will be working to capture you. If you are captured or otherwise cannot continue, you are out. All Might held up a fist in front of himself. That being said, anyone from Class S who loses her is up for being dropped out of the class. On the flip side, those from Class A and B have a chance to replace them. It's technically 6 on 8, so we have the advantage, Izuku thought. But we're going to be separated while they have a team. Musabori chuckled a bit. Divide and conquer, as they say. This should be pretty fun. Izuku sighed. It'll be nice to go all out with our Quirk, but we've got to be careful. When are we not careful? Okay, don't look like that, geez. Itsuka approached Izuku, her arms crossed. He found it difficult to look right at her, thoughts of her appearance making his face flush, but Musabori made him look, which was both helpful and also annoyed Izuku at the same time. Hey Kendo? I told you I was gonna get in, she said. I just hope that it isn't at your expense. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I hope you get a chance anyways. Wait, how did you know it was me? He realized his costume left basically mome of his usual appearance visible. Itsuka smirked. Nobody else here looked like a certain shy green-haired boy who acts like he's never seen a girl before. Well, she's got you analyzed pretty well. I'm not like that. Then why's your blush showing through your mask? Izuku gasped and held a hand over his face. Itsuka laughed. Tokage took the opportunity to come towards them. Wow, Midoriya. You have a girlfriend in the other class? Now it was time for Itsuka to gasp, the girl turning away to hide the blush that appeared. Izuku wanted nothing more than to leave, and luckily, All Might called classes over after a moment. You gotta go. Izuku turned and rushed off, with Tokage looking from him to Itsuka, looking confused. Good luck. Itsuka turned and walked back to her group, trying to let herself calm down. Me and him? It wasn't anything the girl had ever really thought about. Her life was devoted to her studies and her Quirk, so to focus on something like that, soon enough, Class S was sent to their posts. Izuku found himself within the top floor of a parking garage, where a peculiar setup of computers in the back of an open van was his station. Intelligence and resource gathering. Izuku remembered his role given by Best Jeanist, but had never imagined it would be used right now in a villain aspect. After 10 minutes of preparation, the teams would be led out into the city block to find and capture the villains. Izuku noticed that some of the computer screens showed camera footage of where his other classmates were. Huh, are we the brains of the operation? Musabori scoffed. Pretty lame. We'd wipe the floor with those kids. Izuku nearly rolled his eyes as he saw a screen where Bakugo was apparently protecting what Izuku could only assume was a fake nuclear warhead. The boy was standing with his arms crossed, foot tapping impatiently. I see. So this scenario is. He saw Todoroki standing atop a rooftop, overlooking the area. The lookout, perhaps? And on street level was Yaoyorozu and Tokage, a street apart, both hiding. Then there was Juzo, who seemed to be in the same building as Bakugo, but floors below him. Yarashi was sitting on the edge of a windowsill, so high up that it was unlikely anyone would notice him there. Then lastly, he saw Monoma standing confidently in front of the building, leaning against it confidently. That was the last thing that drew Izuku to his final conclusion. A trap. It's gotta be. What do you mean? Izuku set a hand on his chin. It seems like we're supposed to hide and try not to get captured, but in reality, Team A and Team B are being lured into a villain trap. Oh, then, that's way better than expected then. Izuku nodded. It means we should be fighting, not hiding. And based on how they look, he noted in particular Yaoyorozu, Tokage, and Todoroki's expressions. They also have realized this. All Might's voice suddenly came over a speaker system hidden somewhere. Team A, consisting of Ida Tenya, Mina Ashido, and Tsuyu Ajui, as well as Team B, consisting of Itsuka Kendo, Tetsu, and Jirota Shishida, you may now begin. Izuku gulped, hearing almost instantly some noises start from not far off. You have 15 minutes. Good luck, All Might exclaimed. And with that, the chaotic battle scenario began. Izuku saw the first battle begin, as the boy named Ida sped into one of the streets, sliding to a halt before reaching where Momo was lying in wait. Izuku watched on the screen as Momo did something, seemingly producing something from her chest, where part of it was exposed on her costume. Her quirk? Momo threw the object, which landed on a nearby street sign, making a metallic thwong upon contact. This turned Ida's attention over there, which Momo then used to throw something at him. Ida shot forward suddenly, dodging what had been thrown. As if I'd fall for something like that, Vil? The boy's words were cut off as he dashed past where Momo was, what looked like tailpipes on his legs bursting with flames. As he reached that spot, he suddenly found himself being snagged, tumbling forward. Izuku saw a confident look on Momo's face. Some kind of wire? She set that up? As the girl turned, she found herself face to face with the pink girl, Mina, as she approached. Ida's super resourceful, letting us get in there when he was a distraction, the girl said happily, creating some kind of oozy liquid from her skin. What am I supposed to do? Ain't it obvious? This role is sort of perfect for our quirk. Izuku nodded, looking hard at the camera's footage. Then he muttered, scan, and surveyed the area, seeing various glowing blue signatures through the walls. Right there. He held out a hand. Warp. He jumped through, ending up right beside the pink girl. However, as he came out, the girl only seemed mildly surprised. Tsuuya. A tongue shot out, wrapping around Izuku's arm. He gasped, looking up and seeing that the frog-like girl he'd seen from Team A was stuck on the wall above. We wanted one at a time, but this works, ribbit, the girl said, before moving her head and pulling Izuku out of his portal. This is bad. Dimensional shift. He vanished, and Tsuyu brought her tongue back, looking around. Invisibility? No, he vanished. Mina, who was now distracted, turned as she saw Momo running across the street and out of the alleyway. She's getting away. She took a step forward, only to see Ida suddenly blasting down the street, straight towards Momo. We've got you. Give up, the boy exclaimed as he reached for her. Izuku appeared again, right in front of Ida. Using his vision of the void, he could process easier what to do at the boy's incredible speed. He grabbed Ida's arm and moved his own body down, using the boy's momentum against him for a shoulder throw, which sent him flying. Straight into a nearby light post, bending it in half. Momo, you should get. Splat. Some thick, mucus-like stuff landed on Izuku's body, making it hard to move. He saw Mina running over to them, creating more of it from her body. Dimensional shift. He moved to the other dimension again, but found that the sticky stuff had gone with him. Scowling, Izuku tried his best to wrestle with it. I wasn't focusing hard enough to shift without it. Devour. A darkness enveloped the slimy substance, absorbing it into his quirk. He sighed, then saw that Momo had created what looked like a big hammer from her quirk at this point. I gotta keep helping H. Suddenly, ice shot down from the building above, and Todoroki came sliding down on it, coming to where Momo was. Mina, seeing this, backed up a little bit, with the frog-like girl backing her up. They've got it for now, don't forget, we have another job. Izuku used his warp again, then dimensional shift to return to the normal world. Looking at the screens, he saw the fight he had just gone to, but also saw that on the other street, Setsuna Tokage was dealing with two opponents at once. Scan. Izuku looked, spotting where she was, and the two that were ahead of her. It was Tetsu and Juroda, from what he had seen in the cameras. Izuku saw two orange lights in his vision, one rapidly approaching the other. That's... Looking towards the camera where Bakugo was, he watched as its Suka Kendo suddenly burst through the wall. Thanks to Juroda's beast-like sense of smell, they were able to pinpoint the building where two of their opponents were, one near the bottom floor and one near the top. They also could tell that someone was lying in wait on the street, and another was waiting up above. The three that were representing Class B were all well-versed in using their strength. Tetsu was very much a meathead, while Juroda was fairly calm and smart, despite what his quirk might imply. Still, they already trusted Kendo when she stepped up and told them her plan, thanks to her level-headed nature. While those two confronted the person on the street, keeping all eyes on them, Itsuka grew her hands out and began to climb up the side of the building, in a blind spot where nobody could see her. We'll pincer them, she had thought. After I take out the one on the top floor, we move in. As she burst through the wall, she was surprised to see who was waiting for her there. It's about time, I've been itching to fight, Bakugo said. Itsuka landed on the ground, looking around. There was what looked like a giant warhead behind Bakugo, likely the thing they were meant to be defending. But if that's the case, why was he the only one here? Hey! Bakugo's sharp tone made her snap out of it and look at him. I ain't going easy on you. You got that? Itsuka smiled a bit. I'd hope not. But same goes for you. She used her enlarged hands to grasp a nearby chunk of wall that had been broken during her entrance. Hurling it with immense strength, she saw Bakugo lift his hands up and create an explosion that likely turned the piece into dust. Using the smokescreen as cover, Itsuka rushed in. In only a few long strides, she figured she was close enough, and brought her hand up, enlarging it and trying to strike where Bakugo had been. But the boy was gone. He appeared behind her from the smoke, blasting her from behind. She let out a gasp as the force sent her flying across the room, tumbling and sliding to a stop near the opposite wall. He wasn't kidding. She groaned and got up slowly, looking up and seeing Bakugo slowly approaching her. That it? I thought that nerd knew something about you that was special. Guess it was just some nerdy crush or something. Scowling, Itsuka ran forward. Bakugo grinned wickedly, holding his hands towards her. She did the same, enlarging her hands. You got nothing on me. As he spat those words, Bakugo sent a powerful explosion towards her. Itsuka took the force of it, sliding back only a little bit before continuing forwards. She had hoped that her strength and the resizing of her hands would be enough, and it seemed to be. Slam. She came down hard with a punch to where Bakugo had been. He jumped to the side in time, but she followed it up with several more punches, smashing the ground each time he avoided it. After a few more dodged, Bakugo finally made his move, standing his ground this time and preparing to send an explosion towards her. But her plan was already in motion. The floor beneath them began to shift and crumble, Bakugo losing his footing. Itsuka had made sure to strike hard, judging the power of the floor each time. I know I can break it, she had thought, and as the floor caved in, she struck out, punching Bakugo hard and sending him into the wall of the floor below them. Bakugo let out a small gasp from the impact with the wall, but as he recovered quickly, an explosion rocked the building. What was that? Itsuka landed atop the rubble of the floor, grabbing some of the pieces and hurling them at Bakugo. The boy growled and blasted them out of the air, but she kept them coming. I'm getting into Class S. You can't stop me, Itsuka exclaimed. Well, it ain't gonna be me who's going down. Bakugo dodged to the side and slammed his hands down on the ground. F off. He blew out the floor and didn't stop there, creating more and more explosions as the floors collapsed one after another beneath them. He's bringing down the whole building. Itsuka was surprised as she fell, eventually catching up and managing to jump through a nearby wall, punching it out. Down below, she saw the street where the others were supposed to be fighting. However, it looked like Juroda was down, and Tetsu was trying to strike the girl named Setsuna as she evaded him. Did that girl beat them both? There was that explosion, she thought. Who had done that? Above ya. Itsuka looked, watching Yurashi as he came hovering down towards her, moving his arm and creating a gale that blew her away down the street. She let out a yell, managing to barely grab hold of the side of a building, sliding along it and wincing as she eventually caught herself. Yurashi was floating there, smirking at her with his arms crossed. She glared at him. Great. Class S really is strong after all. Izuku had entered the fight against Class B at the street level, deciding that help was needed there and that Bakugo and Juzo could handle themselves in the building. As he appeared right behind Tetsu and Juroda, he held a finger to his lips so that Setsuna wouldn't let them know. She saw and nodded, bringing her arm forward. Pieces began to come off as her arm split into several chunks. Juroda sniffed and spun around, instantly throwing a powerful punch at Izuku. He hadn't noticed from the camera, but Juroda had apparently become much more beast-like, the boy much bigger and stronger than he had looked before. Izuku jumped to the side, barely avoiding the punch. He activated his breath of the void, readying himself. Tetsu, unaware of Izuku till now, turned towards him. At that moment, Setsuna struck, the pieces of her suddenly flying in and slamming into Tetsu's body. What the? He suddenly turned his body to what looked like steel, and punched at the pieces, but it didn't seem to do much. Jiroda came in swinging, his strength and speed pretty impressive, but his movements were pretty simple. Izuku ducked and weaved, before getting in under one of the beast-like boy's swings and attempting to counter with a punch of his own. The boy suddenly brought Izuku into a tight bear hug in an instant, his strength making Izuku gasp out. "You should have tried running away," Jiroda commented. "You don't seem like you can match my strength." Izuku couldn't say anything, stuck against the boy as he felt like he was being crushed. His hand was near Jiroda's face, but he couldn't move it any closer. Worth a shot. Create item. Thinking hard about the thick slimy stuff that Mina had made, he spewed out a big glob of it from his quirk. It splattered onto Jiroda, who let out a groan but didn't let go just because he was blinded. On the contrary, he squeezed harder, making Izuku gasp. Can't spend too many points? His vision growing hazy, he created more and more of the slime, eventually feeling Jiroda's grasp weakening. Soon enough, Izuku was able to slide out and jump back, coughing and breathing in deeply. That guy's pretty strong, geez. But now we're all covered in that slime. Izuku thought for a moment. He remembered how Jiroda had somehow known he was there, and came to a simple conclusion. He has a keen sense of smell, I'd bet. Him. Like a wolf, why? Nodding, Izuku took a moment to look at his status, processing it quickly. Name, Musabori Midoriya. Path, dimensional. Point total, 38,300. 5 points, summon item. 10 points, create item. 20 points, reconstruct item. 100 points, deprivation. 200 points, restoration. 500 points, permanent, vision of the void, unlocked. 800 points, manipulation. 1,000 points, force absorption. 1,000 points, energy release. 4,000 points, permanent, breath of the void, unlocked. 5,000 points, execution. 6,000 points, class up, unlocked. Dimension. Innate ability, dimensional power. 50 points, skin. 100 plus points, warp. 1,000 points, tier. 5,000 points, permanent, dimensional shift, unlocked. 10,000 points, snitch. 50,000 points, expansion. He'd apparently used quite a bit from creating all that slime and shifting dimensions, as well as his warping. Still, he had enough to work with. He figured to last the 15 minutes of the battle, however. Tej gotta play hero, huh? Of course. What else is there to do? Izuku realized what he needed to do to make sure everything was okay with his fellow classmates. Scan. The pulse went out, and Izuku analyzed his surroundings. Jiroda was trying his best to free himself from the slime, while Tetsu was distraught and focusing on the strange fleshy meat bits from Setsuna that were slithering around his body. Alright, this should work, hopefully. Izuku focused, approaching the nearby wall and putting a hand on it. Warp. Focusing, he pumped even more points into it, feeling a physical sensation as he did so as the power left him. The swirling mass of darkish purple shifted into more of a dark blue, the visible change surprising him. Heh, looks like you unlocked our first hidden skill, kid. Confused, Izuku saw a message appear in his vision, much like how the status screen did. Hidden skill unlocked. 5,000 points, spatial rift. You didn't tell me this was possible, Izuku thought. I just figured if I added points I could keep it open longer. Isn't it more fun for you to figure things out? Ignoring this, Izuku merely shook his head and ran through the vortex. He came out onto the other street, which was mostly covered in ice at this point. Mina was using her slime to free-to-use leg from ice, steam rising, as if the slime was somehow acidic now. The frog-like girl seemed woozy, like she was falling asleep. Looking back, Izuku noticed that the vortex seemed to vanish. A wave of his hand made it reappear, and he noted that mentally. So it's hidden till I need it? I hope it lasts a while. Back on the street, Ida, having recovered from the earlier blunders, came sliding in along the ice, before kicking off and coming in towards Todoroki. His powerful kick was blocked as Todoroki threw up some ice, but the dual-colored hair boy seemed to be slowing down, frost accumulating along his body. This allowed Ida to push away and follow up by speeding forward and tackling Todoroki, taking both of them crashing into a nearby building. Tsuyu broke free from the ice at last, and with an intense shiver, stumbled a bit and managed to shoot her tongue at Momo. The girl was ready, however, creating what looked like a bottle of hot sauce. She opened and splashed it forward, some of it hitting the girl's long frog-like tongue. Gasping, Tsuyu retracted her tongue, letting it hang out a bit as she panted and struggled, her awakeness seeming to return. Hey! What was that? Mina said, moving her arm to throw some of her acidic slime towards Momo. Izuku jumped in, putting his hand forward. Devour! The acid disappeared right in front of his hand, and he smirked. Now he could recreate even that girl's acid-like slime, which surely would be useful. Midoriya. How is everyone doing? Momo asked him. They're fighting hard. I think that we've got the advantage for sure, and… Take it. HM? What is it? Didn't that pretty boy teacher of yours tell you not to assume any given situation? Izuku wondered what he meant, but then he learned just what Musabori was talking about. As usual, Musabori's bad feeling proved to come true almost immediately after he spoke it. All Might's voice suddenly echoed around the city block. What's this? Reinforcements have arrived for the heroes. Our reinforcements? Momo shook her head. That wasn't a part of it. 2 heroes have arrived for each team. What will this change entail? Ha! There's 10 minutes remaining, All Might exclaimed. For more heroes? Izuku looked around warily, but before he could activate his scan, it was Momo who pointed upwards. Watch out! A boy with blonde hair landed on the street in front of them. Behind him, Mina and Tsuyu had started to book it in the opposite direction, with Mina helping the strangely tired Tsuyu away. Hey, sorry about this, the boy said with a grin, putting his hands in front of himself. Suddenly, electricity exploded from the boy's hands, going all over the street, electrocuting everything indiscriminately. In the split moment he had, Izuku backed up against Momo and held up his hands. Force absorption. He let out a gasp as the electricity near them started to be channeled into the darkness that appeared at his gloves. However, some bolts arced out and still singed him, making him wince and gasp. Midoriya. Momo was amazed as she was protected from the lightning. As the electricity cleared, the boy who had created it stood, drool oozing down his mouth and a very brain-dead expression on his face. Izuku fell to a knee, some holes in his costume with smoke rising from them where the lightning had lashed out. Here. Momo created some sort of spray-on ointment and began to use it on his wounds. You can create anything you want? Izuku winced, watching her, his adrenaline overpowering his embarrassment at her worry. She nodded and smiled a bit. Yes, as long as I can visualize it properly. Izuku nodded, noting how useful that must be, but he looked around, knowing that it wasn't over, because Team S still had someone else who was ready to strike. With an entire building collapsing, the battle site of Team B's assault was pretty chaotic. Itsuka, confronted by Yurashi, was wondering how to proceed when All Might suddenly spoke over the city, and 2 people suddenly stepped up beside her. You guys? She smiled, letting out a sigh of relief. Cozy-eyed Tsubaraba and Pony Tsunatori were with her now, both donning their early hero costumes, which weren't very flashy and might be passable as normal clothing in the end. Backups here. I thought All Might would let you guys get beat up some more before letting us in, Tsubaraba commented with a smirk. Shaking her head, Itsuka pointed up towards the floating Yurashi. We were outnumbered and basically ambushed. And I think that was the point. Pony pointed up at Yurashi. Should I take care of that guy up there? That'd be great. Your Quirk, Itsuka looked at the girl's horns atop her head, thinking. Pretty much perfect for someone like him. The horse-like girl nodded and put her hands up towards her horns. Then let's see. Her native English snuck out as her horns fired out from her head, flying towards Yurashi quickly. Interesting. The boy smirked and moved his hand, a gust of wind coming in and blasting the horns aside. However, the projectiles changed direction afterwards and came at him from the side, forcing him to swivel out of the way. When they came around again, he put a lot more force into his attack, using both arms to create interlocking blasts of air that crushed the horns before they reached him. Footsteps made Urashi look, seeing Izuku and Tsuburaba running down below to get past him. He started to move, only for a horn to suddenly come in from behind and hit his leg, making him lose control of his hovering. Pony grinned down below, her horn growing back yet again, the one she had sent out and was controlling moving closer to her as she pointed it at her opponent. Urashi managed to catch himself before he fell to the street, looking at Pony with a bit more of a serious attitude, but still grinning profusely. Nice. Let's play then. As that battle continued, Izuku and Tsuburaba came to where Jiroda and Tetsu were. The beastly student had finally managed to get enough of the slime off of himself to be able to move, while Tetsu was still furiously dealing with what looked like slimy body parts. Tetsu, where's the enemy? Tsuburaba looked around. Scowling, Tetsu pointed down the street. Pretty sure they're down there. Are those body parts? Izuku shivered a bit at them. Then that means the rest of them is probably more vulnerable. Tsuburaba nodded and took a deep breath, before using his solid air quirk to create a box of air around Tetsu. The metallic boy looked down, a bit confused. Just make sure. Her parts don't escape, he said, huffing as he ran forward with Izuku. Setsuna, who had been watching with increasing amusement, now felt a bit of panic as reinforcements had arrived. At this point, she was only a floating torso and head, and as she tried to recall her body parts to herself, they were trapped as Tetsu grabbed at them and the solid air barrier stopped them. Great, Hananuki. The girl looked over to where Juzo was, standing near the rubble of the destroyed building, looking perplexed. Can you maybe help? That'd be great. Juzo looked to her, then down the street and nodded. He placed his hands on the street, and suddenly, Izuku and Tsuburaba began to sink into the concrete as it became incredibly soft. What the? Izuku tried to enlarge her hands to dig out, but it was no use. DMN. Kendo. Tsuburaba exhaled the last of his breath, creating a bit of solid air above the girl. Grabbing hold of the solid air, Izuku managed to pull herself out, looking down and watching as Tsuburaba descended into it, till only his head was left above the surface. He cursed as he writhed helplessly. One down, Juzo commented. Then he looked over to Setsuna again. Hey, have you seen Bakugo? She shrugged and grinned. He totally destroyed that building, right? Is he still underneath it? Juzo looked worriedly at the building rubble. In that instant, Jiroda came in and delivered a strong punch to Juzo's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Then, he grabbed hold of him firmly in his beastly arm and began to take him away. Hananuki. Setsuna began to move, floating out after them, but Izuku came at her. Gotcha! The girl's large hands enveloped Setsuna, trapping her between them. Just take it easy, we've dash. An explosion occurred right next to Izuku, sending her stumbling away, her hands releasing just enough of their grip to let Setsuna slip out and away. Thanks, Monoma. Monoma? Izuku had assumed it was Bakugo, but looking now, she saw the cocky-looking blonde approaching her slowly, a wicked grin on his face. Witness the power of classes, when we all work together, the boy spoke, twitching his fingers a bit as sparks emitted above his hand. I had to test it out a bit, but now, I think I'm ready for using it. Izuku narrowed her eyes. A similar quirk? That explosion definitely wasn't as strong as Bakugo's, though. Did he copy it? She jumped to the side as Monoma threw an explosion her way. He continued the assault, and she danced back constantly as he threw more and more of them at her. Why run away? Aren't you confident in those giant hands of yours? Monoma questioned with a laugh as he chased her. Izuku gritted her teeth, finally standing her ground and bringing her large fist down for a hard slam towards Monoma. The boy managed to dodge by using an explosion, jumping right over her and creating another explosion near her head. The girl gasped and held onto her head, her ears ringing. Monoma was somewhere nearby, happily chastising her. She couldn't hear much at the moment besides his slight rambling and the ringing, which made her get angry. Am I gonna lose my cool against this guy? She took a deep breath. No way. I got this. Izuku had gotten Momo back towards the spatial rift he had created. There, he peeked through it to the other street, gasping at the absolute chaotic battles that were happening. As he came back in, he shook his head at Momo. Okay, well, this seems like a way safer place. Those two still haven't returned, the girl commented, noting that Mina and Tsuyu had seemingly vanished after running off. Think they're regrouping? She nodded. Most likely. That guy is just a distraction for them at this point, Momo said, nodding towards there. The boy with the electrical quirk was still wandering around with a dumb expression on his face. Izuku took a second to run another scan, looking around and noting what was happening. From what he could tell, nobody had been captured or incapacitated yet. He still saw plenty of moving lights, as well as 2 orange lights, though they were pretty far apart. In fact, one of them seemed to be facing off against 2 others. Perhaps Bakugo? Then Izuku realized that he'd forgotten about someone else as well. Wait, where's Todoroki dash? Boom. Press. Suddenly, ice blasted out of the building where Ida had tackled Todoroki into earlier. The boy walked out, breathing heavily, his body very much covered in frost. Within the ice, Ida was struggling, seemingly unable to escape it. Izuku and Momo moved towards him, just as he fell to a knee. The girl quickly began to create something, her chest glowing a bit. Are you all right? Izuku got close, but the boy shot him a look that made him stop. Just cold, Todoroki said in a shaky voice. That guy wouldn't let me go. After a few moments, Momo created a blanket of sorts. It was thick and likely very warm. She offered it to Todoroki, who hesitated before taking it. Thanks. Will you guys be all right? I need to go check on the others, Izuku asked. They both nodded, though Todoroki seemed a bit distant as he held the blanket close. Over himself. All right. With 2 members of team as seemingly incapacitated, it seemed safe to leave for now. Izuku ran over to the blue swirling portal and stepped out onto the street where the Class B versus Class S battle was happening. As he stepped out, he saw Monoma go flying past him, the boy still holding a grin even as he landed on the ground and went unconscious. And Monoma? Izuku looked at where he had come from, seeing Itsuka approaching, looking a bit beat up, her fiery expression making him take a step back. Kendo. The girl gave Izuku a look. This one's mine, so don't bother me, okay? He nodded. I get that, but I don't think I can without failing the test. Itsuka thought about that for a second. You're right. Okay, then how about this? Before Izuku knew it, Itsuka had punched him hard, her large fist sending him flying down the street. The wind was knocked out of Izuku, but Mizabori was able to move their body to slide to a stop without crashing into anything. She had easily knocked Izuku several buildings lengths away. She didn't hold back at all. I'd be offended if she did. By the way, Izuku moved down just as Tetsu threw a strong punch at him. He tried to move away, but the metallic opponent came at him again. Izuku brought his arms up, taking the hit, feeling his bones rattle from the strength of the blow. Gonna fight me head-on? That's the best, Tetsu exclaimed, throwing more punches at Izuku. Knowing that this was an opponent he probably couldn't beat very easily, Izuku activated just his vision of the void so that he could duck and weave the oncoming attacks. Then, when he judged it was a good time, he managed to juke past Tetsu and run. The boy turned and quickly made chase. Let's shock him. He's metal, so surely he's extra affected? Izuku had been hoping to save it for a particularly dangerous opponent, but letting Tetsu run around freely was probably a terrible idea. Thus, Izuku quickly swiveled around, surprising Tetsu by getting in close quickly. Energy release. The electricity he'd absorbed earlier suddenly burst out from his hand, channeling straight into Tetsu. The boy seemed to lock up, freezing in place as the strands of electricity enveloped him. Then he punched Izuku hard, sending him tumbling away. Like that'd work on me. Tetsu clanked his fists together. I'm tougher than that. Izuku slowly got up, but his vision was a bit hazy after that blow. He saw Tetsu coming at him, but wasn't sure he could get away in time. Fush. Suddenly, Yarashi came flying in, knocking right into Tetsu. Whoops. Sorry about that, Yarashi said with a grin, before dodging some incoming horns from Pony. Tetsu scowled at him, then looked over at Pony. You got that guy? The girl pouted a bit, focusing hard. It's hard, you know. She shot out more horns, the 4 horns chasing after Yarashi as he laughed and swiveled between the buildings with his wind. While Tetsu was distracted, Izuku had been given enough time to rack his thoughts, standing up. There's lots of strong quirks in these classes, huh? Came a girl's voice. Izuku looked over to where Setsuna was, standing nearby, the girl grinning as she watched the fighting going on. Were you gonna help Monoma, or? Izuku wondered. She shrugged. It's pretty entertaining. Sometimes you gotta help yourself, you know. Izuku could understand anyone having reserved thoughts about helping Monoma. But he figured doing so would surely make them look bad, so he decided to direct Setsuna a bit. What happened to Hananuki and Kaken? He looked at the destroyed building beside them. Setsuna chuckled. Kaken? Not sure about the explosive guy, but Hananuki got taken by that really hairy Team B member. He did? Then why are you? The girl turned to face Izuku, showing her left arm, or what was a stubble of an arm, and the fact that one of her eyes was missing, which freaked Izuku out a bit. Don't worry, I've got this. She grinned. Okay. Then I'm gonna check on Bakugo, Izuku said with a nod. Not wanting to stick around, especially since the very forward girl scared him a bit, he quickly scanned the area and ran off towards where he believed Bakugo was. Once there, he saw that Bakugo was being confronted by Mina and Tsuyu, the latter seeming to have recovered from whatever had happened earlier. A weakness too. Being cold? A frog thing, perhaps, based on the rest of her. Musabori shrugged in their mindscape. Hell if I know biology. Izuku nodded, considering what to do. He wasn't convinced that they'd be capable of much against Bakugo, but numbers always helped. He took a step out of hiding, but Musabori stopped him. Why don't we watch for a sec? See what he's got. What? But, come on, don't take it away from the guy, Musabori said. He'd just be set off if you jumped in. Izuku moved back, sighing as he watched. So, are we just gonna stand here? Bakugo twitched his fingers as he looked at the girls. You know I win if we do that, right? The girls exchanged a look. This guy's a lil scary, Mina commented loudly. Agreed. Ribbit. Bakugo scowled. I ain't waiting around when there's action going on. Making the first move, Bakugo held a hand behind himself to blast forwards. He went straight between the both of them, likely trying to judge their reactions. Tsuyu was quicker to get out of the way, so naturally, Bakugo went after her. Reaching out towards her, he nearly got an explosion off before the girl released her long tongue, which wrapped around his arm tightly and yanked it downward. Behind him, Mina took the opportunity to toss some of her slime at him, but Bakugo exploded his downward hand so that he'd go upwards. The slime nearly hit Tsuyu, who was forced to let go, only for Bakugo to grab her tongue as it receded from him. That shit's gross, he growled, using all his strength in midair to force the girl forward, making her collide right into Mina. Put your tongue away, Mina commented, flustered to see Tsuyu's tongue touching her in awkward places. It was surely over as Bakugo landed beside them and brought his hands together, ready to blow them away. But Izuku didn't get to see what happened. Something shot out of the nearby shadows, grabbing hold of Izuku and pulling him into the dark alleyway. As he struggled, he gasped as he saw a silhouetted figure, the shadowy entity seemingly coming from him. Using his vision of the void, he could see him more clearly, a boy with what looked like a crow-like head. This has to be the other reinforcement from Team A. The shadows squeezed Izuku, who gasped. Sorry, but Dark Shadow is very strong here, the boy commented. I might not be able to control it well. Izuku squirmed inside the shadow's grasp, readying himself. Kid, not sure that's a good idea. As per usual, Izuku didn't listen. Devour! Suddenly, the shadowy boy's eyes widened and he let out a yell, the dark purplish aura of Izuku's technique starting to envelope what the boy called Dark Shadow. There was something like a scream, but it didn't come from the boy. Izuku's eyes widened at this. A sentient quirk? Izuku pulled away, feeling the shadow's grasp failing. He thought about deactivating his Devour, moving back and watching as the connection ceased, but the damage seemed to be done. What did you? Musabori sighed. Now you've done it? What? Did I hurt him bad? When you started devouring his quirk, I sorta got a message from it. What was it? Izuku stayed tense, looking at the boy who seemed like he was struggling with something, his hands on his head. Well, it seems like their spirits are quite close to each other, almost like us. Musabori rubbed his temples. The stress you just caused kind of made them get even closer. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I don't really get it. What is that? Izuku didn't have to ask. Suddenly, the boy jumped out at him at a quick speed, and Izuku jumped into the air to avoid him. A moment later, Dark Shadow flew up and created fists from its dark self to strike. Now, Izuku noticed its yellow eyes glaring up at him. It really is another sentient quirk. The chaotic battle was over halfway complete, but most of the students were still fighting. All Might and Genist both watched the footage from afar. It's certainly chaotic, All Might commented worriedly. Best Genist nodded. This was why we gave them no real restrictions. If they seriously plan on hurting each other, that will look bad on them. The pro hero took a look towards a screen that showed Izuku and Fumikage Tokoyami facing off. We shall see who truly belongs in Class S from the start, right here, right now. 5 minutes remain. The voice of All Might echoed around the city block. Now, the villain team may start their escape to safety. Heroes, don't let them leave. This news was another surprise, but most were a bit too focused to truly take it in. Except for two, Todoroki and Momo. Showing initiative, these two began to make a roundabout escape, planning on helping their fellow classmates along the way if they could. Meanwhile, near the edge of the practice grounds, Dark Shadow began to punch Izuku rapidly, the boy gasping and trying his best to block the attacks as he was knocked farther and farther upwards. Eventually they came up out of the alleyway, and Dark Shadow seemed to hesitate as it entered the light. Wincing, Izuku opened his eyes after a second of closing them from the blinding light, seeing that the quirk was seemingly growing a bit smaller. Darkness. Is its power, then? Izuku checked his points, noting he had plenty if he wanted to escape like All Might had said. However, fulfilling his role in the class council meant that he should be helping everyone by gathering knowledge, right? Dark Shadow suddenly shot upwards, despite its smaller size in the sunlight. Izuku held a hand down towards it, a bit hesitant after what had happened earlier. Create item. Thinking about Mina's acidic slime, he shot out a large glob of it forward. Unfortunately, since he didn't seem to quite have a firm visualization of the substance, it faltered and allowed Dark Shadow to zigzag past with ease, punching Izuku right in the stomach. Izuku gasped, but the hit was noticeably weaker than earlier. His body was aching from the previous strikes, but now he figured he might stand a chance head-to-head and clenched his teeth and fists to prep himself. Breath of the Void. Izuku twisted in midair as his blood began to pump hard in his veins, bringing his leg around in a sweep through the air, colliding with Dark Shadow's head and sending it down to the ground, with such power that it looked like a SRNG black bolt of lighting. It let out a sort of gasp as it cracked the rooftop. The boy who was controlling him finally came up onto the roof, looking distraught. What did you do to us? The boy questioned through clenched teeth. As Izuku landed, he waved his hands in front of himself, wincing a bit at the gesture. I didn't mean to. He fumbled to explain. Sorry. Dark Shadow slowly rose up, and Izuku could clearly see the strand of shadows that connected him to the bird-like boy. Pretty creepy. Imagine if I did that. You were literally an eyeball and mouth on my body before, Izuku pointed out. I think it's better for everyone if you never get a chance to be out like that. Musabori scoffed. I just took that eyeball form because I'd seen it in a manga somewhere. Seemed cool, isn't that fair enough? Ignoring that, Izuku offered a hand. I am Izuku Midoriya. I know we're competing right now, but What's your name? The boy seemed to be calming down a bit, almost as if he grew more tame as Dark Shadow did in the light of the sun above. Fumikage. Tokoyami. Izuku nodded. Tokoyami. Do you feel different? He wasn't sure how exactly to ask, but the boy didn't seem to be confused. Tokoyami looked down at his hands, which were shaking a bit. I feel like I've melded closer to Dark Shadow. What do we do, Musabori? Hell if I know. Spirits are a tricky thing, you know, Musabori exclaimed. Perhaps you've noticed? Izuku shook his head. I also have a sentient quirk, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Tokoyami eyed him now. Sentient quirk? That's just the term I've been told. Suddenly, Dark Shadow shot forward. Izuku moved aside, easily avoiding its lunge. Tokoyami seemed surprised, so Izuku didn't retaliate. No. Tokoyami let out a grunt, and Izuku looked at him, seeing that he had a hand on his head. From the looks of it, the shadowy connection between him and Dark Shadow began to grow. Losing control seems. It's tough handling two consciousnesses in one body, after all. Izuku thought about the first months he and Musabori had together. It was rough mainly due to them being out of sync, both fighting for control of the body. Since that night they melded together, there had been a sort of tranquility inside of him, even if they still had their disagreeing moments. What do we do? Izuku thought, dodging an oncoming punch, then ducking under another, before retreating away from Dark Shadow. Knock some sense into him, of course. Musabori laughed. Izuku jumped over a leap from Dark Shadow, which seemed surprisingly faster. Not helpful. Tokoyami reached down and grasped the connection between him and Dark Shadow. The quirk hesitated before continuing more, turning back and looking at him. It's okay. Dark Shadow. Be fine, he said through gritted teeth. Izuku watched, hoping for a moment that reason would break through and solve their crisis. But of course, it didn't. Dark Shadow suddenly attacked its owner, tackling him down into the nearby alleyway. Tokoyami! Izuku's eyes widened, and he ran forward, jumping down after them, adrenaline fueling him as he used his vision and breath of the void skills. Down in the dark alley, Dark Shadow seemed to be growing more and more as it slammed Tokoyami against the wall, dragging him down towards the ground below. No! Tokoyami struggled to try and speak as Dark Shadow reared back a fist. Darkness was starting to spread over Tokoyami's body. As Izuku descended to attack, Dark Shadow seemed to be aware of this, creating a shadowy arm that flew back at him without looking. Izuku, knowing he needed to act quickly, brought his hand forward in a swiping motion. Tear! In the path of his hand, a tear in the dimensions opened up. As the shadowy fist collided with the tear, the dimensional rip vanished, severing the shadowy arm and leaving it in the other dimension. As Dark Shadow howled, Izuku landed and rolled, stumbling a bit as he ran towards Tokoyami. Don't worry, I'll get you out. No! Tokoyami's exclamation surprised Izuku. Don't hurt him. Izuku jumped back as Dark Shadow threw a punch at him that crushed the nearby building wall. Another came too quickly for Izuku to dodge properly. Dimensional shift. He vanished right on time. Acting quick, he ran over to the other side of Dark Shadow, who seemed to be looking around for him. Reappearing beside Tokoyami, he leaned in close to him. If you lose consciousness, will he stop? It was an odd question to ask, and came with implications that Izuku didn't like, but he figured he needed to ask. Tokoyami winced, as if a pain had gone through his head. Don't. He trailed off, groaning as Dark Shadow turned, finding Izuku there. Gulping, Izuku focused, activating his breath of the void and vision of the void skills again. His points were dwindling quickly, but with only 5 minutes remaining, it would have to do. In the end, this entire exercise was less important than helping Tokoyami out, he figured, and if something bad did happen, surely the teachers watching would intervene. Shouldn't they have intervened already? His eyes glanced upwards for a moment, looking towards where he could sense they were watching the entire training session. Taking that moment to strike, Dark Shadow came in, one of its hands turning claw-like for a jab. Izuku took a step forward, ducking down and under the oncoming quick attack. He grabbed hold of the arm, holding him there, before pushing his other hand towards Dark Shadow's front. Hope I've got enough left. Energy release. Thinking of the blonde boy's lightning from earlier, he felt the familiar feeling of his hair rising a bit before bolts of lightning exploded from his hand. It only lasted a few moments before the bright jolts vanished, but it was enough for what he needed. Watching as Dark Shadow fell back, its shadowy body convulsing as electricity flowed through it. The light produced from the electricity had seemed to shrink the Quirk a bit, but it was slowly starting to regrow in the darkness of the alley. Thus, Izuku had to act fast. "You're crazy, kid, but maybe it is worth a shot," Musabori said, realizing what Izuku's plan was as he smirked. Izuku jumped up onto a nearby garbage can before leaping up onto Dark Shadow, straddling its neck from behind. The Quirk wildly swiped at him, which he leaned side to side to avoid, one of its claws managing to catch his arm. Gritting his teeth to fight the pain, Izuku put his hands on Dark Shadow's head. "Focus. Gotta focus." Such. Another slice on his leg this time. He gasped, losing his focus, but luckily Musabori picked up the slack, and with both of their minds working, their plan succeeded. Dimensional power was an innate trait that they had gained by taking the dimensional skill path. This allowed them to absorb points from energy sources, which they had only really tested using electrical devices to drain their charge. It stood to reason that other sources of energy would work, and now seemed like a good time to try it. Focusing hard on the feeling he remembered from absorbing power from electrical devices, Izuku thought about the shadows flowing into his hands. Soon enough, it began, and Dark Shadow froze up, trembling, Tokoyami looking over worriedly. "I've got this. Just calm down." Izuku felt a sharp pain from the shadows he was absorbing, like his hands were being sliced up, even though no physical damage could be seen. He winced but persevered, going until Dark Shadow had been reduced by nearly 3/4. Then, something broke. But not within Dark Shadow. Instead, Izuku could hear a crack resonate from Musabori's soul within himself. It was like the sound of an earthquake exploding in Izuku's mind, and he could feel Musabori's eyes widen and his breathing shudder. "Right now?" "A minute." Confused, Izuku couldn't dodge as the weakened Dark Shadow smacked him aside. It wasn't as powerful now, but still sent him tumbling away. "Enough." Tokoyami began to wrestle with his Quirk, grunting and attempting to stumble towards the exit of the alleyway where the sunlight could quell it. "No. Light." Tokoyami gasped and stumbled at that declaration, a clear voice from his Quirk. Izuku got up to his hands and knees, feeling a weird writhing sensation inside of himself, gasping. "Musabori. What's happening?" Something about absorbing those demed shadows, Musabori spoke through gritted teeth. "It's stirring the remnants. I don't think I can stop them." With Izuku struggling and Tokoyami momentarily amazed, Dark Shadow drank in the surrounding shadows, coalescing it into a set of large, sharp claws of darkness. The boy couldn't stop his Quirk from raking through the ground in an upward sweep that would easily slice Izuku in two, the concrete below slashed like paper. "We gotta move. Musabori." Suddenly, Izuku was tossed to the side, gasping as he felt his hero costume restrict around him like bindings. Wincing at the feeling inside himself still, he gazed over to see Tokoyami in a similar struggle, his clothes seeming to wrap around and contain him and his Quirk. It was obvious who had stopped them, but even so, Izuku felt a little bit peeved when he saw Best Jeanist standing on a nearby fire escape in Alleyway, an unreadable expression on his face. "That is enough from you both. You are both removed from the last part of this contest." Izuku felt the rumbling inside himself turn to a searing hot pain, and lifted his head to the sky, letting out a scream. Jeanist turned to him, raising a hand, then he gasped. In that moment, there was no way for Izuku to notice. But a shadowy figure could be seen materializing before him, hand pushed into Izuku's chest. A burly man, eyes full of fury. "That is one of them," Jeanist realized, hesitating for a moment, wondering why he could see one of Musabori's remnants. "Is it my connection to fibers? No matter. I must do my duty." Calling forth to the fibers of his own costume, Best Jeanist formed them into fine, needle-like points that slammed towards the apparition. He fully expected it to merely pass through and perhaps dispel the illusory figure for now. But instead, it caught his fibers in mid-air with its large hand. Best Jeanist's eyes widened, and the shadowy figure turned its dark gaze towards him. The chaotic scene of the practice field ended a few minutes later with an announcement from All Might, every conscious student falling to the floor to catch their breath. Except for two. Izuku Kendo stood not far from Katsuki Bakugo, the two staring each other down. After All Might had given the villain team the ability to escape, Kendo tried to make sure Monoma wouldn't be able to get away. After all, he was her target for reaching Class S. Luckily the boy was still down for the count. So she had sat down, too tired to do much more, till the explosive Bakugo had ended up before her, showing no intention of running away. Thus, she stood to meet his challenging gaze. Only for time to be called. "Lucked out, I guess," Izuku said cockily, not letting her wariness show too much. "You don't look like you can stand for much longer." Bakugo scoffed and wiped sweat from his brow, also stubbornly showing barely any signs of fatigue on purpose. "Shut up. You can barely keep those freakishly big hands up," he spat. Izuku had shrunk her hands down by now, but it didn't seem like Bakugo's thoughts were clear enough to come up with something better. "Well, I made my point today," the redhead said with a grin, gazing around at their destroyed surroundings. "I think I'm a shoo-in for Class S." Bakugo turned away from her, seeing Urashi resting nearby with several horn-like objects stuck in his tattered cape. The small girl named Pony was slumped over nearby as well, still dazed from when Bakugo had snagged her out of it. "Whatever makes you feel better," he sneered. "We crushed you all, 2 classes worth. If there was any doubt I'm the Dmed best, I proved that." The boy took a step, and then unceremoniously collapsed to the floor. "So humble," Izuku grumbled, finally letting her wobbly legs get the better of her as she fell back onto her bottom and sighed, breathing heavily. "I wonder where Midoriya ran off to?" "Well, with Musabori, I assume he did all right." She spoke the last part a bit softer due to its secrecy. Soon, All Might, accompanied by both homeroom teachers of Class A and B, as well as the school's nurse, recovery girl, entered the area to assess everybody and gather them all together again. It wasn't as bad as the chaos had made it seem, with everyone suffering from minor bruises and painful aches at worst, though most people's hero costumes were heavily ruined at this point. It seems 2 students were injured and have been taken to the nurse's station, the number 1 hero stated, the gravity of that statement lost in his seemingly permanent grin. "But we have already decided on the results of this exercise, and would like to let you know." Most of the present students looked anxious, and some looked downcast and distraught. All Might grinned and let out a boisterous laugh that made everyone look up at him, a shining beacon of hope. "That feeling you have right now? That uncertainty is a key aspect of any hero," All Might told them, holding up a hand and curling it into a powerful fist. "It's the ability to push through that dark haze of doubt within your heart that will make you great. Be proud of what you have accomplished here today, no matter the end results." That being said, Best Jeanist interjected as he stepped up nearby, touching a pad in his hand that made a holographic screen appear in the air behind him for all to see. "This is how you have all fared in this brief training." The screen seemed to show a ranking from 1 through 18, accommodating the entirety of Class 1S as well as the small teams from 1A and 1B and the backups that had arrived to assist. 2 people let out defeated gasps as they saw their rankings. It was Mina and Kaminari, user of the electric quirk, 18th and 17th respectively, with Mina stating that she was indecisive and outmatched, while Kaminari should be expected to do more than one attack, but also Quirk proved useful to others. Next were Monoma and Tsuyu at 16th and 15th. Monoma had a big smile on his face but looked dead inside as he looked upon it, the note stating that he was irresponsibly cocky and requires further training with stolen abilities. Meanwhile, Tsuyu simply said easily exploited weakness, which earned a nod and a ribbit of reluctant agreement from the girl. 14th and 13th went to Tsuburaba and Ida Tenya of Class 1B and Class 1A respectively. The solid wind creation of Tsuburaba was praised, but he was taken out of the fight too early. Meanwhile, Ida showed level-headedness, but found himself losing out despite his speed advantage. 12th and 11th were Tokoyami and Tetsu. Tokoyami was noted as being a force to be reckoned with, but his quirk needs a lot of control work. Tetsu meanwhile showed prowess with his durability and power, but needed to work on his tactics. Then the 10th and 9th spots had Pony and Juroda of Class 1B. Both were noted to have done well against overwhelming matchups and used their quirks and natural abilities well, but overall weren't able to make enough of a difference in the flow of the battles. Finally, the top 8 were put in golden text, as if reflecting their spots at the top. While the order was unique, there was one name that stood out amongst the rest, because it was new and replaced Monoma. 01 Yaoyorozu Momo. 02 Izuku Midoriya. 03 Setsuna Tokage. 04 Inasa Yorashi. 05 Shoto Todoroki. 06 Juzo Hananuki. 07 Itsuka Kendo. 08 Katsuki Bakugo. Simultaneously, Itsuka let out a gasp and smiled brightly while Bakugo scowled, gritting his teeth at the sight. All Might and Best Jeanist went over everyone's placements and gave notes on what could have been improved, though they made sure to note that this was only the second day of classes, so their room for improvement was practically infinite all around. Itsuka Kendo. You showed prowess as a leader while also having the power to stand on your own against an overwhelming threat, Best Jeanist spoke, glancing at the redhead. He then looked towards Bakugo beside her. Meanwhile, Bakugo, your power may have been great, but your recklessness was almost vindictive, it seemed. With another tap, the screen changed to show some scenes that had unfolded, including Bakugo and Itsuka's battle, and how they destroyed the building they were in and caused a lot of damage overall. The screen then changed to show some other highlights, including Juzo successfully trapping 2 opponents, Suburaba and Juroda, with his quirk, Yorashi's constant powerful assaults on the enemy that kept them in a chaos, Todoroki's overwhelming ice, Setsuna's constant pressure with her body parts that required multiple opponents to be contained. Then, of course, Izuku. It was something to behold for everyone, seeing just what Izuku had done during the fight, watching as he warped and moved, assisting everybody in the fights like an angel of the battlefield. While it was close, we agreed that Yaoyorozu had the most integral hand in the battles, though mostly unseen, Best Jeanist concluded, as he showed scenes that rivaled even Izuku, despite not being able to warp like he could. She could be seen producing items that assisted Izuku, Todoroki, Juzo, and Yorashi, as well as planning things the entire time with a level head, though it seemed to have left her very exhausted at this point. All of your strengths and weaknesses do not end here with today's exercise. There is more that you must find out about yourselves, so you may overcome and exceed your limits. All Might nodded and laughed. That is, of course, what it means to go plus ultra. Everyone seemed a bit more upbeat and happy after the explanations, and the air of defeat had mostly subsided as everyone began to chatter. All Might and Best Jeanist exchanged a nod, glad that the air had been cleared, but Itsuka approached them with as formal as a gait as she could manage in front of 2 legends. Is Midoriya okay? And the other guy? Best Jeanist nodded. They are being informed of the findings as well. They just went a little too hard and need some forced rest for now. Itsuka let worry slip onto her face. After all, nothing was really that simple with Izuku, it seemed, especially after learning about Musabori and the strange person known as All for One that hunted him. All Might placed a hand gently on her shoulder and offered a big smile that twinkled in the sunlight. Not to worry, young Kendo. Focus on this current victory. After all, you've made it, for now. Huh. Itsuka looked over at the screen listing the placements again, and her eyes widened before she looked back at the 2 teachers. Does that mean? Yes, Jeanist confirmed, as the starting members of Class 1S were made aware. Their space at the top is up for grabs at any time. This is no exception. Monoma is out and you are to take his place. While the ramifications of that sunk in and Itsuka celebrated her victory, All Might glanced down to Best Jeanist, the tall blonde man squeezing at his left arm. You should also go get checked out, the number 1 hero whispered. That I'll survive. The screen flickered off, and Izuka sighed, looking down at his lap and clutching at the blanket laying over him. He was sitting up in a bed in the nurse's office, having been checked up on and deemed to just be banged up a lot, not in any serious harm. Tokoyami, on the other hand, had seemed to be taken elsewhere, and he couldn't help but worry about him. "It's not your fault, kid," Muzabori chimed in his mind. "They knew the risk of putting you in a mock battle. How the hell were we supposed to know what not to do with another sentient quirk?" "I know, but still. Also, what happened at the end there?" Izuku rubbed at his head, trying to remember. "After we were strung up? I kind of blacked out." "Same here. Probably not a good thing, but doesn't seem like anything super bad happened anyways. More importantly, that redhead gal, huh? She's really something." Izuku managed a small smile at that, but when he felt Muzabori nudging him in their minds, he blushed and shook his head rapidly. I should start replenishing my points soon either way, so I'm ready for whatever comes. It's alright to take it easy sometimes, yeah and no?" Ignoring that, Izuku swung his legs around and got out of the bed. His body ached, but with the nurse's quirk working its magic on him, he felt an incredible need to eat, and he also felt like he needed to return to class as soon as he could. Removing his tattered costume, he sighed as he noticed just how beat up it really was. Just a prototype after all, he reminded himself as he draped it over the chair. As he grabbed his school uniform, Izuku looked at himself in the room's tall mirror and was surprised by what he saw. His body was becoming almost unrecognizable to how he was before fully utilizing his quirk. The scrawny, weak boy was gone, and now Izuku was quite toned and his muscles were becoming well-defined, despite still being of a more slender build. "You think you'll reach the All Might build, kid? That'd be a sight, huh?" It almost sounded like Muzabori choked on his laughter, and Izuku could feel that he was seemingly looking at something in the mirror. Izuku looked from himself to where a shadow seemed to be looming over his shoulder. It was the woman, the one who appeared as a remnant within Muzabori's soul. She was staring right at Izuku, the mask on her face hardly concealing an incredible malice behind it. Izuku spun around quickly, his eyes wide, fists raised. But he realized then that Itsuka had just entered the room and was looking at him in surprise. "Oh, are you Kendo?" Izuku let out a sigh of relief and unclenched his fists, letting himself relax a bit as he offered her a smile. "Is everything all right?" "That's my line, you know," the redhead said, her eyes staring right at Izuku's muscles and nearly gawking. It took him a minute before he realized and he turned away shyly, making her giggle. "Talk about a sleeper build." Itsuka gave Izuku some privacy to finish changing into his uniform, and he stepped out into the hallway soon after. When he did, she stepped out in front of him instantly, a bit too close for his own comfort. "You saw, right? The results?" She beamed. "Why, does that mean you made it into Class S?" Itsuka nodded and gave a thumbs up. "Though, I know it's only the beginning. Plus, seems like all of us are on the chopping block at all times." She sighed, chopping into her open palm for emphasis. Izuku chuckled nervously and looked side to side, unsure what to say or do with a girl so close. He could hear Muzabori snicker in his mind, but when he realized Izuku noticed, he scooted further back into their mind. Though Izuku could tell that the old spirit was still lingering and watching. So, there's still a couple of classes left, right? Actually, Genist-sensei decided that you and Tokoyami should be excused for the rest of the day, Itsuka said, her grin widening. "And I offered to take care of you while you rested up." "Huh? Why would you?" Izuku's face turned bright red and he covered his face with his hands, and Itsuka nearly peeled over laughing, wiping at a tear and shaking her head. "You're really so helpless. If you must know, I took Minoma's place completely, and since he was the appointed support head for Class S, I was able to swing that this was part of my duties." Peeking through his fingers, Izuku raised an eyebrow. Is this just to skip classes or?" Itsuka narrowed her eyes at him. "I'm not an irresponsible student, I'll have you know. I have the work for us both. There was something I wanted to run by you." Motioning with a hand, Itsuka began to walk, and Izuku reluctantly followed. In his mind, he reached out for Muzabori in hopes to get some kind of support, but his resident partner in crime seemed content with just watching and judging. USCK? The two headed towards a wing of U.A that Izuku didn't recognize, and one that seemed like it wasn't very prone to foot traffic compared to the others. Sliding a door open, they stepped into a room that seemed reminiscent of a room that would be used for martial arts clubs, or similar, with wooden walling, bright lighting, and a large white mat at its center. There's normal things like this at U.A? Izuku looked around in surprise, while Itsuka grinned and nodded. Right? I said the same thing. It's not being used most of the time it seems, besides a few that still bother to practice martial arts like me, she said with a sigh, putting her bag down and walking out onto the raised mat that took up a lot of the center of the room. She then looked back at Izuku and grinned. Can you guess why I asked if I could use it sometimes? To do just that? Izuku followed her and tapped his shoe on the mat. Yup, though I'm working on creating an entire martial arts club. I want us to start now. Us? Before Izuku knew it, Itsuka grabbed his left arm and her leg swept in and hooked over his right leg, and with a surprising lack of effort, managed to flip him over her shoulder to slam him down onto the mat with a loud thud. Izuku gasped and closed his eyes for a split second in surprise, but it didn't really hurt besides making his aching body get jolted. When his eyes opened, he saw Itsuka bending down over him, her orange locks tickling his face as she grinned at him. Think it'd be fun? I bet you need this sort of training anyways, Itsuka commented, offering him a hand. Because you'd totally neglect it with that amazing quirk of yours. Izuku had to fight back, correcting her that it wasn't his quirk, but he grabbed her hand and smiled, letting her help him up before he released it and rubbed the back of his head. I get it. Then let's do it, he agreed with a nod. Great. Now unfortunately we need 2 more members to start a club and a teacher sponsor. But I've already got ideas there. I think with you being a part of it, people will flock to it for sure. Don't forget that you're at the top now too. Itsuka blushed a bit and grinned. Oh yeah, I forgot. The two shared a laugh, and Izuku felt a lot of his worries melting away from the day. But unfortunately, Musabori wasn't the same way. He could feel something broiling inside of himself, and he was holding it back from interfering with Izuku for the time being. But there was no way he could forever. Principal Nizu's face was unreadable as he gazed at Best Jeanist, who was being given a skin graft over his left arm. This is pretty worrisome. Should we not take extra precautions? The animal-like principal said. This is precisely why I am here and why I am involved directly with the class, Best Jeanist insisted, keeping a cool expression even as his arm was being fixed up. Besides, neither of the boys were conscious to see what transpired, I believe. Jeanist's arm had a large chunk missing out of it, and various bruises along his fair skin, all caused by the powerful remnant that had leaked out of Musabori's soul. Principal Nizu glanced over at the screen that was up beside them, showing footage of the battle, where nothing seemed to be able to injure the phantom-like, burly man that was attacking him. The only saving grace for the pro-hero was that the remnant only seemed to be able to manifest for a minute before reluctantly receding back into Izuku. We cannot allow him to have the remnants, so we must find a way to destroy them. What if only the boy can? No, we will handle it, Jeanist interrupted firmly, pulling his hand away from the doctor and the machine, glancing down at his arm that was only half completed. He used his quirk to send threads throughout it, finishing the touches on it, though leaving it a bit patchy, and stood confidently. After all, the previous generation must pave the way for the elegant youth to not have to suffer as much as we. Nizu sighed and nodded reluctantly. You are correct. But I hope this is not beyond our capability at the moment. Don't forget that villain activity has also been increasing these past days. Best Jeanist turned away but paused at the door to the room. He looked down at his hand, noticing a slight shake in it, and clenched his fist to quell it. That end of things is in the hands of the number 1 and number 2. The next couple of days proved to be odd for U.A. After a false alarm had been triggered that sent the entire student body into a frenzy, it was up to Class S to step in and quell the mob. Everybody, calm down and form orderly lines. Yaoyorozu was using a megaphone she'd created, while Itsuka had her enlarged hands in place to help funnel the students in a more orderly fashion. The nearby Bakugo's scowl proved enough to keep some in line, and people seemed to gawk at both Izuku and Todoroki as they passed by, helping keep order indirectly. Seems like everything's fine now, Setsuna commented next to Yaoyorozu, returning pieces of her arm to herself as a few horrified students passed them by, clearly affected by having a run-in with her quirk. She grinned and looked around, spotting Juzo struggling to even be noticed by those passing by while Yorashi's loud, boisterous personality seemed to make people avoid him, though he didn't notice. With a sigh, the class president watched everyone go by, and then looked down the hall. What do you think the deal was? Was it really a false alarm? Setsuna shrugged. I guess that's for the faculty to find out, huh? After everything had blown over, classes resumed as normal. After another day had passed, Izuku and Itsuka headed towards the planned clubroom for the martial arts club after classes were done, where she revealed their other two members. I'm glad you guys actually showed, she said, giving them a small wave. Izuku didn't quite recognize the two inside, but he knew that they were from Class A and B. Hey, I'm Masahiro Ojiro, said the tall, broad-shouldered boy, who might have passed for being completely normal if it weren't for the powerful tail that swayed behind him. Izuku nodded to him, then looked at the black-haired girl nearby. She looked at them with almost disinterest, and after a few moments, Izuku felt a little nervous under her gaze and looked at Itsuka, who chuckled. That's Yui Kodai from Class B. She isn't really much of a talker. But I dragged it out of her that she's interested in learning more hand-to-hand capabilities, Itsuka explained. Well, it's nice to meet you both properly. Izuku smiled. I've heard a lot already about the top 3 prospects of our class, Ojiro said, looking Izuku up and down and crossing his arms. You, Todoroki, and that scary-looking guy. Bakugo, was it? You guys are definitely he real deal, huh? I don't know about that, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Itsuka elbowed him lightly in the side. Modest as always, huh? Well, either way, I wanted everyone to be up to speed, so I wanted to hold this unofficial meeting. Kodai made a small noise and nodded lightly. The others also nodded and gathered around for Itsuka's crash course on the martial arts club's future activities. After about an hour had passed, they broke up the impromptu meeting, and Izuku and Itsuka headed out from the U.A school grounds together. It kind of seems fun being a part of a club like a normal high schooler, Izuku commented with a shrug. I think it'll be a nice change of pace for sure, she said proudly. I'm doing my supporting job well already. The two walked together till they went their separate ways and headed home. Inko was glad to see her son again, especially after he'd been banged up after the training the previous day, but he insisted everything was fine and headed to his room after dinner. Laying on his bed, Izuku glanced at his phone, seeing that Itsuka had texted him. Kendo, don't forget we have recon training tomorrow. No overthinking all night. Not really knowing how to respond to a casual text like that, Izuku chuckled and blushed a bit as he held his phone to his chest and closed his eyes. Despite everything, it really is a normal high school life, huh? Images of the past tragedies tried to press themselves into his mind, but Izuku turned over and tried to think about other things. Then he felt it, something reaching out towards him. It was invisible and seemingly didn't exist, but Izuku's eyes opened and he pulled away, just in time to see a strange shimmering thing reaching up from his bed. When he scooted back and tensed up, whatever it was seemed to hesitate before pulling back. Then Izuku's phone rang, and he nearly had a heart attack from the sudden buzzing. Hello. His voice sounded a bit urgent, and he didn't even bother checking who was calling. Sorry, I figured I would use my quirk for an in-person meeting, but you're a bit too aware for that now, it seems, came a familiar voice that he hadn't heard in a while. It was Akemi, the sentient quirk initiative woman whom had met with him after he awakened his quirk, and helped make the deal with Musabori that led to their current understanding. Miss Akemi? This line isn't exactly secure, so I will be brief, Midoriya, she spoke firmly. What happened the other day with that shadowy boy? It has us worried. Izuku gulped. It was just a mistake, I didn't know. Of course, we aren't talking about the fight itself or injuring his quirk. Rather, based on our intelligence we've gathered about your classes so far. Are you able to replicate or utilize the shadows you absorbed in any way? Unsure, Izuku looked down at his free hand and thought about it, wondering if he could release it like he did with the lightning the other day, or perhaps, could he even create more? There wasn't a use case for him absorbing living material yet, so he couldn't be sure. Izuku felt his hand move on its own, and before he knew it, Muzabori had used it to hang up the phone. Hey! Don't even try it. Almost feeling like he wanted to rebel and try it anyways due to the rude interruption, Izuku decided against it since he could feel just how tense Muzabori was in their mind. Something wrong. Just be careful. I need a lot of focus right now and I can't have you doing anything stupid, Muzabori insisted. Izuku looked down at his phone and waited a bit, but never received another call. He put his phone on the nightstand and laid back down, a bit worried about being dragged somewhere by Akemi's Quirk while he slept. So that time it seemed like they kidnapped me. Was from that? Don't worry, if I feel that Quirk of hers comin', I'll dodge it. Thanks, Izuku said softly, closing his eyes. It took a while, but he allowed himself to drift off into a dreamless sleep eventually. The next day, Class 1S was to undergo special recon training, taking over a part of the large city-like training field. The class stood in their costumes, newly rebuilt and patched up but otherwise exactly the same as they had been the first time they wore them. Best Jeanist stood before them, and he lifted a hand, pulling at something almost invisible there. Upon closer inspection, they could see tiny threads running from his hand in multiple directions, glinting only slightly in the sunlight. Reconnaissance is vital to any hero work. Of course, this is why many opt to take on sidekicks who can assist in these matters, but it is only natural that you find ways to utilize your own abilities to do so as well, the tall hero explained. A screen in the air behind him lit up, showing several camera views across the area that were focused on what looked like small bombs with countdown timers on them. In this scenario, a villain has placed bombs across the city. Not only will they all go off in 20 minutes, but they will activate upon anyone getting too close. The 8 members of the class looked at the screen in awe, but Izuku in particular seemed to light up. This is a lot like that incident in Shibuya 4 years ago with the Silver Bomber. Everyone looked at Izuku at his outburst, and he slunk back a bit, chuckling nervously and glad that his hero costume concealed his face. Itsuka grinned at him while Bakugo shook his head in disdain and muttered, "Nerd." Of course, Best Jeanist continued, and if you all remember, during that incident many were injured, though luckily the heroes and their sidekicks managed to take control of the situation eventually. He swiped his other hand through the air in a dramatic flourish. But eventually is simply not good enough. I expect flawless execution. Anyone who makes a vital mistake will find themselves marked with a terrible grade, and you all know what that can lead to. Itsuka gulped as everyone's eyes seemed to look at her, as the first person to take a spot in Class S. She cracked her knuckles and prepared herself. The redhead's hero costume was a cheapao of a teal color with yellow accents, along with a black corset over top and a thin black mask over her eyes. Soon, everyone was sent to their positions, each taking a spot at a different point in the designated zone. Best Jeanist made it clear that he can observe them and will set off the bombs, according to the rules that have been set, and that their grades are very much on the line. This shouldn't be too bad. We can literally devour the bombs safely, right? Izuku said softly as he stretched his arms. After a few moments, he got no response. Muzabori. Peering inward, Izuku could just barely feel the spirit inside of him. He sighed and pulled up his screen, noting how many points he had after collecting a bunch on the way to U.A this morning. Name, Muzabori Midoriya. Path, dimensional. Point total, 7,500. It wasn't an ideal amount, but he hadn't slept very good the night before and may have shown up to classes late if he didn't rush it. It didn't help that all of his abilities to get to school faster required points as well. I'll make it work. At this point, I'm way stronger than ever before, he thought, standing at the edge of the rooftop he was on. Nobody's going to bring me down. A sound like a buzzer could be heard echoing through the streets, marking the beginning of the training. Scan. A pulse shot out from Izuku's position, only visible to himself, that swept over the entire area and allowed him to see glowing signatures of where his other 7 classmates were springing into action. 1, who was at the opposite end of the city-like training field, was barely visible and he couldn't quite make out who it was since they were just on the edge of his range, but based on the other 6, he figured it must be Todoroki. Leaping from the rooftop, Izuku reached out to a light pole just ahead of himself, snagging it and using it to swing his momentum forward, activating his breath of the void right before the maneuver to guarantee he could pull it off. Warp! A vortex appeared right in front of Izuku's path, shooting him out several blocks down the street. He skidded and skipped across the pavement before feeling the slightest tug at his leg that nearly tripped him. Looking down, he activated his vision of the void and could make out the thinnest thread that was nearly sturdy enough though to not break when he stumbled through it. Then, the thread was tugged almost imperceptibly, and Izuku looked to his left in alarm. An entire car was pulled his way in an instant. Thanks to his enhanced perception, it wasn't difficult to roll out of the way, but only if it were so easy. After all, Best Jeanist was not only a top hero, but he knew that Izuku's situation and powers made him a force to be reckoned with, so as soon as he rolled out of the way of the car, Izuku was almost not surprised to see a stop sign being yanked and hurled at him. Tear! Izuku brought his hand up in a vertical line in front of himself, a dimensional tear forming there like a rippling, floating glob of paint. The stop sign's momentum wasn't halted as it flew at him, but the section that touched the tear was eradicated while the remaining 2 halves passed harmlessly past him. Sighing, Izuku checked his points, a bad habit he had gotten into that Musabori had always insisted might get him hurt. Point total, 1750. Activating Vision of the Void and Breath of the Void had steep costs of 500 points and 4,000 points respectively, and he was burning about 15 every second he had both abilities up. But Izuku had decided at some point that if he activates these abilities, it's just better if he keeps them active for as long as he needs. It won't last the entire. Feeling pressed now that he had points burning, Izuku continued on and rounded the street corner, his vision picking up on a variety of threads running all along almost everything. Just how much control does Best Jeanist have? Impressed by the number 3 hero's abilities, Izuku was careful to quickly and expertly maneuver through what was essentially a minefield, till he spotted something odd on the wall of one of the buildings. It was a rectangular shape with a visible clock ticking down, and reminded him greatly of something a cartoon villain would place as a bomb. Perfect! Izuku was down on all fours to crawl under a thread, so he kicked off and shot towards the bomb lightning fast, reaching his hand out towards it, Devour. Before he could absorb the bomb entirely, it was suddenly yanked away by a thread. He gasped and stumbled as he watched the bomb fly down the street to another spot, sticking to the wall. Izuku scowled and looked around, noticing one of the many cameras around watching him. If I get too close and I'm not careful, the bomb will explode, Izuku thought. But I need to get close enough to devour it also. The silence around the city told Izuku that no other bombs had seemingly gone off just yet, though he assumed. Barely a minute had passed, if even. Wait, that's it? Izuku focused and could see the many threads connecting to the bomb, showing the different places that the bomb could technically be sent to if he tried to get close and Best Jeanist pulled it away. He leaped and snagged as many of the threads as he could, till their strength was too much for him to pull on. Deprivation. From his hand, the nearly invisible threads began to decay all the way down their lengths, reaching the bomb in a mere moment. However, the threads seemed to detach themselves before it could reach the bomb, but luckily, that was still what Izuku wanted as he leaped forward with his hand held out. Devour! As he grew close, the bomb sent out a loud ringing noise that hurt his ears, but he touched it and sent out a torrent of dark blue energy that consumed the device in an instant, adding to his point total. Got it? It only gave me 50 points? That's pretty low. That made Izuku wonder if the bombs would even truly go off if prompted, but he didn't have time to consider it before an explosion could be heard echoing through the streets. Guess that answers that. Izuku took off towards that location, sending out another scan and seeing one signature there. When he arrived, he nearly stumbled and fell onto his face when he saw Yayarosa there, covered in what looked like a pink dust and confetti, slouched back against the wall with her beards spilling out of her costume, though thankfully any details were obscured from the strange stuff covering her. Momo. Izuku's face was bright red under his cowl and he hesitated to help her. Messed up, she said, coughing up some of the dust and sticking her tongue out. I made something that could contain a blast, but I guess these bombs are bleh. Not real explosions. It's like they have a lot of concussive force and that's it. I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't use real bombs, Izuku said, looking away and rubbing the back of his head. Do you need? Yaoyorozu formed a towel from her chest and shook her head. I'll recover soon, just go ahead. Thanks, Midoriya. She sounded bitter, but Izuku didn't know how to help. Instead, he gave her what info he knew about the threads lying all around and left, heading towards the next closest person he could see. I should inform everyone what's going on, he decided. After all, that's my role. The next person Izuku found was Juzo Hananuki. As Izuku got close, he saw that his classmate was making the wall turn liquidy like quicksand, making the bomb get stuck into it. There we go, but will that stop the blast? Juzo sighed and rubbed the back of his head as he examined it. Oh, Midoriya? Izuku jumped down beside him and told him what he knew. He nodded and grinned appreciatively. So it's not too bad if I set it off, huh? That's good too. Juzo paused as he saw something flying towards them from behind Izuku. With his enhanced perception, Izuku noticed as well, spinning just in time to see an entire bus being pulled towards them. Juzo reacted quickly to soften the ground, but it couldn't stop the momentum of the huge vehicle. Manipulation. Black tendrils shot out from Izuku and slammed into the bus, but it wasn't strong enough to stop it entirely. Izuku was sent flying backwards from the force, the wind knocked out of him, and ended up right next to the bomb that Juzo had been trying to solve. Force absorption. Knowing it was too late to devour the bomb, he tried to swivel in mid-air and absorb the incoming blast, but it proved to be too late as the bomb exploded, sending out a puff of pink dust and confetti out as the blast sent Izuku flying through the opposite wall of the alleyway. Midoriya. Juzo held a hand over his face and waved away the strange pink dust as he ran into the hole towards where Izuku now laid, stunned. Fake explosions or not, that still hurts, Izuku thought, groaning. When Juzo offered him a hand, he took it and stood, but his mind was still reeling as he instinctively checked his point total. Point total, 15. His breath caught as he deactivated Vision of the Void and Breath of the Void, but it was too late as his total points hit. That still looked pretty brutal. I'll take the blame for that one, Juzo said with a sigh, helping dust off some of the pink on Izuku's costume. You. Okay. Something was clearly wrong with Izuku, but Juzo just assumed it was a bit of shock from the blast. He scratched his chin and wondered if he should contact Genus to get some medical attention for his classmate, but he also figured that doing that might go against Izuku's desire to stay in Class S. What to do? Suddenly, Izuku reached out and grabbed Juzo by his orange and black hero costume, and looked up to him slowly, speaking in a haunting voice devoid of Izuku's usual energy. Devour. Izuku opened his eyes to a dark void, confused as to how he got there. The last thing he remembered was an explosion, and then, Yokit, sorry to see you here. Looking to his left, Izuku saw none other than Muzabori there, sitting on some sort of rock jutting out from the abyss. He hopped off and walked up to Izuku, who looked around and then up at the man with intense worry. What happened? Muzabori sighed. Sorry, been fighting it off but looks like the hunger made things worse. I should've. A sound echoed through the void of their mind, and the two of them tensed up, looking towards the source. There, they could barely make out a shadowy humanoid figure lurking towards them, blending in with the surrounding darkness. Remnants? Izuku gulped, and Muzabori nodded. I think the time's come, unfortunately. This remnant has been said for a while now, Muzabori said, putting his right hand on the katana at his hip. Izuku watched him, surprised as he always figured it was more for show at this point. You need to return. Who knows what's going on in your body right now? But how? Muzabori shrugged. We're inside your mind. I guess. There's gotta be a way. The hulking, shadowy figure lunged towards them. Izuku tried to dodge backwards, but felt his legs not budging. Looking down, his feet were sinking into the abyssal watery surface below slowly, and he gasped. However, Muzabori saved him, moving with a surprising speed as he shoulder-checked the oncoming brute, sending him to the side. Then, in one fluid motion while skirting across the ground, the old samurai drew his katana in a quick motion and sliced right through him. Been doing this for a few days now. He won't be able to be destroyed until he comes out into the real world, Muzabori explained as he readied himself, watching the remnant begin to reform. Nair, I won't let you escape till you take me down. Naru's shadowy form began to put itself back together rapidly, before he let out a bellowing howl of fury. Izuku grabbed his right leg and pulled, managing to escape the abyss, then did the same to his left before stumbling and running from the scene, going aimlessly into the void. This is our mind. But I don't feel like I have any control here. Movies and animes would have had Izuku believe that he'd be able to make anything happen in his head, but the reality was anything but. Perhaps it was due to Muzabori and his strange powers, but it felt like Izuku couldn't form coherent images in his head or focus well enough to make anything happen. There has to be something to latch onto. What happened last? But Juzo, right? If he's still around. Izuku stopped and closed his eyes. Focusing. A strange image appeared in his mind, a foreign vision that he felt wasn't him, watching as he grabbed hold of Juzo. But what is it? Emmy? Izuku felt a pang of fear, wondering what was happening outside. I gotta get out, come on. What can I do? As he waited and listened, searching with every one of his senses, Izuku began to hear it, the dull sounds of explosions ringing out. And he knew exactly who it was, and what he needed to do. Bakugo blasted himself across the street, reaching another one of the bombs and destroying it with an explosion before it could be set off, eviscerating the mechanical parts of it instantly. Too cheap for the real thing? Then I'll just blow him up. Bakugo spat, shaking his head and wiping off some of the pink dust that was still lurking on his costume after the first bomb had blown up on him and blown him away earlier. The bomb had suddenly been flung at him by a thread he couldn't quite see, the force of the blast and the explosion of pink pissing him off more than anything, so he decided to just go around blowing them up as fast as possible. A girl's scream alerted him, and he looked to his right. Scowling, he blasted himself in that direction, sliding across to the next street over to see a confusing sight. Juzo Hananuki was standing, stark naked, his hands covering his private bits as he stood in the middle of the street, looking embarrassed. Across from him, Tsuka Kendo was holding up her enlarged hand to block out the sight of him. Why are you naked, Hananuki? I tried to tell you. Something's up with Midoriya, he destroyed my suit, Juzo said sheepishly, before he looked over towards Bakugo, looking even more embarrassed and looking defeated. Dimin. See, you brought more people to look at me. Bakugo looked from Itsuka to Juzo and then back, before pointing to Juzo. I thought that nerd was your type, gorilla woman, not this kind of guy. Itsuka got ticked at that label and ripped a stop sign from the ground before hurling it at Bakugo. He couldn't help but smirk at his words eliciting such a reaction, ducking under the oncoming object. Is it rematch time? He trailed off, his eyes widening as he saw someone appear behind Itsuka in the blink of an eye. Hey Red, look out. The urgency in his voice made Itsuka turn around just as Izuku reached out a hand towards her. Sensing that something was wrong, and remembering what Juzo had said moments before, she jumped backwards. Hey! What are you? A strange blue energy erupted from Izuku's hand, and Itsuka felt herself being pulled to him. No, not pulled, teleported in an instant into his grasp. Damn it, what the hell are you doing, Deku? Bakugo growled, blasting forward. You losing yourself to that stupid power of yours? He threw a fist towards Izuku's face, but it seemed like Izuku was going to easily dodge it. But he didn't. His legs began to move, but locked in place suddenly, his body trembling, and Bakugo's fist slammed into his face hard. Take that, nerd. Izuku let go of Itsuka and was sent tumbling backwards, falling to his hands and knees. And within his mindscape, Izuku grinned as he saw a light erupt through the void, having stopped himself to allow Bakugo to hit him. Perfect. Izuku ran towards the light, but as soon as he passed through, he felt something cold and ominous behind him, and looked back over his shoulder to see a hulking man running behind him. It was the Remnant, Nair. Thank you for this. Izuku gasped as he found himself back in his body. Itsuka worriedly began to approach, but he held up a hand. Wait, don't ga. Shadows erupted from Izuku's chest and he began to tremble, arching his back and letting out a yell of agony as the shadowy figure of Naru ripped out from him and emerged into reality. The Juzo backed away slowly from the scene, not having any idea what was happening. One of those BSs finally showing up? Bakugo grinned and flexed his fingers. Here I was thinking this exercise was gonna be boring trash. Once he was halfway out, Naru leaped out of Izuku and slammed into the wall of a building behind Bakugo, a few stories up, clinging to a window frame. The shadows began to disperse, revealing his true form, now out in the flesh. He was a largely built man wearing a sleeveless GI, with tan skin and bulging muscles that were on full display as he gazed down at the students below. Midoriya, are you okay? Itsuka finally braved running over to Izuku, kneeling beside him as he panted and peeled over. Yeah. He lifted his head and looked up at Naru, the remnant looking just as lost to time as Musabori did. That guy. Whereas Izuku, Itsuka, and Juzo were wary, Bakugo stood firm and gazed up at Naru with a challenging demeanor, and this seemed to excite the larger man as he grinned and leaped down to the ground right in front of him. Standing at least a foot taller than Bakugo, the man gazed down at him, measuring up to the confident hero student. You are brave, Naru spoke in a deep, gruff voice. Or stupid. Bakugo glared up at him. Yet, tell that to everyone you just met, you big stupid ogre? How about I beat you to hell where you belong? Kaken. Don't? Izuku stopped his words and coughed, shaking his head and shakily trying to stand. Don't force it, Genist-sensei should be here soon, Itsuka insisted, helping to support Izuku as he slowly stood. I don't know if we can handle this. This is my job, like it or not, Izuku said through gritted teeth, feeling like his whole body was aching. I have to take him down. No, it's our job, remember? Itsuka moved in front of Izuku and gazed into his cowl. That day, we both promised to help you out. You're not alone. Izuku remembered that day that he told them about Musabori and they learned of the remnants. Despite the strangeness of his situation and the danger it presented, both Itsuka and Bakugo were willing to offer to help him out. It's too dangerous, Izuku thought. It has to be me. An explosion of pink suddenly clouded the whole street, obscuring Bakugo and Naru. Kaken! Izuku's worried call was followed by Naru swiping a hand through the smoke, forcing much of it to be dispelled from the wake of his strength. Bakugo was nowhere to be seen, but Itsuka pointed upwards to where Bakugo was wrapped up in threads and flailing angrily. Damn it, let me go! I didn't even get a lick in, he yelled and complained, yelling obscenities. Best Genist stood on a nearby light pole, looking down at Naru. The larger man glared up at Genist, seemingly as if he knew him well. So the first has shown already. What terrible timing. Genist reached a hand towards Naru, but after a few moments, he sighed when he realized he couldn't feel the threads making up the man's clothing. Something about him being created from Musabori's power? He wondered, but he couldn't be sure as he hopped down to the street. Everyone, evacuate the area. Please find your classmates and look for the nearest teacher, Genist stated firmly, before looking towards Izuku. Prepare yourselves for whatever comes next. Looking away? Naru rushed in quickly, throwing a punch that swirled with churning blue energy at Best Genist's head. Threads erupted from the blonde hero's suit to slam into the oncoming fist, moving it up so he could easily duck down below, before moving his palm up to strike Naru right in the chin. This blow proved to not do much as Naru tried to pull Best Genist into a grapple, but the man pulled himself with one of the threads he'd connected across the training field to slip right between Naru's legs, stopping a few yards away. Slippery, Naru said as he turned and grinned at Best Genist, cracking his neck. But you cannot escape my wrath. Not anymore. Genist looked over to see Itsuka helping Izuku while Juzo, who had slipped back partially into his costume after Izuku summoned it back again, dragged the angry Bakugo away who was still cursing and trying to escape the thread cocoon he was in. I do not plan on it. Genist moved his hands over his arms, making his sleeves unravel, showing the scar on his arm that Neru's remnant had caused a few days ago during the hero versus villains mock battle. At least not before getting payback, though I know such a thing is usually unelegant. Izuku looked back at their teacher facing off against a dangerous foe, feeling helpless, but knowing he had to do something. Kendo. I know what he said, but… Right, let's get you better, she said, smiling and nodding to him. Really? He looked surprised, and she shrugged. It's our job, right? We can't let our sensei be burdened by it. Soon enough, Itsuka and Izuku split off from Juzo and Bakugo. They managed to calm Bakugo and get him to go back to U.A to alert the nearest teacher, but only by promising that he can let out some steam and punch Izuku in the face again later if he really wanted to. Meanwhile, Juzo went to search for their other classmates, which Izuku was able to point out generally with a scan after absorbing a bit of energy from the lights around. I'm gonna need a lot, Izuku said as he stood on his own and rolled his shoulders. I think I can manage some bigger things by now, but hopefully nobody will be mad about it. It's sort of a dire situation, isn't it? Itsuka shrugged. Izuku placed his hands onto a nearby car and focused. Devour. He felt the tug of energy and saw the blue swirl of it emerging from his hands to overtake the two-seater car, but it began to recede about halfway. Come on. He pushed it, grunting as he urged it onwards. This is nothing. I gotta break through my limits. The blue devouring energy seemed to ripple and move back and forth, but was slowly pushing over more and more of the car. Itsuka watched in amazement, but took a step back, worried about what could happen. And then he did it. The entire car disappeared, absorbed into Izuku and Musabori's power. He let out a gasp as if breathing for the first time in a while, stumbling a bit before looking at his point total. Point total, 8,000. Izuku gasped at the incredible amount he was able to get from one larger complex object like a car. How are you feeling? She blinked at him, concerned. Hungry. Can you bring me more cars? He smiled and shrugged helplessly, sweating form effort. Thus, Izuku's feast began.